Hello, hello, hello everyone.
Hello, hi Alvaro. Hi everyone.
Hi, my name is Alvaro, and today, along with Jeffrey C., we're going to answer the question of this presentation: Can entrepreneurs bring peace to North Korea? Yeah, a little bit about myself. My name is Alvaro. I was born in Spain, and I've been living in Asia for the last 6 years. I'm a marketing and communications specialist, and I also work with social exchange and as an associate and program manager. And also, I've been a campusero for over 2 decades, and I've been attended to over 8 editions in Spain, Europe, Latin America, and in Singapore also. So it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this first edition of the Campus Party Digital. And I'm going to introduce my friend and Chosun Exchange founder, Jeffrey. So, hi, Jeffrey. Welcome to your first Campus Party. What do you say?
Very excited to be here. I heard so much about the great ideas. I think it's a great forum to share a bit something I care about. So I think just a bit about myself. I was born in Singapore, as you know, Al. I've lived and studied and worked in the US, China, Korea, Singapore. I kind of did some fairly conventional things, work in a corporate company, work in some startups. But I think, today I'm here to talk about this very unconventional track I took in part of my life, which is to build this organization called Chosun Exchange and to work in North Korea. And kind of how it came out from a combination of a series of bad decisions in life, which led to, hopefully some very good outcomes. So excited to be here to share more about this work.
Fantastic. So I guess it's better if we start from the beginning. I mean, what is Chosun Exchange exactly? I mean, I remember you mentioned the origin of the name. What does it mean?
Yeah, so we are a non-profit organization. We bring volunteers to North Korea to help teach business, economics, law, and we also bring North Koreans overseas to get exposure. So I think all in all, in the last more than a decade, we've brought more than 100 over volunteers to North Korea to train over 2,500 North Koreans and get them exposed to topics which they normally don't get a lot of exposure to inside the country. So I think in a nutshell, that's what we do. And I think our aim is to build that first generation of startups and entrepreneurs in the country.
Well, so we do in-country programs, but we also do, for example, overseas programs. Like this one, I believe this picture was taken in Malaysia, right? Which kind of people, audience attends to these workshops overseas, outside of North Korea?
Yeah, so we bring, so basically this was a workshop we did, I think in 2016, as part of this mini MBA program that we were running. So we brought a group of North Koreans who are learning how to encourage startups in this new economic zone that was sitting outside of Pyongyang, about 1 hour away. So they were kind of in a satellite city, and they were at this very early stage of saying, like, oh, we are a bunch of scientists. How do we take the research that we are doing and turn it into consumer products or to viable businesses? So we actually went to visit different incubators around the world, help them understand like acceleration programs, business model canvases, and how to think about that early stage journey. So I think the people that came on this program are quite, I would say, quite similar to the audience we generally get in the country. You have people trying to build their first business, people already working in a bigger company, or you have some policymakers, or you have some academics and researchers.
That's cool. Well, so this is one of the overseas programs that we do, but mostly what we focus is on in-country programs. And this photo is from my first trip to North Korea back in November 2018, and it was during the Pyeongseong Startup Festival. Pyeongseong, as you mentioned, is one of those special economic zones that it's outside of Pyongyang. And in this picture in particular, one of our colleagues, he's doing a workshop about innovation and creative thinking. And he challenged the audience to make a paper plane, because everybody knows how to make a paper plane, but the way that we approach to the same challenge is different in ways. So this is one of the most memorable moments of that workshop. And I guess that this has evolved a lot since you started 10 years ago. How would you say those first workshops were, and how did it change after 10 years?
So what were they trying to do with this paper plane exercise? Yeah, like is it to kind of show how different groups
how they approach to the same task, as in to make a paper plane. How they do it, because in the end, many different ways of making a paper plane. So as in a problem, how do you solve it?
Yeah, so I think it's very interesting, right? I mean, you talk about the very involved experience, the very interactive experience they have in the workshop. And I remember when we first went to North Korea, this was a very, very new concept to them. I think firstly, foreigners telling them what to do on the economy was itself, I think, very unusual. And then secondly, the idea that I remember the very first trip we went there in 2010 to run our first workshop. We were doing this lecture and people were very stiff, very quiet. And we kind of at some point were thinking like, oh, do they understand what's going on? So we said, we want to break them up into breakout groups. So we have like each lecturer attached to a group of 6 North Koreans, and then they can kind of have a back and forth on the topics. And when we said we were going to do it, everyone just froze up. We had some North Koreans there who were behind us, and they were just like, no, you cannot do this. It's not in the schedule. We didn't discuss this ahead of time. I'm like, no, we're just going to do it. So there was a lot of back and forth, arguments. And then finally they're like, okay, we just said, we're just going to do it, right? You can't stop us. So we ended up doing it. And it was very good because the people actually, they had a lot of questions. They wanted to ask a lot of things. But it was just for our partners, they had never seen it. So this was more than a decade ago. And I think what you see today is just very different, right? We have the trust established. There is a lot of engagement with the participants, with the volunteers who are coming in, and some audience do take time to warm up, but I think they have gotten very used to this style of interactions in the workshop. So I think for me that's been amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's great, baby. Because we also try to teach them different ways of thinking and innovating. And this is where one of those exercises that we did, that they had to reinvent Pyongyang's metro system, and they could do anything they wanted. So in the end, the viability of the project, I mean, it wasn't really important. It was just how to make something completely new and different. And I love this one in particular because they created the concept of the deepest subway in the world. But it wasn't just a subway. It was also the deepest museum, the deepest restaurant, ski, river, even a wedding venue for you to get married. Imagine. So these are ways of approaching and innovating. Is definitely something that it helps them on the day-to-day when they have to create new businesses in the country, and they struggle with that. And the other
an entire city underground.
An entire city underground might be too much, but this was to make the biggest and deepest subway underground of the world. And they also they drew this concept on the whiteboard as you can see, and they're very receptive to this kind of new things. So when we show it to them, like for example in this one during the DPRK Economic Forum, it's other of the programs that we do in country. And in this case, we brought this VR headset for the participants so they could see a VR simulation, and they just love it. So this picture, I took this picture, and you can see the guy, he's like amazed as in what is he seeing inside the VR simulation. And he's surrounded by a lot of people because they want to grab the VR headset and try it on themselves because they're like super, super curious about it.
Yeah, I have to emphasize, we did not leave the headset in there. We make sure our program is sanctions compliant. And I think that's one of the big challenges with the work, where I think the operating environment is always very tricky. It keeps changing year to year, and we kind of stay on top of those things. But I mean, this was just great to be able to give them a glimpse of just the broader economy outside of the country. And what's happening there, and all the innovation that's happening, and why they should try to plug themselves into the global economy.
So these are the main 3 programs that we do in country. But we've done over the last 10 years, a lot of these, also including a Women in Business Master program, also the St. Gallen Symposium in Switzerland. So it's quite variety, but I think it would be better if we go to the region of this project that you started. I mean, it was 10 years ago, as you mentioned, and this photo is from the very beginning. I mean, can you tell us the story of this first trip and that specific moment that changed and gave you the idea of creating this?
Yeah, so Al, I first went to North Korea in 2007. Actually, before that, I was, I went to Seoul in 2005 for a conference, and I met people who were from divided families, people who were refugees, and took an interest in the issue. Right? So that's kind of how I first heard about it. Before that, I knew basically nothing about Korea, the Korean Peninsula. And then in 2007, I did my first trip in there as just as a tourist, and it was fascinating to me when I was on the ground there. I came in, I was doing my business undergraduate at a point in time, and I kind of just assumed most North Koreans would be, I just had this stereotypical image of brainwashed North Koreans. It's a communist country, they would not be interested in business, in economics. But when I meet some of the younger North Koreans there, like this young lady, I realized they were all very curious about it. I think they're starting to see the changes in the economy. as people like myself or people from China come and visit, they're starting to see, people have changed, right? They're a lot wealthier. They have all these consumer goods. So people are asking this question of, what are we missing out? And one of these young North Koreans told me, she said, I want to be a business leader to show that women can be great business leaders. And I was just surprised, because one is that there was that deep interest in business. Secondly, there was that very strong personal aspiration. It's not like, I want to do this because I want my country to be great. Or it's just like, I want to show something that's different, right? I want to show that I'm a good entrepreneur. I want to change something about this world. So for me, that was just mind-blowing, mainly because I had all these stereotypes coming in. So when I was leaving, I just said, is there anything I can do for you? And she told me, if you can just bring an economics textbook, that would change my life, because it's so hard for me to access any of these materials. So when I left the country, I thought, this would be fairly easy to do. But it ended up being like a 2-year journey trying to find a way in there to get anything of that sort into the country. So that became the initial foundation for how we started Chosun Exchange.
That's very interesting, because in North Korea, women are like a very entrepreneurial, and it was a woman that she asked you that question that sparked this beginning of the Chosun Exchange, and this is one of the first workshops, right? When you went there.
Yeah, it's the first trip was I told you before like how bizarre it was to me on the very first trip, and I just recall all this like. That awkwardness. It was experiment on both sides. For us, it was an experiment. For the North Koreans, it was an experiment. And I think they also didn't know what they were expecting out of this. The context was, I asked for 2 years to find a way to go in there to do something. We did have a lot of success. And then in 2009, there was a currency reform in the country. It didn't turn out as expected. And I think as a result of that, they became a lot more open to learning from the outside world. So they, like the North Koreans I've been asking for 2 years, and they actually reach out to me and say, can you bring some volunteers in to run a training program on economic development? So that was the origin of our program. And I remember on that very first trip, when we were in there, so we were in the university, Kim Il-sung University. It was the top university in North Korea. And one of the funny incidents was that there was a security camera at the top of the room. So it was like kind of moving around, the light was blinking, it was clearly recording something. And I would approach the North Koreans, and this is something you find very common. Al, you've been there with us a few times, you know what I'm talking about, where sometimes people like they're doing something, they have to do it, but they are very embarrassed, or they don't know how to explain it to you, right? So they kind of like, so this guy was like, I pointed to one of the minders there, and I say, are they filming the session? And he looks up at it, we looked up, and then the camera is like swirling around, the light was blinking, and he's just like, nope, it's not recording. I'm like, why is it swirling around? It's like, nope, it's not recording anything. And I'm like, it's clearly recording something, right? So I remember that first trip was full of this kind of frustration, misunderstanding. And it kind of like takes time for us to, I think it took a good 4 years before they were truly comfortable with what we were doing. We had early trips where people would tag along. And one of the trips, our partners, like very senior boss, came down, and he was just like, we asked, what's this guy doing here? And they're like, he's tagging along to see what you are doing, because he's heard some complaints. And I was like, okay, let's just run the program and see what he says at the end. So the whole trip, he just refused to talk to us. He was kind of a bit worried. But at the end of the trip, I was like, oh, so how's it been? And our North Korean partner was like, oh, he's actually very happy. He sees what you're doing. He sees the participants really enjoying and benefiting from the program, and he thinks they should go on. So there's a lot of this like strange experiences there that go on in the background. But
I guess it's a matter of most of the beginning, I mean, to build the trust with those partners and still stakeholders in North Korea, because at some point, I mean, one day, I mean, this foreigner shows up and say, hey, I want to just help entrepreneurs here. It might be very, very strange. So for that, I mean, you have to travel there a lot of times at the beginning just to make them trust you. And how many times you've been to North Korea?
Wow, I've been there probably 40 times, more than 40 times.
40 times.
Yeah, but it's still always great in a sense. I mean, one thing that keeps me going back there is that it's kind of like an onion, right? The country, you know so little of it. You read so much about it these days, but you kind of realize that all those things you read about tends to be, there's very little real information underlying a lot of it. There's a lot of opinion and very little information. So each time I go there, I feel like I'm peeling back a layer of this onion. I'm like learning a bit more why people do certain things. Why do they say certain things? How do they understand and read the world? And I think that's the experience that we want the volunteers to also take away, right? We're not just there to provide knowledge. We're also there to understand better, what's going on in there and what are the people there really like and thinking.
Exactly. I mean, I've been there 3 times, and I know a lot more since the first time. But still, I can feel that there's so many things that the more I know, the more I understand. There's still so many things that I need to work with, because in the end, it's a conflict region. I mean, and this makes us very difficult, I mean, to develop our work, because technically, it's a country that has been at war for over 70 years. And mostly when people hear about North Korea, the first thing they think about it's nuclear missiles, and I mean, that makes it more difficult, I mean, to invite volunteers to come and join us to teach entrepreneurs in North Korea, because they're afraid, they're scared.
Yeah, I was curious, Elle, when you made the decision to join us on your first trip, how do you feel? Like, what made you decide that it was okay to go in there?
I mean, I remember that I was always fascinated about North Korea, and I always wanted to go there, but I didn't know how to go there in order to not be just a tourist. We used to have this kind of a meaningful experience, and I never thought that there was an organization like Chosun Exchange that could allow me to go there and do something for the country. So the moment that I found out about Chosun Exchange, I said, yeah, I mean, I would like to apply to this, and if I'm lucky, then they choose me to go there, then it will be fantastic for me, this opportunity to teach them what I do, which is marketing and communications, and also say a little bit about the country. So I remember making the decision like quite fast, and not being actually like aware of the situation as I was landing in Pyongyang. I mean, landing there, it's quite an experience. It's a huge, magnificent airport that is pretty empty. And then the customs process is a little bit slow. It takes you maybe like an hour or so to get through. They look through your stuff. They check how many laptops or phones that you're bringing. But then after 2-3 days, I remember just like feeling like, okay, comfortable, safe. I mean, that was the main feeling. And I was surprised that I wasn't surprised. That's what really shocked me. It's like, this is like much more normal than I thought. So that's.
So were you scared hitting in, or you're not afraid at all?
I never was like really scared. Worried, yes, a little bit, of course. I mean, mostly when they start going through your stuff, because you haven't been to a country that just after landing they go through your things like quite thorough. But you see that it's like a quick check. It's like, okay, I mean, you're not bringing anything that is illegal that you shouldn't be bringing. It's okay, so it's not that big deal. And that's why I thought it's like maybe I could volunteer like more actively with Chosun Exchange, and I decided to go again as a second time as a volunteer, and then become a coordinator, because I see that there's a lot of things to do there, and it's extremely difficult.
Yeah. So I mean, this slide, I think for us, just captures the importance of what I feel we do, right? I mean, it's like North Korea and Korea as a whole. It's I think for the region, it's a frozen conflict. It's been in that state for so many decades. and everyone's looking for a solution out of it. And it's a country that's bordered by nuclear powers. It has nuclear power. It's bordered by countries that have the potential to go nuclear. So I think so far it's generally been a very safe environment. But I think there is always the risk that if we do not manage the future of this peninsula well, my fear is that we could risk fight between some of the most powerful countries in the world. U.S., China, Russia, there, Japan, South Korea. I think it'll be horrendous for not just for the region but for the world. So I think again, it's just how important I see this space and the little bit that we do on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, exactly. Because we all know that North Korea is like an information vacuum, and for example, Dennis Rodman was the first American actually meeting Kim Jong Un after he got in power, and he went there to play basketball, which was quite a famous trip and such. So we also struggle to find a trustworthy news of sources. Because you hear something one day in the news, and then the next day it's the opposite. It's extremely difficult. So everything is like slower in that sense. So don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges dealing with this issue is that there's so much written about it, but so little we actually know about it. And I think to Dennis Rodman's credit, and I remember he was so lambasted at the time for going to North Korea, but he actually became one of the rare Americans to have met Kim Jong-un and understand to a degree like how is he thinking about the future of his country, his people, the world, and became a very important source for U.S. society in understanding North Korea. And I think very often we underestimate the importance of this kind of things. I remember shortly after the summit between President Trump and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in Singapore, the White House actually reached out to Dennis Rodman and thanked him for his work, going to North Korea multiple times, because it became a very important source of understanding on, what the intentions of this mysterious new leader in the country. And I think it also kind of reminds us that we need to have, in some ways, more of these channels to, not just to educate people there, but also just to understand and have a better sense of like what's going on in there and how people think, and have that first-hand ability to analyze the situation.
I mean, there's great content out there. There's books from journalists that have done a fantastic work of journalism and trying to piece everything together. But the problem is that the learning curve for everyone outside is that the information, everywhere, goes so fast that you might read a book just when it's out, but maybe that information, it will come outdated, maybe in a few weeks, in a few months. So just being up to date with what's really happening there, it's quite difficult. And that's why this the summit, for example, was very important between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un, because that brought them together, and at least they had a chance to talk and just bring positions a little bit closer. And I'm not sure, but I think you have one of the coins, of the commemorative coins, back in your shelf, right?
Yeah. I'm glad you saw it. So this it's from it's from the Trump-Kim summit in Singapore. So I've kind of bought one of these little coins to I think remember the hope that we had in 2018 that we had finally hit a rapprochement between both countries. Unfortunately, that didn't turn out to be the way it is. But we still, I think we do our work with the hope that someday there will be peace and there will be an end to this conflict. So I think that's the lens in which you have to view the future, right?
Yeah. So so all these challenges, as in a conflict zone that has been technically at war for over 70 years, this information vacuum, it's also about being watched. Not only on the outside, but also inside the country. And you mentioned before about these experiences on your first trips. As far as I know, this photo is a classic moment of volunteers when they go to the Pyongyang hotel, and they start looking around for microphones and see if they're being surveyed. Honestly, I did that on the first time, on my first trip. I didn't find anything. I don't know about you.
Yeah, so this was from I think our trip in 2010, and we had a workshop leader who was just obsessed with I want to find a mic in the room. So he starts trying to dismantle everything, the flashlight. We weren't professionals. We didn't find anything. That's not to say there wasn't anything. But I remember one of my trips, I was there with my colleague, so we shared rooms to save costs. And I was telling him like, oh, the room is so cold, it's so cold. And I didn't know there was a thermostat you can actually adjust to change the temperature.
Really?
But 30 minutes later, the North Korean hotel staff came up. They knocked on the door and they peered inside. They said, oh, we heard your room is too cold. Can we come in and help adjust the thermostat? And I was like, wow, that is great service.
But we heard how.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it was just bizarre, we don't have anything to hide, but we kind of just after that I was just okay. I assume like people are listening. I think on this very first trip, I remember we had two very paranoid colleagues who every day is just, they find it so interesting, right? You meet all these North Koreans, you see what's going on, and then they go back like, we want to dissect everything we see out there, and they will hide in the toilet, and then they would turn on the tap, and then they are like passing notes to each other, and I was like, wow, okay, that's pretty extreme, but it was quite funny. It's quite an experience.
Yeah, I remember after my first trip, some friends had asked me that if going to North Korea, it was a little bit like being in the Truman Show movie, like everybody was actors, just pretending and acting. And of course, in the first few hours, maybe the first day, I was trying to look any kind of a weird kind of situation or moment. I mean, it's very quickly you realize that that's not possible, because the amount of time and effort, to have everyone coordinated and having people, listening to your conversations. That maybe they were listening to what you say about the room temperature, but maybe it was just a coincidence. We will never know. But the thing is that that makes us a little bit more complicated, because we need to be aware about what we say. Every moment. So as long as you have like common sense and you're cautious, it should be all right. I never heard about a problem of anything like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an easy environment to be in. I think for anyone new there too, it's it is definitely it's a very different experience. But I think there is also a tendency to overthink too many things. Like you mentioned, this Truman Show experience. Like everyone goes there and feel like, oh, everything is done because I'm there, and they're doing all these things because I'm there. And then you kind of at some point realize like, oh, actually I'm not that important. No one really cares. Yeah.
And on top of that, we have, of course, the language barrier. It's challenging also because I understand that you speak a little bit of Korean. Unfortunately, I only say thank you very much, and pretty much that's it. And that was my first trip back then in Pyeongchang, and I was trying to work with my group, trying to understand what were the business about. What do they do? And even with the help of the translator there, I think it took me maybe like half hour to fully understand what they were doing. So imagine, this elevator speech, they have 20 seconds to say what you do, and it takes you half hour. So I'm sure that on the first trip you didn't speak Korean, but you saw that you had to learn Korean in order to be able to communicate with them, right?
I think the challenge is not just the translation element. We conduct the classes in English, and they have to translate into Korean because most of the Koreans there don't understand English. But I think the biggest challenge is how do you communicate concepts in a way that people who have lived in a very different experience, grew up in a totally different environment, have a very different base of knowledge and understanding of the world, how are they able to understand those concepts? So I like one of the words, we use a lot is entrepreneurship ecosystem. So we said, oh, you need to build an ecosystem, you need to build an ecosystem. And you can translate the word into Korean, but for us, then we attach so much meanings to this phrase, right? Entrepreneurship ecosystem. It's tied to a whole bunch of different things. For the North Koreans, they'll be like, oh, I've never heard that word being used in this context before. Like, what does it mean? What does it imply? What are all the things that you have to unpack from that word? And I think that's something that we become a lot more conscious about. How do we better and effectively communicate meaning to people that just don't have the same background as we do? And I think that's always been the trick when we talk about this translation issue. It's not just like, oh, this is the word in Korean.
You're right. Now I remember that I had this situation during this panel discussion that somebody in the audience, they asked me if I could explain what was the main difference between a brand and a logo.
Oh, what? And oh, brand and logo.
Brand and logo. Just
Okay.
imagine. So something that for you and me, it's like super easy. It's like obvious, like duh. I mean, to break down those pieces into something like very, very, very easy to comprehend. For example, they were like super extremely interested during that trip about the concept of intellectual property.
Yeah.
I mean, they really wanted to understand that because for them it's like it's something that's completely new and foreign. So yes, it's not just the language, but also by the concepts. But the good thing is entrepreneurship, it's really happening. I mean, the photo on the right, I think it's a cafe, right?
Yeah, so this is an interesting picture. So it's like you have a bar there, you have a cafe, one of the very, very early cafe prototypes in the country. And I think for me, it's a very fascinating glimpse of life there and how it's changing from the point where we started to where it is today. And I think if like going back, it's a communist economy originally, and there wasn't much of a consumer culture, right? But as people start accumulating wealth, they have a bit of surplus income. People look for entertainment options. They look for leisure, and they're trying to find that. And it's not easy to find because before that there wasn't a lot of options to do all of this. So what I found fascinating in the years when I started to later periods is that you're starting to see all these restaurants and cafes pop up in the city because people needed a place to go to relax, to spend, to enjoy themselves. And I think it's an example of how entrepreneurship is happening, not just in response to the demand in the market, but also just the fact that people are starting to have a bit more wealth and they're building a bit of a consumer culture. And I remember, I think around 2014, 2015, there was this huge craze over coffee shops. I think it became a very trendy thing in the country. And we had a volunteer who was from Shanghai. He ran his own coffee shops, and he visited the country, and people were just obsessed with him. He was like treated like a mini star in the country. We're in a hotel. We're telling you, oh, we have this guy. He was doing coffee, and suddenly the news just spread through the whole hotel, and all the staff in all the different restaurants there, somehow lobbied their managers and turned up at the workshop the next day. And they all had like, we want to learn about this coffee making thing from this expert. And when we were leaving the country, the customs officer actually stopped my colleague. He was like looking at his passport for a long time, and my colleague started like freaking out, this volunteer. And he said, "Oh, you are the coffee guy. I heard about your workshop." And he was like, "Wow, okay, this is just amazing." So there's just kind of like some of these trends in the country, and entrepreneurship is happening, consumer culture is happening slowly, but I think very surely.
Yeah, this reminds me of the Gumbrum coffee shop that it was opened by one of the Choosing Exchange participants. And this woman, she went to one of our workshops and she wanted to start her own business, and she traveled to Shanghai to get the certification as a barista. And she also has her own shop card, which every 10 stamps for every coffee, they give you one coffee for free, which is quite interesting in, to see that kind of marketing communications in North Korea. And this is during one of our trips there. It's a very nice cafe. And I remember I had an affogato coffee. It's quite nice, pricey, but it was quite good.
So the point you raised about the marketing card, I mean, it's very new, right? A lot of these concepts we think we are very used to it overseas. When our workshop leaders go in there and share with them this experience, they're just like, wow, this is just fascinating. This is new to me.
Yeah, it's something as easy as a job card, but I mean, for them, it's like quite new. And I remember also, the guy on the right, he developed this surge protector for electric motors back in 2016, and it just happened that he attended also another Choosing Exchange workshop in 2018 during my first trip, and he gave an update to the audience as in how he improved over these 2 years, as in hiring more people, also bringing down the cost of producing the product, and he also started his first campaign, his first marketing campaign, that it was proudly made in Korea, that it was aimed in order to bring this patriotism from the consumers in order to buy his product instead of the Chinese competition, which they also could have access to. So just to give you an idea that those small changes, it's bringing like positive things for them individually, to this person and his family.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very interesting image here. So, I mean, this is from the workshop up outside of Pyongyang City, the capital. And we run this. So I think the context was that we run this 6-month accelerator program up to the workshop, and then the founders there, they're mostly very small business, very early stage research backgrounds who are trying to build new products. And at the end of this program, they come in to pitch to you guys, the volunteers, the workshop leaders, to get feedback and to understand how we think about some of these businesses, right? What they can do better, what they should be thinking about. So yeah, it was very interesting. I remember some of the other volunteers were telling me that the guy was making the surge protector. They were trying to see like, oh, how do you kind of, can you price differently from the Chinese? Can you price at a premium, or do you have to price at a discount? And he just hadn't went through that kind of pricing exercise before.
I mean, I'm sure that you've had to answer the question about what do you do there and the importance of the work of Chosun Exchange there. Mostly for people that they haven't been there and they never thought about North Korea having entrepreneurs. When I first told my friends that I was going there, they thought that I got crazy maybe. I said, no, I'm going as a teacher. I'm going to teach entrepreneurs. And they were like, are you serious? I mean, you're joking, right? So it's very difficult for us to explain then after the trip, why our work matters. So normally, how do you address this situation when someone asks you, but why are you going to North Korea to teach entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think if you ask me, like it's a country where there isn't ready access to the internet. In a sense, we're kind of like the Google on the ground there. Right? Information is very scarce. We go in there, the knowledge we share, people respect it a lot. They desire it a lot just because they have very little touch points with the rest of the world. And I think it's a very low trust environment, right? So people need to meet, to have a meaningful dialogue, and to connect with people, to understand the context of that knowledge. So I think that's, I think at one level, just helping these individuals, giving them access to that knowledge is critical. And we hope that it builds a bridge to these people. So someday they would be much more connected to international society. I think we mentioned in the past that the stakes are bigger. I mean, obviously we play a small part in building bridges, but the stakes are at an international level is so much bigger, right? There's this risk of potential nuclear war happening on the Korean Peninsula, and I like to think that the work our volunteers and we do in the country helps a small part in ensuring that those lines of dialogue, lines of communication remain in place, and that with the hope that over decades or years we can build a better understanding of each other.
Absolutely. So so the big question is that, do you think that entrepreneurs can bring peace to North Korea?
Yes, I believe that. I think we drive changes at an individual level. We help people, business people there learn entrepreneurship, understand how the rest of the world is thinking, and build better livelihoods for themselves and for others. I think we share a part of our values when we go in there and have that interaction with them. And I think this also leads to broader policy changes as people there understand what it means to support a healthy economic system itself. I don't know, like when you were there on the ground in your first workshop, how do you feel people reacted to what you had to share?
It was just fantastic. I mean, they were like so hungry for knowledge and for learning new things. Then I remember that my team, they had great ideas, but they really struggle as in how to deliver those ideas on the stage, because during the workshop, it's a 2.5 days workshop, and then the last day they have this Shark Tank that they need to pitch their project to the audience, and then they vote and have different prizes. So I remember that my team delivering. It wasn't that good, but the ideas that they had was so fantastic. And then seeing the examples of these alumni from Chosun Exchange workshops, that they were able to implement those learnings into their business there, and then improve and have a better life. To me, that was like super rewarding, even though it was the first time that I was going there. So even during the second and the third trip that I did, I've seen students repeating, going there several times, because they want to keep up with the new trends and reinforce those concepts. And this photo in particular, it's one of my favorite moments. It's a friend of us, in Pyongyang, during these morning walks that we do next to the river, there were these locals playing badminton, and we're looking at them just amazed as in how normal they were doing, and they invited us to participate. So I think that through entrepreneurs and businesses, I think that we can bring some peace and improvement for the country. So even though that we work in the micro level, there's definitely something that we can do there, and that's why we need to continue our work, because as you know, with the COVID, everything has changed. And before COVID, we have in-country programs and overseas programs, but right now we cannot travel there and we cannot bring them out. So we're working on different solutions, but we would like, I don't know, the audience, if they have any ideas or questions as in how we could do this better, with this new normality that we're living right now, it would be fantastic. Because as soon as the borders are open, we're going to go back there again. And if anyone wants to join us, as a volunteer and share the knowledge, because I'm sure that there's a lot of very interesting people listening to us right now, that they have a lot to add to the conversation. So if they want to come with us, it will be a pleasure to bring you there and share your knowledge with the North Koreans.
Yeah.
So unless you want to add anything else, Jeff, at this point, no?
Yeah. I think I just echo what you said. We think that there's huge value for us bringing volunteers there to share their knowledge, but also for people to understand the country better and to have that human interaction. So go to our website, join our mailing list. And then, once we are bringing people back there again, we'd love to have people joining us in the country and kind of seeing for themselves what's happening on the ground there. Thanks.
Yeah, because that's something that we have like two missions. So one is when we go there just to bring that knowledge to the country, but also when we come back and people start asking us about that week in North Korea, we have to demystify those myths as in the country. And also I've brought like a few friends of mine that after hearing my story, they were like, Alvaro, that sounds fantastic. Can I go with you next time? So just to give an idea. So that should be for the moment for our presentation, and we're ready for questions. So if anyone is interested, just go ahead.
What's the biggest challenges we face? Should I take that, Al? Yeah. So I think for us, I think we're dealing with a very volatile environment, and it's not, North Korea itself is challenging. It's very bureaucratic. People, I think we find rare partners that are willing to take risks to make innovation, to make change happen. But anytime you do something that's different, you need to take risks. And it's, I think, a place where a lot of people are just not willing to take risks because they see, like things might not work out well for them, and people become discouraged over time. But I think also externally, it's been a challenge, right? I think the tensions on the peninsula comes and goes. The policy towards the peninsula comes and goes. And I think having to work in that environment is not easy. For example, some periods like sanctions flare up, we have to do things in a compliant manner, and those become challenging and expensive to deal with. So those, we never work in a place where there's a smooth year. Every year we always say there's what we're running from one crisis to another, and most of it nothing to do with us personally, but just the broader environment, and a lot of it having nuclear weapons involved. So it's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. I would say like following the rules, inside the country and outside the country, being compliant with the sanctions. It's extremely difficult because sometimes we have an idea that it's great, but unfortunately we cannot develop it. So to play by the book, that's I would say that the biggest challenge for us.
How's the virus affecting us?
Well, I was supposed to meet along with a colleague from Social Exchange our last trip in April. And we decided to cancel the trip on the first week of February. Back then I remember that I wasn't sure if it was the right call to do it. I knew we had to do it, but I was like, maybe it's a little bit like soon to cancel it and then see what happens. So that canceled our April program, also August and November, quite probable. So in-country programs are out of the question, but also bringing them out. So I would say that engagement face-to-face would be the main challenge we have right now.
Yeah, I think we don't know, right? We don't know how bad coronavirus is in the country. I do think that they were one of the very early countries to shut international travel. In fact, they tend to have a history of being very sensitive to pandemics like this, whether it's even anywhere near the region. Just because they don't have. I think they believe that there isn't the international aid and the healthcare system to deal with it. So I'm hopeful in the sense that because they were early to close their borders, that the problem isn't very bad there. But the truth is that, like everyone else, we don't have a lot of information or data to go with.
So next question, maybe.
Cool.
Okay. Well, so if there's no more questions, I mean, thank you very much, everyone, and also Campus Party for giving us the chance to be part of this huge, fantastic event. I mean, to the participants, I mean, remember to give a donation to Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, and also, I mean, if you're interested in what we're doing, please check our website, chosonexchange.org. We have a lot of information there, and we're more than happy to just follow up with you if you have any questions about what we do, and if you want to join us, we're more than happy.
Thanks.
morning, everybody around the globe. Good morning, Europe. Good morning, America. Good morning, Asia. I would like to start with thanking Campus Party for putting this international event together. It's really amazing and it's very nice to be here. My name is Yossi Vardi and I'm an early internet entrepreneur. I invested in some 86 companies. The most known is ICQ. I would like to share with you my views about the aftermath of the corona. What is the situation and what we are going to face. First of all, I would like to suggest that this time it's different from all other times. This kind of disruption is not another recession or another depression or another health issue. It's something which really have put the whole world on hold. This is something which even at times of wars doesn't happen, because until the corona, if there were issues, they were in some parts of the world. In other parts, they were not. Probably the only two cases in the past is the Black Plague in the 14th century and the Spanish flu in the early 20th century, where the world have put on hold. However, the difference is that this time we are talking about connected world. We are talking about a situation that a gentleman is sneezing in one part of the world and the whole airline industry is collapsing because of the tight connections and the rapid system that thinks information and goods and viruses are moving from one part of the world to the other. So this is really, I try to think to what it can be compared maybe to the asteroid which hit Earth 60 million years ago and put everything on hold and killed all the dinosaurs. Or maybe the eruption of major volcanoes which created winter all over the world. This is really disruption to the scale that we hardly saw it in our history. And yes, we are adaptive creatures and we will adapt to it, but adaptation will take time. Adaptation take resources, adaptation take change of mindset, adaptation take money. And in our case, I think the crucial thing is the time. People are arguing how long it will take until we will be back to business. And I would like to suggest that I don't think we will be back to the same business. In some areas we will, but in some other areas, it's going to be a different ballpark. And let me explain. The pandemic is challenging one of the greatest inventions of civilization, and this is the invention of the city. Cities were created as an optimization for people to get to their workplace, for trade, for interaction, etc. And with all its deficiencies, it's a very efficient system. But right now, cities are not the optimal place to deal with the corona. Joint working places, public transportation, etc., all of them are places where you can catch the virus, and they are not optimal. Also, the optimization of cities, part of it is by bringing many people with similar goals to a closed space. Will it be a bank or a school or a government agency, etc., etc. You bring them to one place for various reasons, and they work together. And these closed spaces became also a place where you can catch the disease. So we will have to to adapt the way we are working in the city to the new situation in order to decrease the risk. One common notion is the idea of working from home. And I think that because of the advancement in communication, computers, broadband, etc., etc., it's much easier today to work from home. Nevertheless, working from home resolve the issues of social distancing. It doesn't resolve as good as the workplace or school to build a team, to enhance joint values, joint purposes, etc. So probably we are going to see a hybrid where people from now on are going to spend some time in the office and some time in the home, maybe 3 days, 2 days, or 4 days, 1 day. It's too early to say, but we are going to see a major change in that respect. Another example is is the role of schools. The schools, other than educating the kids, enable the parents to go to work. And we still have to see how schools, how classes, physical classes and social distancing are going to work together. I think this is utterly not clear, and we are going to see major changes. And this will affect the ability of parents to go to work. Probably, maybe you will see flexible hours for parents. We are going to see a change in the way how people are using cities, both the workplace, and the same goes for public transportation. We are going to see also, I think, major changes in public transportation. Another thing which the city changed, for 5,000 years, civilization developed a very efficient social system, which was the expanded family. The expanded family took care of its weak members, of the youngsters, of the old people, etc. Every member of the family felt responsible for the others, and you see it still today in rural societies and in traditional societies. You see the strength of the tribe, you see the strength of the expanded family. In the cities, the whole structure moved into the nuclear family, you know, father, mother, 2 kids, maybe 3 kids, which have to be self-sufficient, etc. Today, with so many unemployed people and with health coverage which is not necessarily sufficient, people have to lean upon their friends, their expanded family, and we are going to see also change in that respect. The whole social garment that we know it since World War II is going to change and to adapt to this system, at least for a certain time. Let me talk about the time horizon. I think that the effect of the corona has to be divided to 3 parts. The first part, which we are, I guess, towards the middle or the last third of it, is the initial shock. The whole thing came upon us without us being prepared. we were shocked, we got huge disruption, we got fearful and concerned. And we still have it, though some people begin to take it for granted. Some surveys showed that less than half of the population is obeying the simple 3 rules: wear a mask, have a social distancing, and maintain personal hygiene, wash your hands, etc., etc. Many people are not following it, and governments have to develop methods, understanding that there is no way to have 100% enforcement of these rules. They have to develop the strategy which will work, while certain percentage will not accommodate these rules. Government also should devote more time and resources for explaining it to people. Just enforcing it by force will not work. People have to understand it and internalize it. However, when you are talking about restaurants, public spaces, sports events, etc., etc., you have to bear in mind that certain percentage of the people are not going to follow the rules, and you have to establish the rules of operation which will be maintained by the people which are operating this institute, so it will work even if some percentage of people are not following it. So the first phase is the phase of shock, confusion, and fear. While this happened, we are moving to the second phase. The second phase is the seeking for 2 things: for drugs to heal the sick people and to vaccine to avoid catching the disease. This is a very important phase. Personally, I think it will take quite a bit of time. It's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen even in a year, because even if people will find the vaccine, until you will manufacture it, and until you will distribute it, and until you will administrate it, it may take, I don't know, 2 or 3 years to put up the plants, to distribute it, to make sure that people understand, to have it available to all the people who need it. And partial vaccination will not help, because if some people are not vaccinated, if the percentage is high enough, then you cannot operate a place. This brings me to one of the most important issues of the corona, and this is the destiny of the weaker elements of society. We see all over the world that the people which were fired or went into unpaid holiday are usually the lower income people of organizations. The top management still sit in its place, and the weaker elements of society are those who are suffering first. And this is very unfortunate, because these people need the highest level of help, and government should look after them. And we have to remember that when somebody doesn't have an income, it not only affects his short-time survival, but also it has a major effect on the education of the kids. We unfortunately see very hard, a very sad situation where the dreams and the hopes and the aspiration of too many people are evaporating. If we are talking about a level of unemployment of 20 or 25%, we are talking about weakening of the middle class. And weakening of the middle class is equivalent to the weakening of democracy in many countries. So we may see some facts, some political changes, and not necessarily for the better. The third period will be the period of recuperation. Okay, now we have the vaccine. The vaccine is administered in large quantities. This will take 2 years or 3 years. And we have to build again the economy. And what are we going to see? So I think this will be a period which, while we will see a lot of difficulties, the results of recession, we will also see many opportunities for new things. Everybody is speaking about e-commerce, everybody is speaking about remote education, everybody is speaking about remote work. We will see changes in supply chains. In the international arena, we are going to see a tendency for de-globalization. Countries will be more inward looking, which will create problems, but will also create opportunities for new industries. It will be much like after a big forest fire where you lose the trees, but if you come after 2-3 years and you look at the ground, you see a lot of green buds which are starting to grow and to give new cycle of life. And I think this may present us with some very good opportunities. I think I will stop here. You know, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to talk about the debt. There is a lot to talk about the corporate debt, which is today tenth of trillions of dollars, how it's going to be served in this period, etc. But because of the time limit, we cannot cover all of it. And I wonder if I have some time to answer questions or not. In any case, thank you very much for joining me. And again, thank you very much for all the organizers of Campus Party for putting this amazing international event, which show us again that yes, we are one world, and yes, we depend on each other. And those who didn't believe it, I think the little virus gave the proof that this statement is true. Thank you very much.
Well, hi everyone. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and wherever you may be. Thank you so much for your time. It is an exciting opportunity to share with you uh, some of the thinking that Singapore is doing in terms of the digital economy. But before I get started, maybe just by way of quick introduction, the agency that I'm with, the Infocom Media Development Authority, it's basically a government agency, and our vision essentially is to help Singapore become one of the leading digital economies. How do we build a cohesive digital society? And for us, this mission and vision for us has been something that we've been ongoing for quite a number of years. But today, what we'll try and do is to be able to share with you perhaps in three parts. Part number one is some of the initial thoughts in terms of some of the trends and impacts that we have. The second part, I give you a summary of some of the different initiatives and programs that we have. And lastly, some of the learnings that we have thought about as well, as we have taken this journey in steering Singapore's digital economy. I noticed that there is a bit of a, I think the speech to text thing is on, and it's picking up probably a wrong wrong narrative, but if you can ignore it, we'll get started. So I think number one, let's just start with we do recognize that the double D's has been with us for a while, the D of disruption and the D of digitalization. But we do recognize that the both disruption and digitalization has been accelerating, not just in terms of speed and scale, but also in the fiber and the fabric of the transformation as well. So on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side of the chart, you see a summary of a report that was done by Google, Bain, as well as Temasek. And this report was done in 2019, looking at the growth of the internet economy in Southeast Asia. And there were a couple of interesting findings. One is that the size of growth is accelerating. So between 2019 to 2025, there's an expected 3 times growth of the internet economy, and this is obviously growing from about 32 billion back in 2015. But the second aspect is not just the size of the growth, but it's also the speed of the growth. In that report, they found that Indonesia and Vietnam are growing in excess of 40% on the internet economy on an annual basis, and the rest of us, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines, are growing between 20 to 30%. So obviously, the size and speed of growth continues, but the fabric and the structure of the growth continues to be pretty dynamic as well. On the right-hand side, it's a summary of a study that we did towards the beginning of last year, where we came together with the Institute of Higher Learning research companies as well as global companies to look at some of the trends moving forward. And this was a particular piece of work that was done regarding what the future of services 4.0 would be, because and services as a key component of Singapore's industry is large. About 70% of Singapore's GDP is from the services industry, and we're finding that there is a new emerging paradigm of services 4.0. So if you think of services 1.0 as a manual service economy, 2.0 as a PC or computer-enabled service economy, and 3.0 being a mobile-enabled service economy, then 4.0 is enabled by our new emerging technologies like AI, like robotics, like big data. And we do believe that this is shaping the new shifts in terms of what services 4.0 industries will look like. That is going to be frictionless, a lot of anticipatory actions, end-to-end, and empathic as well. This particular chart, I think you guys have seen a lot of charts around COVID, and I took the headline of a report by Société Générale, where it's a financial report entitled "Favorable Seas, Rough Seas, Favorable Winds," and I kind of like that headline, basically because where we are today indeed is a situation where we do face challenges. Our Prime Minister of Singapore has called it the crisis of our generation. But why favorable winds? Because we do believe that there is a unified conviction to combat the virus. There's a unified conviction on a global level to find ways to resolve the economic challenges. And we're also finding that there is increased collaboration and sharing across multiple disciplines as well as sectors. For example, the Australians and the Chinese researchers have made COVID-19 genomes freely available to speed up the global hunt for a vaccine. There was an article in the World Economic Forum in May that talks about the different collaborations across the world for health, science, and research. And recently, the health ministers from Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Singapore got together to share ideas on potential digital COVID-19 responses as well. So there is an increased collaboration and sharing across multiple disciplines. There is also a improvement of the method of madness, in terms of finding new ways of resolving the challenges that we see right now. And there is also a recognition of the challenges that we face today. And I often said that knowing the problem is half the problem solved. And we're excited to say that while the challenges exist, there are favorable wins on a global level as well as in Singapore that potentially will help us come out of this potentially a lot stronger. Let me go and try and remove the subtitling because it's very distracting. Hang on. Perhaps this is better. No subtitling. All right. So just to recap on this particular page, it is a crisis of a generation, but at the same time, there is a growing method of madness in combating the challenges that we're seeing. And we do believe there are favorable wins, not just on a Singapore level, but also on a global level. And on the Singapore level, where is our priority? We started like everyone else responding to the situation, responding to COVID. And what we're doing right now is to have a dual center of gravity. One is to continue building of the resilience and responding to the challenges, but at the same time with an eye on how can we help our industries in Singapore emerge stronger out of this pandemic. And we believe that we're kind of fortunate in that we do have nice building blocks that we're able to build upon. Building blocks of trade, building blocks of infrastructure, building blocks of the current business environment, as well as the workforce that we have. So I'll cite you one example that came out of a Forbes magazine on 5 reasons as to why tech companies have been moving to Singapore. By our count, we estimate that about 80 of the top 100 tech companies have some form of presence or headquarters in Singapore. And under this Forbes report, there are basically 5 reasons where the companies are seeing Singapore as a interesting location to put their operations. 1 is around being open and connected. 2 is around the free trade agreements. For a small country, we have currently about 22 bilateral and regional free trade agreements. The latest ones that have been signed last year, I think, is the EU Singapore Free Trade Agreement, as well as the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Third reason is digital trade and data friendliness. 4th is the availability of human capital and talent. So each of the reasons, I think, helps Singapore with the building blocks for us to try and emerge a lot stronger out of this pandemic. The framework that we use in terms of steering the digital economy has not changed. It's still the same. This is a framework that we started a couple of years ago, and it still continues to be valid today. Very simply, it has a couple of components. Our aspiration is to be a leading digital economy, as supported by 3 main pillars. 1 pillar is about digitalizing, accelerating the digitization of the different sectors and industry, whether it's retail, banking, wholesale, pharmaceutical, or otherwise. The centerpiece is around creating a integrated ecosystem, and third pillar is about transforming and building our digital companies, our next gen of digital industries. Underlying it obviously would be foundations like talent, foundations like research and innovation, the right policies, the right regulations and standards, as well as a physical and digital infrastructure. So this has been our framework that we've been building upon for the last couple of years. The current COVID situation has accelerated quite a fair bit of the initiatives because of the increase in digitization and the increase of interest of using technology as part of potential solutions to emerge stronger from this pandemic. So I'll share with you a couple of specifics around the projects that we're doing behind each pillars of the framework. So the first pillar is about transforming industry. Under the broad aspiration, transforming industry is about ensuring that every business becomes a digital business. Every business is able to leverage digital technology in order to be more efficient, more effective, to address new markets, and potentially to look at new business models as well. And towards this end, there's a couple of different initiatives out there. One is called the SME Go Digital. Another is the industry development plans. And thirdly is e-invoicing. SME Go Digital is around the world. SMEs do face a challenge of finding the right technologies to adopt in a cost affordable way. And under this particular program, what we've done is that we have pre-approved a number of digital solutions to make it easier for SMEs to figure out what solutions to buy. But at the same time, we put in grants up to 70%, up to 80% grants, so that the cost of adoption becomes lower for the SMEs as well. And so far, the takeoff and the interest in the solutions have been very high. We've seen a much more rapid pace of adoption during this period. The second one is called a industry development plan. This is basically looking at doing three things with each of the sectors that we're focusing on. Because typically what we're finding is that companies will say, hey, I do not know which stage of digitalization I'm in. The second question they typically will ask is that even if I know, I may not be confident of the solutions that may be available. And then thirdly is about adoption of the solution. So the industry development plans, there is 10 that has been developed for different industries like retail, like media, like wholesale trade, and another 13 that is being developed. And in each of the industry development plans, there are three parts. Part number one is an ability for the companies to do a self-assessment as to where they are in terms of their digital transformation and what stage they're in. The second part is a roadmap. A roadmap of, if you're in a media company, we'll put a roadmap to say, if you're in the early stage, these are the things that you may want to consider. If you're in the intermediate stage of your digital transformation, these are the things you may want to consider. And if you're in the advanced stage, these are the things that you may want to consider. So a roadmap for the companies to follow if they choose to use the roadmap. And the third part of the IDP is basically pre-approved solution. So it makes it easy for you to know where you are, know where are the solutions you may want to go, and reduce the friction of adopting a solution as well. Then the last one that I just wanted to highlight amidst all the different initiatives around helping industries accelerate their digital transformation is this e-invoicing program. This is a nationwide e-invoicing program that was started last year in 2019. And the end in mind is quite simple. It's about increasing the efficiency. It's about reducing the cost, increasing the speed of payment, and also staying green. And this is an extension of an international PEPAL e-delivery network standard, which allows for the companies to adopt this e-invoicing to have international transactions as well. So as a quick summary, there's a lot more programs behind this, but I wanted to highlight these three to give you a sense of the things we're doing to help our companies through their digital transformation process, whether it's in terms of pre-approved solution, grants to reduce the friction of the cost of adoption, or standards and tools like e-invoicing. The second part is about enabling innovation and growth. This is towards supporting the second pillar of ecosystem, as well as building up our digital industry. And towards this particular end, there are a couple of programs that we run. On the left-hand side, you find a program called Accreditation and Spark. This program is targeted at fast growth digital companies. that are looking to grow into the digital champions of tomorrow. So some are local companies, some are companies that have joined us from overseas. So if you're a startup and you're potentially looking at coming to the Asian market, do look up this program as well. What this program does for you is that it does a series of support services, and one of it is basically to provide the companies that have been approved under this program a green lane to government contracts. So for about 100 government agencies in Singapore, they will have a green lane access to these companies. So far, there's about 90 companies that we're supporting under this program. And over the last couple of years, we've generated over $430 million worth of pipelines for these companies. And in terms of new capital that has been raised by these companies that we support, is close to in excess of $300 million US dollars. So this is a program to help high growth digital startups to advance and grow their business out of Singapore into Asia. The second solution or platform that we offer is a crowdsourcing platform called the Open Innovation Platform. This is basically to match problem owners with problem solvers in finding new solutions. I will have an additional chart. I'll come into a bit more detail in a while. And then the third one that I wanted to show as an example is the Digital Services Lab. The Digital Services Lab aims to create a platform for co-development of solution that potentially would be industry-wide, potentially solutions that require partnerships between research companies, industry owners, as well as government. These are solutions that potentially may not have an industry champion, and this could be high-risk implementation that doesn't currently have any existing or proven solution, or it could be a case where there is a scarcity of technology or scarcity of talent available in meeting those. So a couple of examples of projects that we've done. One is a national speech corpus. For those of you who are familiar with Singapore, you know that the Singapore English is accented like many other countries. And this national speech corpus developed over 3,000 hours of the local accented English so that companies, whether you're a bank, whether you are a retail company, and you like to build a voice-to-text and a text-to-voice type of solution, you are able to use the national speech corpus as part of your solution. The other solution I'd like to highlight is the solution of autonomous mobile robots, because in a typical mall, whether you are at the end of the front end retail or the back end of actually the loading of inventory, there is a in-mall distribution system that is currently not really fleshed out. So what we did with the industry is to develop a reference architecture for autonomous mobile robots that is able to be deployed within any mall environment, whether it's used by the retail front end, the mall operator, or the logistics company. So that's an example of the Digital Services Lab. I'll come specifically to the Open Innovation Platform. Our Deputy Prime Minister recently announced the formation of a National Innovation Challenge. And the intent of the National Innovation Challenge is basically to match problem owners with problem solvers, because we do recognize that as we move forward, there's quite a fair bit of solutions out there, quite a fair bit of problems out there that do not have ready solutions. And it's important to find a creative way of crowdsourcing to find matching of solution owners with problem statements. For this particular one, we have basically three criteria. One is the impact and scale of the challenge, the benefit that can be accrued to the owner as well as the adopter, and lastly, the speed of ability to get to market. The current ecosystem that Singapore has in this platform is close to about 30 plus thousand problem solvers that is already available on the platform. And over the past couple of years, over 200 challenges have already been put through the system. Now we're going to put a focus around some of the solutions that are related or generated as a result of the current pandemic. So for example, in previous examples of things that we've done include things like finding a smart and secure water treatment plant. There was a challenge to look at smart IoT lampposts, there was a challenge to look at road pavement monitoring and alert system. There was a challenge to find a solution to identify fake news. There was a solution to look at workforce optimization because you have a workforce on the regional level that may need to go on stay-home notice and for medical checkups. So there's quite a number of different challenges that's gone through it, and we're very excited that we'll be launching this in more detail soon to be able to solve some of the more interesting challenges that we're seeing as a result of the pandemic. I'm just watching at time, so I'll go a little bit faster because I apologize, I may have a few more charts. The third area is basically in terms of building talent and capability. There is a program called the Tech Skill Accelerator because behind every digital economy, there's a need to continually build the right level of talent. And this program was launched again a couple of years ago and has three parts. One is to build a framework so that there's a roadmap so that folks like you and I will have a roadmap to follow in terms of how we want to build up our skills and capability. There's a series of programs under part 2, which is about skills acquisition and validation. And then to round it off, there is a series of career support services as well. And in terms of the outcome, currently about 50% of the Singapore ICT workforce and the Infocom workforce, about 50% have already undergone some form of training as well as job placement as a result of this program. So we're pretty happy with progress, but we do recognize that talent is an ongoing endeavor because what you learn today, given the speed of change of technology, will probably give you a half-life of about 1.5 to 2 years. So this is an ongoing program to keep building talent capabilities. So talent as an infrastructure is key, but the physical infrastructure is extremely important as well. I think everyone has been hearing a lot and reading a lot about 5G. So likewise, in Singapore, we do recognize that 5G is going to be an important infrastructure, but we do recognize that for 5G to work, it is not just about having the spectrum and having mobile operators offer 5G as a service. It was important for us to catalyze and to spark innovation around 5G use cases, to spark and catalyze new innovation around 5G, at the same time to start building talent around 5G. I think all of us, I used to work in a telco, and there was an ongoing conversation that says when we were in the 2G world, we couldn't imagine the type of possibilities that could be open with 3G. And when we were in a 3G world, we couldn't really have imagined the possibilities behind 4G. But right now, with 5G looming, we want to be able to create a set of infrastructure and facilities to allow as many of the use cases to potentially be piloted, experimented. Some will fail, some will succeed out of Singapore for the world. So this is a map of some of the things that of the different projects that we have announced. So for example, if you look on the left-hand side, there's a couple of projects around smart vehicles, urban mobility, and smart estates, where there are test beds around cellular V2X. We have consumer applications on cloud gaming. There is a partnership between a local telco as well as Razer. There are maritime projects that are being piloted as well as smart factory projects that is being piloted. In the center, you see something called a 5G Pixel Living Lab. This is something that we've announced will be available from September onwards this year, where we're building a open resource center, a living lab where any company, whether you're on the user side or on the technology side, to come and use the facilities, the spectrum, the hardware, the tools, in order to 5G enable your product, to test your 5G applications. So we believe that the future of 5G will be innovated through a series of trial and errors, and we wanted to basically create the type of infrastructure that will be easy for companies to use Singapore as a test bed for their 5G applications. So that's on the physical infrastructure side. The other piece I'll talk through quickly is regarding connecting to the global node. I think we do recognize that the world today is hyper-connected. And it's even more hyper-connected now that the supply chains are reconfigured. We are able to buy services and products from around the world. So towards that end, we've been working on making sure that Singapore does not stand alone, and we are able to co-create with the rest of the world. A couple of examples. One would be trade trust. Trade trust essentially is a recognition that the global trade will continue to be digitized, and is meant to be a new digital global trade platform that uses blockchain technology, so that we're able to facilitate and reduce the friction. Because you and I know that, it may take only 1 or 2 days to ship a particular product, but sometimes we do ask, why does it take 5 days to clear the paperwork? So what Trade Trust tries to do is to co-create globally a set of internationally accepted standards and framework that allows a support of the exchange of electronic trade documents, whether it's the bill of lading or otherwise. And intention obviously is to do it through a public blockchain that offers the interoperability. So this is working with different industry partners, different agencies, both locally as well as globally, to develop this interoperability framework. And it will have a couple of elements. You will have an element of legal harmonization. You have an element of a accreditation structure, standards development, as well as open source software. The second one I'll talk about is the AI ethical framework. I think you and I know that AI adoption has been growing, but at the same time, it was important that we're able to work globally with a series of accountability-based practices and measures. And this was launched at the World Economic Forum in 2019. This framework proposes basically a couple of things. One is meant to be a living document to be co-created globally. And it's based on two principles, two simple principles that are easy to articulate but very difficult to do. One is that all AI-enabled decisions have to be explainable and transparent. All AI-enabled decisions have to be explainable and transparent. That's principle number one. And principle number two is that all AI solutions have to be human-centric. So it's the beginning of a process, but the feedback and the partnership we received has been very, very encouraging and promising. And then lastly, country to country, city to city, we have a series of partnerships as well. I just picked Shenzhen as one of the examples of things that we do to stay connected to the global globe. So I will just end off with a couple of slides on digital inclusion and some key learning. Those initiatives that I shared with you earlier as part of the digital economy cuts across from infrastructure, from connecting to the global node, to things to help with digital transformation of companies, initiatives to help tech companies grow in Singapore, talent development. But one of the things that we do recognize is Singapore has a population of 5.5 million people. It was imperative for us to also have a series of support on digital inclusion to make sure that we're not able to leave anyone behind. So it's nice that we have good infrastructure. Like, for example, some data points, Singapore is about 149% in terms of phone penetration, about 105% in terms of broadband penetration. Our average speed in terms of 4G is between 40 to 60 Mbps. But all this technology is only useful if we're able to bring it to bear for the citizens at large as well. So there's a series of programs and initiatives that we run that cuts across from lower income households to seniors, to persons with disabilities, to online communities, student community. Won't go through each of the detail, but I will share with you what we are doing specifically for the seniors. So in terms of the senior program, this was just recently enhanced and launched. This was a program to what we call closing the last inch, to reach the seniors as well as our micro SMEs. Many of the companies in Singapore, like the food sellers, are micro SMEs. And towards this end, the program has a couple of key items. For the Seniors Go Digital, it's a series of training, including one-on-one coaching in the 4 official languages. But at the same time, it is also making the technology accessibility very affordable to our seniors. Just to give you an indication, we've announced that for mobile plans, it's as low as Euro 320. So it's $3.20 €3, approximately €3 per month for the seniors, and for a smartphone bundle, it's as low as 13, 14 euros on a monthly level. So this is to with the intention of making it very easy for the seniors to not just have the equipment, but more importantly, the training, so that they are able to learn the tools, learn the new ways of engaging with the government services, as well as shopping services, food delivery services, cab hailing services. So this is a project that we have just recently enhanced, because there's a recognition that we need to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. So I'll close off with this last chart, and then perhaps hopefully have a few minutes to take a couple of questions. What we've been learning along the journey, we've been asked whether this plan will succeed, and our answer is yes. We've been asked whether this plan will fail, and our answer is also yes. If you saw the version of this plan last year and the year before, every year we've been changing, every year we've been tweaking, every year we've been adjusting, because some things fail, some things work. Because we do recognize that the past is no longer a predictor of the future, and the path forward is one where we do need to do a couple of things very well, that we're able to experiment, we're able to innovate quickly. The path forward is also something that we've realized is extremely important, is a path that has to be forged together with partners, whether it's industry partners, global partners, individuals or otherwise. The curve on the left-hand side, while you may see it as the flattening of the COVID curve, we use it to remind ourselves that a lot of the programs that we start, that we have, starts with flattening the mental curve, because a lot of the projects we found, whether it is the seniors go digital, the SME go digital, or some of the programs we run ourselves, and some of the transformation we run ourselves, starts with the right mental model and the right mindset. So it's important for us to make sure that we always flatten our own mental mindset to the new normal, and start with a can-do attitude. And the picture on the right-hand side is just a reminder for ourselves that a lot of the things that we do is as a result of collaboration of ideas, collaboration with industry, collaboration with partners globally, because no one has the best set of ideas as we move forward. So we started, we continue to adjust along the way. We do recognize the seas are rough today. We still do believe the winds are favorable, and we will continue to work on our current set of plans to adjust and to improve, so that we're able to develop new muscles and hopefully emerge stronger. We welcome the opportunity to work with partners on a global level. Part of the reason why we were interested to do this sharing, partly is to share with you what we're doing, but more importantly, as an outreach to our friends on the global network, to say, if you have things on the individual level, on the company level, on the government level, that you say, hey, look, there may be dots that you like to connect with us, things that you like to explore with us, do give us a ping. My contacts are below, because we do believe that a lot of the new things that we're doing will be co-created and co-experimented, and we do believe that collectively, not just Singapore, that all of us will emerge stronger. So thank you very much. Let me just check with Giacomo whether we have time for a couple of questions. Which countries are Singapore taking as a reference when improving the national innovation strategy? I think it's a good question. We don't have a specific country, because we find that there's many different things to learn from different countries. So, we look across obviously into Europe, we look across into US, we look across into Asia. We do find that different people are taking slightly different approaches. Some things work, some things don't. So we don't have a specific country that we look to, but there are many different hubs that have many interesting learning. So for example, we do know that if any of you are in Israel, Israel is known as a hub for cybersecurity. A lot of good things to learn from there. West Coast obviously has, and if you look at Shenzhen, you look at Indonesia, you look at Estonia, many different hubs of things that we can learn from. How will companies be transformed post-COVID? If you think of a bell curve, the prior to COVID, in any bell curve, you'll find that on the right-hand side, there are the very inspired companies that have invested in digital transformation, looked at new models, so they're driven by inspiration. And then you typically find that you have your laggards and you have your fat middle. So we used to joke that the fat middle is a bit like my New Year resolution to lose weight. We talk about it, but perhaps after 3-4 weeks where we don't have the willpower to continue. What COVID has done is that it has accelerated this whole transformation. Now we're finding that every part of the curve, everyone is looking at digital as a source of transformation, whether you're driven by inspiration on the right-hand side or driven by desperation on the left-hand side. We're seeing a lot more interest in using technology for transformation. But we do recognize that technology is not, it's only one part of the solution. And we do find that the ones who transform successfully are the ones who don't look at digitization, but look at the entire new set of opportunities that be available. So some are looking at even the structural changes within the business. Some are relooking in terms of how their supply chain will be on the global level. Some are looking in terms of their workforce model. So the transformation that we're seeing is enabled by technology, but we'll see the transformation across structure, across the global setup, as well as new monetization models and new talent models. I think biggest challenges faced by driving adoption, we find that once you get past the mindset hurdle, it would be is the biggest hurdle. The second hurdle that's related to mindset is actually culture. It's not just about adopting a technology, but it is the entire organization's ability to look at adapting to the change and driving the change as well. So we do recognize that while we put grants and we make it easier for you to find solutions and adopt digital solutions, we do spend a fair bit of time also creating awareness and understanding of use cases, how certain companies and certain organizations, certain sectors have transformed, hopefully as a source of a roadmap and a source of inspiration for companies to say, this is how I can use the technology, but these are the possibilities that we can get there. I would add that the other piece of related to mindset and culture is that the ongoing adaptation is a necessity, and the speed of change will continue to accelerate. We've seen in many companies now that the speed to failure and the speed to success has been accelerated. Some have asked and say, hey, look, is Hertz a casualty of COVID? Some would argue that perhaps it's not a casualty of COVID, but the current situation has basically accelerated the speed to failure and the speed to success. So the last challenge I would say is that driving adoption is an ongoing paradigm. It's no longer something I plan for the next 2 years and then hopefully I succeed and I close the books. Okay, Jojo, I think we're done. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and the apologies for the gibberish that was coming out on the screen earlier from the charts. I hope that you have questions, and I hope you have interest. Do connect with me, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Martin Dougiamas. I'm most well known as the founder and CEO of Moodle, which is an open source learning management system. And but I'm also the founder of something called Open EdTech, and I'm a director on Open Education Global as well. And I really want to talk to you about my view of what's happening in education this year, based on having been in the online education industry for 20 years, and then let's look at the future and some possible futures and where things could be, and talk about that. So Moodle first. Let me talk about Moodle. Some of you may know of Moodle, or you used it somewhere, or you've heard of it at least, but maybe not. So the mission of Moodle is about empowering educators to improve our world. We are really trying to give more power to teachers to do more with what they have, and to be able to use everything around them. And of course, that means digital technologies. The way we're doing it, the vision, the thing we're building is the most effective platform that we can for learning, for teachers to do their work. We have a very strong values base to our work. We treat education as a huge value, as the most important thing. Openness, we're open source, but also open and transparent in lots of things, as much as we can be, and more as we can be. Integrity, we be very honest. We try and always do what we're doing and just stay real, Respect for all cultures, all languages, different points of view. You need to in this world, and it's important. And for an open project to be successful, everyone does need to respect each other and work together. And lastly, it's about innovation. We try not to, be a company that controls an innovation and sells it. We try and be a company that allows our users to innovate and for everyone to innovate together. Moodle is also registering as a B Corporation, a certified B Corporation, which just puts a lot of our ethos into, more hard-coded in the DNA, and going through this certification on social impact. So let's look at 2020 for us. Moodle does a lot of things. You may know about a Moodle LMS. We have a lot of other tools as well. We have a Moodle for Workplace. We have Moodle apps that connect to those things. We have a number of projects that work on resources. Educators also need resources as well as tools. So we have partners that provide support all around the world. We have Moodle Cloud, which is a SaaS platform. Moodle Net, which is a new social network we're building. Development partners all around the world that we work with. And that's how we get resources to educators. And lastly, we want educators to develop their own skills. So we have a certification, and we have a lot of Moodle Moots. There are conferences that we just finished one this week. Something very quickly run through so you can understand what's going on here. The learning management system is the biggest thing that most people know about. And this is used by universities and schools and companies as a place, their own, let's say, their own brick and mortar institution online, and classrooms can happen in there with all kinds of activities. About 2/3 of higher education in the world uses Moodle for free. It's open source free software. And that makes us the most mainstream platform that gets used in higher education. It's also used a lot in other sectors, as I said. It's about 166,000 institutions have registered their sites around the world. And just to give you an indication of what happened around COVID time, last few months, that number was 100,000 in February. And that's how many more sites started using Moodle in the recent times. At its peak, 92% of school learners were out of school. That was in April. 1.6 billion affected learners. These are stats from UNESCO. All over the world during the past few months, we've had increased engagement in every possible sense, at individual level, at institution level, at government level, working with UNESCO, working with World Bank and things like that in lots of projects. So it's exciting times, and I've been seeing a lot more, having a lot more interesting thoughts about the future, let's say. Now, Moodle LMS also has a developer ecosystem. So 1,700 plugins have been developed on top of the Moodle platform, and they extend the functionality in lots of ways. So we have a very large developer community as well, building this platform. And our big future, the work for the next year, is a lot of UX work. We're tending to really reboot the interface for the end of next year. We have a Moodle app. We have native apps that connect to Moodle, and for students, 100% of their time can just be in the app. This is extremely useful for low bandwidth environments in Africa, in Asia, in Australia, where I'm from. You don't always have good internet, and so you need to have the ability to download courses onto your device and do forums and quizzes and assignments and all these things on your device, and when you have internet, synchronize back again. We have a Moodle for Workplace, which is a Moodle customized for training and corporate training, and it's used by a lot of companies now, very large ones sometimes, to do that kind of training. It's been very successful, and this is what it looks like. Just a quick shot of what Moodle looks like. Our Moodle Cloud has got something like 60,000 Moodles running on it. It's a SaaS platform. Not much more to say about that now, but just, that's something that we run centrally. But most people who need help or need hosting, they turn to our Moodle partners. And we have a network of 100 companies around the world that we've, over the past 20 years, have built up relationships that they do those services. 10% of what they earn on those services comes back to Moodle. And this is the main business model, the main sustainability model that Moodle as an open source project has. We don't rely on grants or funding or government money, or we don't rely on people to work for free and just be pure volunteers. We've built a business framework that enables us to be funded through things that people need anyway, through services. Now, our Moodle social network we're building is a whole new stack of software. It's intended to be for educators to collaborate together, to work on collecting and curating resources from everywhere else. And that is now very closely tied to the learning management system. So as a teacher is creating a course, they can reach out and find good resources quickly and then use them in their courses. This is brand new, and we're just still building at MoodleNet. And our education, it's very important for teachers when building up their skills to learn them. And just throwing people into a piece of software is rarely enough. The software has to be super simple. And even then, you can give a social network to your great-grandmother without showing her some things to do. They'll only be using a piece of that, so they won't be using all of it very well. So we've built a certification. It's a very heavy thing. This is 22 competencies in a framework with 6 major areas. This is not our design. This is actually a European standard, but no one has fully implemented this as a certification, and we now have. And that's something that we take advanced teachers through so they can be certified, and that can mean a lot in a lot of different scenarios. And we hold events all the time. This week we had our Moodle Moot Global, which was online, and we had 1,300 really engaged participants building and working on and talking about the future of Moodle for the whole week. 300 speakers, and the community is just very much engaged together in building the future of Moodle together. So that's some background if you didn't know about Moodle, or maybe if you did, some things that we're doing and to understand where I'm coming from, because now I want to talk more about the future, and I needed you to know my context. Yeah. So let's look at the future from where we are now and the kind of things that we're looking at and trends. The SDGs should probably be on every presentation. These have been developed over, well, decades really, but this is the latest expression of 17 major sustainable development goals from the UN. And they identify the biggest problem areas that affect all of us as a species and the planet in general. So these are important, and education itself is one of these things, but literally education is what drives all of these things. You can't achieve any of them without good education. So we see the future of education technology as being very much engaged in how do we solve these problems through education. There are some pretty big, let me highlight some of these problems that we have in our current environment. You know, things are shrinking very suddenly. Look at this conference, look at how we can do things online these days, how one tweet on one side of the world can affect somebody minutes later on the other side of the world, or maybe change a whole government's policy. This has been accentuated by everyone being forced to go online in the last few months, of course, but it was happening for a while. There's more data everywhere. So we're all facing more and more information coming at us, but we don't really know all the time what's real and what's fake. It's hard to fully identify or confirm things that are real. And with AI now generating more content, that humans cannot tell the difference from other human-generated content, somebody can press a button and generate a whole Wikipedia of fake articles if they want. There's a possibility now with the kinds of AI algorithms that, say, OpenAI have developed recently. That leads to a very interesting situation. How do we trust? And how can we learn if the things we need to learn are not super clear? So we have issues with the artificial intelligence interfering with the things we should be learning. Corporate influence over news is quite strong, and government. A lot of governments are getting more tied to corporate interests, and those are being reflected through news and through media, and starting to cause problems, as you can see happening in many countries around the world right now. There are issues out there that are too complex for anyone to even understand, quite a lot of them. And everyone is seeing, you know, the old metaphor of an elephant, and you see pieces of the elephant. We have 8 billion people now. It should top out at 10 or 11 billion people, according to data. But still, we're going to have that many people in the future struggling to make sense of what's around them, right? This is the biggest problem we have to face. So for me, the future is in the quality of education. I really want to stress that word, quality. This is an article from in Australia in the past couple of weeks. And what the government here are doing is they're changing fees on public universities to shift people away from humanities subjects, to shift them towards engineering subjects. And governments do this very often to drive certain types of graduates. But what they're doing is really pushing higher education to be training. They're becoming training organizations to train people for certain corporate needs. It's a problem. Now, what I would love to see universities be instead is I would love to see universities modeling a better world. So imagine a university that might have 50,000 people or 100,000 people. That's the size of a small city. As a city, it has all of the problems that the world has. It has to think about energy. It has to think about democracy and decision making. It has to think about, or it's like it could be a microcosm of the earth or of the country, a place where people come together, where research and teaching are very closely aligned, because the teaching is actually on real problems. So we have real problems in the world, the SDGs, and we solve them in miniature in universities. And I really think there's a potential there, and this is how universities used to be, really. You would have, professors who are gurus, say, who had very high reputations, attracting students just to come and be with that teacher, because that teacher had a research program and a development agenda that you would just be part of the team and, travel together. With our training method of thinking about things, that's going away. So I think we need to bring that back. Now, people say this is very difficult, but if we don't make universities the place where we forge new knowledge and create the news and solve these problems, then the places where this stuff is going to happen out here in these large communication systems, right? ICT systems, to put a very broad term on it. But in there is a lot of conversation, a lot of algorithms, a lot of corporate interest, a lot of, all these companies are driven by profit, and they will do things to increase profit. And if that's their motivation, if that's the main reason for that entity to exist, it can't really be an open infrastructure that can allow us to solve all the problems, because in a way these sorts of corporate entities are causing a lot of the problems. So what we need to do is get our educators and students in every field working and learning together inside institutions and also between institutions. The best way I know how to do that is with openness and with communities, and that's how Moodle spread to be in 2/3 of the universities around the world. So let's look at those tools we're working on again, and let's look at an alternative picture. Broadly, globally, there's open education technology is the tools. You have open education resources. They are the resources, the things and information and things you might other need apart from tools. And then there's this the final piece is the open recognition. The badges is one way of saying that. But once you've developed skills, how do you prove to other people you have those skills? How do you represent your knowledge and your skills so that you can now use them and be a useful part of a team and in the future? Well, right now, probably a lot of people's answer will be, oh, I just put it on LinkedIn or something. But, do we just want people listing things on that website? Is that where all this happens? I don't really think so. So there are open ways of doing this. So let's look at them at those three things in turn. And first I want to talk about open edtech. So the core idea here is that education organizations and ministries should be able to choose to own their infrastructure, not just rent it. If you're renting a platform and you can't change it, you are driven subtly and more increasingly with AI and all the other things I talked about, you're driven more and more towards an agenda of someone else. If you're able to own the infrastructure and it's yours, even if you get people to help you with services around that, but if it's yours, you're able to develop it, research it, modify it, grow it, experiment with it. And that tight connection between the tool and the activity is enforced, it's reinforced. And so you're able to redefine what is your class, what is your university, what is your organization, without the restrictions of, oh, well, I have to do it this way because the tool told me to. So we had a meeting in Barcelona to kick off a open edtech group, and these were some of the people who came that first meeting, universities and software projects and researchers. And we worked hard on a definition of open edtech, and we found that it fit very well with these 5 SDGs in itself as a project. And these are the kinds of the main projects that we thought would really fit an open edtech definition. So these are all open source projects that are being developed in very many different ways. They have their own sustainability models. And basically the idea here is imagine if all these products worked very closely together in terms of integrations and services, and made it so that an institution could just say, yes, I want this and this and this and this and this, and it just worked. So how do we make that whole process easier for institutions to choose? So some of the projects we have in mind to work on, this first one here is a globally federated education cloud. And the concept here, and if anyone's interested, please ping me. If anyone's watching this and is interested in this particular one, I really want to know. The idea with a globally federated education cloud is that you need a place to put the data. It could be the skills recognition, it could be other sorts of data you have, but education-related data. Currently, there is no one place. There's this .org and this .com and this and this. But imagine if, say, every university contributed one server, and those servers had a distribution where they all connected together, and now you had a kind of an impromptu cloud, and there was lots of duplication and sharding and good technologies to do this, but when you put something in there, it stayed there forever. And even if half the nodes dropped out, all the data would be retained. And there are many precedents to this, even BitTorrent, right, from decades ago. So integration, I mentioned between us, we're going to be working on getting funding into Open EdTech, because a lot of big organizations or countries or ministries will put happily millions of dollars towards buying a proprietary software. We want to try and make it easier for them to put it towards open software, so that they get the more benefits and everybody gets the same benefit. We really want to solve this global recognition of learning, and we need to work on how we educate institutions about this stuff too. So that's some of the stuff we're working on there. There is a website if you're interested in more. It's not quite complete, it's very new, but it's going to be an Open EdTech association based in Brussels. And if you're interested, go there and just keep an eye on it as it develops. Second part I wanted to mention is the open education resources. So there is a whole movement of open education resources, and these are documents, course content, or videos that are openly licensed and that are generally designed for education purposes. Last November at UNESCO, they finally completed a recommendation, which is quite a strong guidance given by UNESCO to all the world governments. And that recommendation, which was decided upon by a unanimous vote from all countries, except the US, I believe, this vote says that money and efforts should go towards prioritizing open education resources. We really want to strengthen it, nurture it, facilitate it, encourage it. Look at these words. So everyone agrees this is where it should be. You shouldn't have to pay for textbooks. You shouldn't have to pay for content. Because education is a basic human right, it makes sense that the tools for that learning, the content, the resources that you need should be easily available. And it's a trend. And anyone who is fighting that trend is going to fight a losing battle, because this is so big and has so much momentum behind it with everything, Creative Commons, all that stuff. This is the future. So let's really just build the tools around that. And it's good to see this happening. And the third part I mentioned was about recognition and the recognizing skills. So Open Badges is the best standard we have for that. Unfortunately, we don't really have infrastructure in place yet to really make it usable. I don't think anybody applying for a job with us has ever given me a list of open badges to say, well, these are all the things I can do. It's not happening yet. And one of the reasons is, as I said before, there is no neutral global infrastructure in which you can put all that information and which helps you put information there. So there is a group called the Open Recognition Alliance that I just want to give a shout out to, who are focused on this problem. Well, not so much the technology, but at least on how to promote open badges and use them properly. And so they're working on that too. So that's the third part of the puzzle. And I think when you put all these three things together, you have an infrastructure for the future that can last 100 years. Why not 1,000 years? Because we need to be planning and we need to be building things for the long term here. And this is something that worries me with most of what I hear. You have companies that start up and they say, oh, we're building this product, and and they're thinking 1, 2, 3 years, and so on. And then companies come and go, right? So many startups fail, so many things are not happening. Even 10 years seems short. I think as we've kind of hit a point as a society where, as a globe, we've wired ourselves up. The internet has now been around for 50 years. But now it's in everybody's hands. Almost everybody has some access to the internet. And we've kind of reached a point where, okay, we have the basic hardware to get information around. Now let's take it up a level. How do we work on our education infrastructure? How do we work on our health infrastructure? How do we work on these infrastructures and globally? Because it's a small planet. So in education, I think these are the directions where we're going, and that's something that I'm very involved in working on and being part of. And if you're interested in any of this, love you to contact me. Email would be the best, martin@moodle.com. And I'll happily have a conversation on any of these topics and see maybe where we can connect things together. You can follow me I'm on Twitter at Moodler at the moment, and happy to engage. So thanks for the time to talk, and if there's any questions, I'm obviously happy to take them now. So the problem of authority for open badges is quite well worked out, actually. The original design of open badges was had a mindset that a institution with natural authority, grants a badge to a individual who, receives it gratefully. I'm exaggerating, but it's got that model in mind. Whereas open recognition are talking much more about individual recognition. If a lot of people recognize me as being good at Moodle because, I've shown it in many ways, and say 1,000 people say, yeah, I'm good at Moodle. Say I give you a badge that says you're good at something in Moodle, it's going to have a heavy weight. And so there is a way to do recognition in a kind of a network sense. It becomes a network issue of these kind of weights. And there's a lot to do there, but we need to do it globally. It can't work very easily at as it is currently in little silos here and there and short-term projects. We need to think, what is the infrastructure? Let's build it. Any more questions? I could do a little song and dance while we're waiting, but we have so many projects ongoing, and it's such an interesting time at the moment with that. This will need to be functioning globally to actually work or not is the question. There are different levels. So, for example, for the internet to work globally, we needed agreement on TCP/IP, and all of those technologies at a low level that are now allow networks to work had to be worked out, and that's the IEEE and other engineering task forces and all these standard setting bodies. Standards are a very, very big part of things, but the standards go so far. We have standards for video, standards for audio, standards for document formats. We don't have standards for courses. There are some proposed, but nothing's really standardized. We don't have standards for how you run an education institution. We don't have real standards for how you become an online teacher. There are higher and higher standards, and some of it has got to be embedded in tools. So it's a mix of tools and standards that need to be created. And yes, I do think if we're facing global problems, to do them in a coordinated way, we should try and develop things that are global. All right, well, that seems to be the end of the questions. Thank you very much for the time. I really appreciated being able to speak with you. Reach out if I can be helpful. And thank you for your work. I'll be watching some more Campus Party over the weekend. See ya.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name, as you can see from this slide, is Mark Blythe. I'm a political economist at Brown University, and I have been asked to think about 3 things that we could do that would make a difference in the post-COVID world. So let's get straight into that. 3 easy lifts. Let's see how easy they are and what they are. So very recently, most recently, in fact, just last month, if it wasn't for the breakdown in supply chains at Amazon, I'm sure you already would have a copy of this wonderful book, Angrynomics, which I've just authored with Eric Lonergan. And I'm going to talk about some of the ideas that we have in this book, which are applicable in this setting. So here's the basic setup for the book. Prior to COVID-19, the world has never been richer, and yet we've never been more angry. If you think about it, everything from the Hong Kong democracy protests, the Chile anti-inequality protests, Brexit, Trump, etc., etc., the world has become very, very fractious and very divided. Why? We wanted to kind of get to the bottom of that, to the economics of the bottom of that. So we define Angrynomics as the effect generated when most people in a country believe that the economy no longer benefits them. I'm sure that rings very true for many of you who are listening today. So we started to get interested in this expression of anger. Anger is a commonplace. We see it everywhere. We accept people being angry. You accept your kids being angry at you. You expect your spouse to be annoyed with you. But we don't really think about it. And when you dive into the literature, what you find is that we can make a distinction between public anger and private anger. Public anger tends to be seen as a cry for moral outrage, a desire to be heard when one is being ignored. And there's a lot of information in public anger. And what we do is we parse it out and say, anger is a moral outrage and a desire to be heard. It is caused in part by a failure of representative institutions and a lack of faith in existing politics. Over the past 10 to 15 years, it has been caused by the failure of technocratic politics, in particular, to deliver on its promises. And that anger is a reaction to a perceived futility of action amongst the public. That what they do, what they say, what their concerns are simply don't matter to those in charge. And it's caused by, in many ways, the collapse of real wage growth and increasing inequality across the countries of the world. Now, public anger is one aspect of this, but there's also private anger. Private anger comes from the micro stressors in your everyday lives that amplify and refract public anger. Private anger is a micro stressor and a reaction to the increased uncertainty in our lives as we're asked to be more flexible, to adjust more, to take on more risk. It's manifest in a loss of confidence in ourselves and a nostalgia for an older type of politics. Brexit is a classic example of this. Private anger is amplified by the current model of capitalist growth. Massive labour and product market deregulation, the depoliticization of labour, the shift to capital in terms of the wage share and the GDP share going to capital versus labour, and ultimately the increasing existential threat of replacement by technology and redundancy through aging and the rise of precarious work. All of that together creates a world of Angrynomics, where we can see this public anger caused by macroeconomic crashes, moral outrage claims generated by this, and what we also call tribal energy, weaponizing anger for instrumental ends, which we see in dog whistle politics, immigration politics, heightened nationalism, and the symbiosis of media and reactionary politics. The micro stressors that we see in private anger, technological change, market reforms, and aging, all of these things come together, particularly in those moments of macroeconomic stress. And the micro side that we see of this, we see popping up in everything from armed militias to the anti-mask protests, to conspiracy theories, anti-vaccine movements, and other such things. Sign of tension and fracturing in our politics. So, as Lenin put it a very long time ago, that's Stod Elliott on the other side, what is to be done? So what is to be done? How do we fix the post-COVID world? Because what COVID did was to essentially take the anger and put it home for 3 months. It sequestered it, it sent it home, but it hasn't gone away. And as we've seen, it's already producing anger as it's coming out. The underlying problems have not been addressed. So how can we deal with these problems? Most of the approaches that you see tend to be around taxation. And while there's certainly scope for taxation, particularly on the corporate side, we want to do something about the wealth distribution in countries so that citizens feel empowered as citizens and actually have a stake in those societies and do not feel alienated from it. So how do you know a good policy when you see one? How do you know something's going to work? Well, the first one is it's easy to understand. You don't need to have a PhD or an MPA to understand what this thing is and why it might be a good idea. Second, it's neither obviously left nor right, and it can survive elections because of that. If something like a Green New Deal is obviously seen as being on the left, then those on the right will never vote for it, and they'll try and change it, and we won't get anywhere. It changes the furniture in the room, and what I mean by that is, don't think of these things as policies, think of them as things that you put in your economy, and when you do, it changes the interactions in the room. If you have a bunch of people showing up for a dinner party and they're all cross with each other, if you give them stiff back chairs facing away from each other, it's going to be a horrible party. If you put some beanbags and couches in the room along with a bar, it changes the atmosphere in the room. So think about these as furniture when we get to them in a few seconds' time. It's effective, to use my favorite British phrase. It does what it says on the tin. And it's not based upon raising taxes for two reasons. Number one, the income distribution and wealth distribution is already so skewed that the poor can't pay them. In fact, when you look at consumption taxes and sales taxes, they already pay a majority of taxes in many countries. And the rich always evade them, particularly true at the corporate level. So what would all of that look like? So at the back end of Angrynomics, we have 4 proposals, but I'm going to just give you 3 today. The first one is a citizens' wealth fund. Now, what are these things? They're a bit like sovereign wealth funds of the type that you get in places like Norway and Singapore, and they can easily be scaled up. And the whole idea behind this is to basically own a little piece of everything in a non-controlling way as equities, and then get the long-run growth in equities in that portfolio, and to basically make cash from it. Now, here's what we do now. When there's a financial crisis or any other type of economic crisis like COVID, central banks buy assets and cut rates. What happens is when there's big economic shocks, investors get freaked out and they dump their equities because they don't think the companies are going to be able to justify the price they've paid for these shares because of the economic shock. And what do they want instead? They want government debt because that's the safe asset that'll see them through the crisis. Now, what that means is the government's cost of capital moves inversely to the private sector. I'll get back to that in a minute. But what we do just now anyway is the central bank steps up, buys assets and cuts rates. When the crisis is over, they hand these assets back to the private sector. And the costs fall on those that have no assets, austerity. So if you think of the 2008 crisis, in very short form, that's what happened. Central banks around the world did quantitative easing, asset purchases, recapitalizations. It blew a huge hole in debts and deficits. And then the price for that was basically belt tightening, particularly in Europe, which affected those who had no assets. So in a sense, there's this wonderful asymmetry, or not wonderful at all, this sad asymmetry, where those who have the assets are the ones that get the insurance, but the costs of the insurance are paid for by the public who don't have the assets. Now, here's what we should do instead. Remember that thing I said about the government's cost of capital moving inversely to the private sector? That's important. What that means is when there's a crisis, governments can borrow at negative real rates, which is just the world we're in now. And we're also in a world of structurally low interest rates and almost no inflation. This creates an incredible and one-time gift for lending, because essentially the people who are buying the bonds are paying you for the privilege to do so. So what should we do instead? Well, what we should do is, when there's a financial or other crisis, the government should issue safe asset bonds and buy all those dumped equities that the private sector no longer wants. If we think about the COVID crisis, the stock indexes in the US and the UK fell by 30%. At that point, we should buy all those assets and put them into a massive passive fund. You should let them grow then passively and professionally managed miles away from politicians for 10 years. And the returns over 10 years could be 20% of GDP. And what do you do with that? Well, the outcomes from that, the income streams there, go to those who have no assets, the bottom 80% of the income distribution. Easy lift number 2, a digital dividend. Here's what we do now. We are using digital platforms. We all use Facebook, Google, and Apple, and Amazon, and all the rest of it. These are American firms that constitute 20% of the American stock market. They have incredible profit margins because their marginal cost of production is effectively zero. And they subcontract all the low-end stuff out to other firms, so they reach super profits. Now, multinational firms in general, not just the digital giants, pay almost no taxes around the world. And the way that we deal with this is we find the countries that enable this. So there's a famous case where the EU told Ireland that it had to pay up 13 billion in taxes because that was the sweetheart deal that it cut with Apple. But these things go on all over the place. Holland is actually the biggest egregior when it comes to this type of things. So we go after the countries, or we don't go after the countries. The other way we do is we try to get international agreements. There's been a series of talks with the OECD for the past couple of years on a common floor for corporate taxation around the world, and then a special way of dealing with the digital giants. And what's happened, of course, is the Americans woke up one day, figured out all these firms are actually theirs, they like them reaping super profits, and they walked out of the OECD talks, threatening tariffs on anyone who taxes them, which is the situation that France finds itself in at the moment. So the USA vetoes taxes on the firms. So what are we going to do? We have these behemoth, incredibly profitable companies, which are incredibly important to our societies, and they pay no taxes. So how can we do this instead if the Americans are going to veto the whole thing? Well, let's remember one thing. Your data is their profit engine. If it wasn't for your keystrokes, they wouldn't make a single cent. No, so let's make an analogy to mobile phones. When we set up 5G, what states do is they auction bits of the spectrum, and then companies get to rent that bit of the spectrum in exchange for cash. So what we should do is have national data trusts where citizens can opt to sell into the trust, and then the trust sells the data for limited periods to these firms. That way they have a data license for 5 years, and it's not money for nothing or a tax. What it is revenue for a share of a property right, because as I said at the start, your data, that's a property right, is their profit engine. It's about time they should start paying for it. So think of these two things together. You have a long run growth to attack inequality and finance social investment through the Citizens Wealth Fund. But you also have fuel going into that all the time from a digital dividend. And the more that the economy becomes digital, the more revenue you can get through this. And again, it's not a tax, it's a license for a property right. And then easy lift number 3, helicopter money. And back in 2014, my co-author Eric and I wrote a piece for Foreign Affairs about how what central banks were doing with quantitative easing was incredibly wasteful. And a simple analogy to think about it is the following. Imagine you wanted to make a cup of tea. I know Brits like cups of tea. And this is how the central bank would do it. They would basically tape up your whole house and leave one hole in the back. You would put a hose in the back, turn it up, turn on the water from the hose, flood the entire house, and eventually you would get enough water in the kettle to basically make a cup of tea. It's rather wasteful, to say the least. What we suggested was, let's not do that. Let's just put water straight into the kettle, otherwise known as helicopter money or direct payments to households. Now, why would you want to do this? Well, we're already doing it in the COVID crisis. Essentially, when you have a massive collapse in consumption, you want to support consumption. And what we've done till this point is, when there's a recession, we use QE and other techniques to boost asset prices and cut interest rates, in the hope that as those asset prices gain in value, the people who have assets, who are the top 20% of society, feel a little bit more rich, spend a bit more money, and that trickles down to everyone else. It's incredibly inefficient. This also enriches the already rich, and it creates budget deficits down the line that leads to cuts. Again, this is the austerity thing. And the public acts as insurance for the private sector, but gets no upside for doing so. So what should we do instead? Set up central bank money and send cash direct to taxpayers. You could set up the payment system and route it around the commercial banking system. Thereby the banks can go take all the risks that they want. They don't become too big to fail. Your payments, the stuff that you actually care about, keeping the roof over your head, making sure that you can buy things at the supermarket, could simply be routed through individual accounts at the central bank. You don't have to use them all the time, but in emergency they could be switched on, and you could send cash direct to taxpayers. You keep doing this until the recession is over, or you hit an inflation target. It's much cheaper than QE and more effective than QE and rates cuts. And the good news is we're already doing it with COVID. That's exactly what all of these wage guarantees and other such programs in Europe are effectively doing. So again, add all these ones together, what have we got? You've got a Citizens Wealth Fund, you have a digital dividend, and you have a much, much more efficient way and effective way of curing the cost of supporting the economy during recessions. So the take home on this is as follows. It's about moving the furniture. Don't think of these lifts as policies. As I said, think of them as furniture. Once you have these in your economy, it changes what's possible going forward. It gives citizens a stake in the capital stock of the country. It empowers them in a way that simply taxing one part of society or one set of international actors simply doesn't. It's not to say I don't think there should be higher taxes on corporations. There absolutely should. But when the countries themselves, such as Holland and Ireland, are particularly egregious examples of allowing these companies to dodge taxes, I think we have to look elsewhere if we want to raise revenues. It grows wealth on a much more equitable basis, particularly on the long run. And all of this could be done starting right now. You could do all of this. You could have all of these things set up in 6 months' time. The only thing that is limiting us is the political courage to try. Thank you very much. So I'm here, and I think now what we do is look for questions. So you're waiting for some questions. Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, one moment. We're good. Maybe it was the accent that threw you off. Coffee. Too early for anything else. So while we're waiting, I can talk about the fourth idea in the book if you want, which is dual interest rates. It's already been done at the ECB, but they need to do it at scale and extend it to things like mortgages, so it really matters. No, there's a bit of a delay. Okay, that's fine, then I'll wait. Anyway, dual interest rates are cool because you can really target lending with a negative rate, and then you can pay depositors a higher positive rate. Central bank takes a hit on the spread, but then we all benefit from the growth. No comments whatsoever. I shut down the show. That's surprising, but there we go. Well, I hope you find these ideas provocative, useful. And if you want to know more, go buy the book. It's very easy to remember the title, Angrynomics. All the very best.
Ciao a tutti, amici di Campus Party, dal main stage, benvenuti, ma benvenuta, la vedo già qui accanto a me, anzi dall'altra parte, perdonate, Troisi.
Ciao.
Sicuramente tutti voi collegati già la conoscete, quindi faccio proprio la presentazione di rito, proprio perché nel mio ruolo di conduttore la farò, quindi Licia Troisi, lo sappiamo, scienziata, astrofisica, scrittrice di libri fantasy di grandissimo successo, personaggio io direi ormai davvero che spazia insomma in tutto lo scibile anche dell'entertainment, ma magari sui tuoi prossimi progetti insomma ne parleremo in futuro. Allora, Licia, ben trovata,
Yes.
come stai? Come va?
Grazie, bene, un po' accaldata devo dire, giornata calda però.
Ecco, scusami, ti faccio subito una domanda perché l'osservazione del presentatore, dietro di te noto un cartonato, che cosa rappresenta?
Allora, sì, me lo chiedo. Dunque, vabbè, da un lato c'è il cartonato degli ultimi due personaggi che ho raccontato, che sono Zoe e Lu. Questo qui in realtà è l'espositore che si usa nelle librerie.
Mhm.
Non ve lo posso far vedere, ma io lo uso per tenerci i libri in coda di lettura, che se no facevano la pila sopra la scrivania. E questo invece è un pezzo delle guerre del mondo emerso ed è proprio il muro, cioè io ho sul muro dietro la scrivania del mio studio una parte delle guerre del mondo emerso, in particolar modo la morte di un personaggio che ho messo su non perché sono sadica, ma perché è una delle poche cose della mia produzione che mi piace anche dopo la pubblicazione. Io in genere sono abbastanza critica con le cose che faccio, dopo la pubblicazione rapidamente comincio a pensare però questo l'avrei potuto cambiare, questo l'avrei potuto fare in un altro modo. Questi sono dei pochi pezzi invece che lascerei così.
Bene, ecco, vedi, questo entrare nelle case, no? Negli studi, nelle camere anche degli ospiti, delle persone, insomma, che solitamente siamo abituati a vedere su un palco, no? Oppure in alcuni grandi eventi letterari, il Salone del Libro, Lucca Comics, è una cosa molto particolare, no? È particolare perché appunto siamo ancora dentro, non azzardo a dire che ne siamo usciti, a un periodo davvero particolarissimo, cioè quello del lockdown e della pandemia. E Licia, tu come l'hai vissuto questo periodo? Come ha impattato sulle tue anche attività?
Non benissimo. Allora, in realtà non mi posso lamentare di niente perché sono riuscita a continuare a lavorare. Addirittura io sono riuscita a continuare a registrare il programma che faccio per Rai 5 da casa, che mi è sembrato una specie di miracolo, devo dire la verità. Quindi in realtà proprio da questo punto di vista non mi posso assolutamente lamentare, però diciamo è stato più duro dal punto di vista psicologico, nonostante io tutto sommato sia fortunata perché ho la mia casa anche col giardino, per cui diciamo il fatto di essere chiusa lo pativo molto di meno, però la situazione di ansia generale, di preoccupazione generale ha pesato molto su di me e infatti ho avuto dei problemi a concentrarmi, non sono riuscita a scrivere. Praticamente solo alla fine del lockdown ho cominciato effettivamente a scrivere le mie cose, perché durante il lockdown quello che ho fatto è stato editing di vecchi progetti e stesura di soggetti di progetti nuovi per fumetti, quindi in realtà non ho proprio fatto puramente narrativa perché avevo veramente molta difficoltà a farlo.
Ecco, infatti, ecco, io, sai, ogni tanto leggo in giro, no? Ho letto anche il tuo blog, che tu tra l'altro hai questa, no, abitudine comunque di scrivere ogni tanto dei bei post. Mi è piaciuta molto la riflessione che hai fatto anche proprio da essere umano prima ancora, no? Che artista, che scrittrice. Ecco, secondo te questa pandemia, questo lockdown, che cosa ha fatto venire fuori? Cioè, che cosa hai notato tu, che magari hai anche un punto di vista da persona che raccoglie anche diverse voci e si confronta con diversi mondi?
Ma non lo so, perché come dicevi giustamente tu, ci siamo ancora dentro, non possiamo dire di essere usciti dall'emergenza e quindi ancora le nostre vite non sono tornate ai ritmi normali, quindi secondo me è un po' presto per dire che cosa effettivamente sia cambiato. Ci sono delle cose che mi piacerebbe che tutta questa situazione ci facesse capire. Innanzitutto la precarietà della nostra situazione su questa terra, l'importanza di prenderci cura in modo più accorto sia dell'ambiente sia gli uni degli altri, perché perché siamo tutti quanti connessi, questo è un evento dal quale possiamo uscire soltanto se veramente collaboriamo tutti quanti insieme. Finora quello che ho visto è stato purtroppo un'accelerazione di cose secondo me anche deteriori del mondo precedente, magari appunto è dovuto semplicemente al fatto che ancora ci stiamo dentro e non siamo riusciti ad elaborare delle strategie più a lungo termine. Mi sembra che ancora ragioniamo immaginando che sia una cosa che da un momento all'altro debba finire, magari sarà così, però il problema è che nessuno può dirlo realmente, quindi ancora non si sono stabiliti dei cambiamenti strutturali. Conto che andando avanti, anche se la situazione si normalizzerà, magari cominceremo a cambiare qualcosa anche proprio nei nostri stili di vita che in parte ci hanno condotto alla situazione nella quale ci troviamo adesso.
Sì, sicuramente, come dici te, no, giustamente i comportamenti delle persone alle volte si amplificano, no? Quando ci si trova sotto pressione, questa cosa, la storia della letteratura un po' ce lo insegna anche. Tu che cosa hai fatto in particolare, oltre alle cose che ci hai già descritto, durante questo lockdown per tentare di superare magari anche proprio la noia di dover stare per forza in casa e magari in una situazione dove non eri abituata, no, a vivere?
Allora, devo dire la verità, in realtà il lockdown non era molto diverso dalla mia vita di tutti i giorni, a parte il fatto che c'era mia figlia e mio marito con me, perché io lavoro principalmente da casa. Andavo via prima del lockdown solo una volta a settimana, scendevo a Roma per registrare il programma, oppure andavo in giro per fare presentazioni durante il weekend. Però durante la settimana stavo a casa a lavorare a casa, quindi da questo punto di vista non è cambiato molto e mi sono adattata alla nuova situazione molto rapidamente. È proprio la mia testa che continuava a rimuginare, perché io sono una persona ansiosa, quindi era quell'aspetto che dovevo cercare di superare e l'ho fatto facendo cose insolite, diciamo, cose che non avevo sperimentato prima. Ho fatto un po' di foto per cercare di raccontare come la mia quotidianità dentro casa era cambiata. Siccome a me piace ogni tanto fare foto e improvvisamente ero chiusa in uno spazio angusto e quindi ho pensato che potesse essere un esercizio quello di fotografare questo spazio e il modo in cui lo percepivo diverso dal solito. Per esempio, a un certo punto il mio studio era diventato uno studio televisivo perché c'avevo sempre il treppiedi montato, poi c'era il faretto, c'era questo, c'era quell'altro, il microfono, tutte cose che prima non facevo e ho dovuto imparare a fare, quindi un po' vedere questo cambiamento facendo foto, che poi è una specie di progetto che vabbè sta sul mio Flickr, l'ho messo anche un po' su Facebook. Poi ho cominciato a tradurre, una cosa che avrei sempre voluto fare, mi era capitato di tradurre soltanto cose molto brevi e invece mi sono messa a tradurre i libri non ancora pubblicati in Italia del mio autore fantasy preferito, Jonathan Stroud, perché ho scoperto che era una cosa che mi divertiva moltissimo. Mi teneva lontana dai social in un momento in cui i social per me erano veramente fonte di grandissima ansia e mi teneva tantissimo la testa impegnata, quindi proprio mi astraeva dal presente, mi immergeva all'interno di quella storia. Era una specie di io in realtà lo sto continuando a fare perché mi diverte molto, ma una specie di diciamo scrittura a bassa intensità, non so come dire, dove non sei tu che conduci ma ti devi far condurre dall'autore che vuoi tradurre. Quindi queste sono le cose principalmente che ho fatto. Poi a un certo punto sono riuscita a superare questo blocco dello scrittore che mi era preso e ho scritto questo raccontino distopico di una persona chiusa appunto dentro casa per una specie di lockdown, che in realtà è una cosa parecchio più tragica, sì, perché l'umanità è praticamente finita, comunque è più tragica di quella che abbiamo vissuto, e mi immaginavo questa evasione un po' liberatoria che questa persona faceva. Ho scritto questo raccontino che è stato, diciamo, un po' l'inizio del mio riavvicinarmi poi alla scrittura.
Hai introdotto un argomento molto interessante, cioè per te è stata un po' una roba del genere, no? Cioè per superare il tuo blocco e fare qualcosa hai dovuto superare la realtà che in qualche modo no? Cioè, aveva superato la fantasia
sì,
di per sé,
esatto.
no? E quindi che secondo te cosa comporterà questo per i generi come i fantasy, la fantascienza, che adesso però si devono confrontare con un mondo che comunque ha vissuto qualcosa che era inimmaginabile fino a qualche anno fa?
Allora, io la vedo in modo un po' particolare, cioè quello che è successo, se lo guardiamo in modo, e sta succedendo, io sono sempre così un po' scaramantica, scusate, quello che sta succedendo, in realtà se la guardiamo in un modo oggettivo è la normalità della storia dell'umanità, cioè l'epidemia è una cosa che ha sempre accompagnato la storia dell'umanità, solo che noi da un certo punto, a parte che è sempre stato un po' un rimosso, per dire anche la spagnola, che non è lontanissima, sono 100 anni da noi, è stato un grandissimo rimosso della storia storia della contemporaneità. A un certo punto abbiamo deciso che questa cosa non ci sarebbe mai più successa, perché noi eravamo tecnologicamente avanzati, la medicina aveva fatto passi da gigante, queste erano cose antiche che a noi non sarebbero mai più potute succedere. Era evidentemente sbagliata questa cosa, e anche la scienza ce l'aveva detto, ma a noi non piaceva tanto starla a sentire, e quindi siamo rimasti tutti quanti colti di sorpresa, perché ci siamo ritrovati catapultati in quello che effettivamente oramai avevamo deciso di catalogare semplicemente come distopia, fantascienza. E quindi non avevamo nemmeno più i mezzi attraverso i quali raccontare questa cosa, se non appunto i film, le serie televisive, i libri, i fumetti che avevamo letto sull'argomento. E per questo ci siamo sentiti così tanto catapultati all'interno di un'ambientazione distopica, perché quelli erano gli unici strumenti che avevamo per raccontare qualcosa che avevamo completamente rimosso dalla nostra esperienza. È stato sicuramente uno shock. Io non lo so effettivamente come questa cosa potrà procedere e in che modo avrà degli effetti sullo storytelling in senso più ampio. Recentemente io mi sono appassionata a una serie televisiva, si chiama Mythic Quest Raven's Banquet, che è questa serie che racconta in pratica la vita di una casa di produzione di videogiochi. È molto divertente, ve la consiglio assolutamente. C'è un episodio speciale che si intitola Quarantine, ed è proprio organizzato, è proprio girato in quarantena, sfruttando a fini narrativi quello che ci stava succedendo. E
Sì.
questa cosa in realtà un po' l'ho fatta anch'io, perché alla fine della quarantena ho scritto una storia, che è di Zoellu peraltro, che è proprio ambientata durante la quarantena e che sfrutta la quarantena per parlare poi d'altro, perché se ci pensi è un'ambientazione interessante. Tu sei chiuso dentro casa, quindi in uno spazio limitato e con un tempo anche limitato, che è un grande classico del giallo, no? E quindi secondo me all'interno di questa cosa si possono trovare tante soluzioni. Quindi adesso secondo me ci sarà tanta gente che farà questa cosa, perché secondo me è anche un modo per esorcizzare quello che è successo e cercare di farci conti. In futuro chissà, magari quello che ci è successo ci potrà spingere verso la fantascienza utopistica, che è una parte della fantascienza veramente molto negletta negli ultimi anni. Magari avremo voglia di sperare un po' di più e ci immagineremo dei futuri un po' più rosei di quelli che abbiamo prodotto finora.
Giustissimo, no, mi sembra un'ottima riflessione. Poi, tra l'altro, per chi se lo chiedesse, se non la trovate, la serie è su Apple TV,
Sì,
no?
Apple, sì,
Apple.
Esatto, è della Apple, è un original Apple.
Ecco, quindi se avete già i dispositivi Apple comprati di recente con l'abbonamento, bene, se no fatelo, mi raccomando. Ora, non
A
che
me è
abbia
piaciuta
bisogno
tanto. Poi devo dire che l'episodio della quarantena secondo me è geniale, perché riesce veramente a raccontare tutto quello che ci è successo, ognuno di noi, quello che ha reagito in un modo, quello che ha reagito in un altro. L'ho trovato stupendo.
Sì, no, è veramente una serie molto carina. Poi a chi è orfano di Big Bang Theory o Silicon Valley, ti apre degli scenari anche carini sul game design, cioè su queste cose. È molto, molto carina. Senti, e invece parliamo ora invece del versante scientifico, perché credo che anche di questo ci sia tantissimo, no? Di cui discutere. Ahimè, magari sotto un profilo magari un po' lontano da quella che è la tua specializzazione, però comunque quando si parla di pandemia si ritorna lì, cioè nel senso la gente dovrebbe comunque fidarsi o comunque affidarsi, no? Alla scienza, mentre invece si notano un po' queste deviazioni dal sentire comune. Tu come hai vissuto un po' questo periodo?
Allora, a me è interessato soprattutto tutto quanto l'aspetto comunicativo, perché ovviamente è una situazione di emergenza e quindi improvvisamente la comunicazione della scienza, che è una cosa di cui io mi interesso perché faccio anche divulgazione, è diventata assolutamente fondamentale. E secondo me si è sentita tantissimo la mancanza della figura del divulgatore, quella figura intermedia che permette di tradurre in modo efficace le informazioni scientifiche che ti vengono date dall'esperto per il pubblico generale. Queste figure esistono, però purtroppo non sono quelle che hanno la voce in capitolo più pesante, perché quello che abbiamo visto è che qualsiasi esperto, anche dotato di zero capacità comunicative, ha deciso di entrare a gamba tesa nel dibattito e prendersi i suoi 15 minuti di celebrità, e quindi è risultata evidente una cosa ovvia, anche importante da sapere della scienza, cioè la scienza è un percorso, innanzitutto è un metodo, ed è un percorso che si costruisce attraverso, come tutte le cose della vita, un processo di prova, errore, riprova, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi è ovvio che non ci sia consenso su determinate cose, è ovvio che il dubbio sia importante, è ovvio che su una cosa così nuova sappiamo poco. Questo aspetto però secondo me è stato comunicato nel modo peggiore possibile, cioè vedendo proprio le lotte tipo celebrity deathmatch tra i vari esperti, ciascuno dei quali era portatore della sua verità assoluta. Per cui adesso siamo in quella situazione lì in cui in pratica è tornato il principio di autorità e ogni italiano ha il suo virologo di fiducia al quale si affida e sente solo lui. In genere lo sceglie in modo che si accordi con quello che era già il suo pregiudizio, quindi se lui pensa che moriremo tutti male va dal virologo e dice moriremo tutti male, se pensa che invece è finita e possiamo andare in spiaggia a condividere i fluidi corporei si affiderà a quello che gli dice questa cosa qui. E non lo so, mi sembra una cosa estremamente brutta che secondo me pagheremo anche in futuro in generale sulla scienza. Poteva essere un'occasione, non siamo secondo me stati in grado di coglierla al meglio per appunto mostrare i meccanismi della scienza, cercare anche di rassicurare ove possibile, perché ho avuto anche l'impressione che tanta gente avesse paura di dire questa cosa non la sappiamo, e invece secondo me è importante far capire che anche la scienza ha i suoi limiti, perché se da un lato ci sono quelli che non ci credono, tra virgolette, anche se non si può usare il verbo credere nei confronti della scienza, è proprio il contrario, cioè la scienza si basa sulle cose dimostrate, ok? Però c'è quelli che dicono non credo nella scienza e quindi gli alieni, il complotto plutocratto giudaico e queste robe qui, il 5G, no? Dall'altra ci sono invece quelli che hanno deciso che la scienza è una specie di nuova religione, e anche quello è un atteggiamento sbagliato, perché va proprio a negare un aspetto invece fondamentale della scienza, è quello del dubbio, della costruzione della teoria man mano che si sanno più cose, che si scoprono più cose. Quindi non bisognerebbe avere paura di dire questa cosa ancora non la sappiamo, anzi è importante dirlo, perché così tu sai che abbiamo delle lacune e quindi non ti puoi buttare sul primo e ti dice no, io siccome ho visto 3 malati e respiravano male, secondo me va così, ho visto 3 malati e stavano benissimo, va in quest'altro modo. Secondo me non è stata fatta benissimo l'aspetto comunicativo, questa è stata la mia impressione.
Certamente forse la mancanza di una regia centrale, gli stessi medici che hanno lavorato sul campo che contraddicevano l'Istituto Superiore di Sanità, cioè effettivamente noi che lavoriamo nel campo della comunicazione queste cose le vediamo, le subiamo, le sentiamo, però le persone proprio, no, qualunque, cioè l'uomo comune, la donna comune che si ritrova contraddittorie dagli stessi professionisti, è chiaro che poi non dico delegittimazione, ma insomma
secondo me
crepe,
un pochino,
no?
Esatto, un pochino sì, cioè noi già viviamo in una società in cui la fiducia nella scienza è ai minimi storici, per cui se tu poi incentivi anche questa cosa con degli atteggiamenti che sono poi ascientifici, ma è normale, voglio dire, no? Gli scienziati ovviamente sono delle persone, quindi non possono essere sceveri da tutta quanta una serie di limiti che tutte le persone hanno. Per questo esiste un metodo che serve proprio a cercare di superare tutti gli aspetti soggettivi che ciascuno di noi ha nel momento in cui si avvicina alla conoscenza dei meccanismi del mondo. Però appunto questa cosa è stata gestita appunto male, mancava appunto, come dicevi tu, una regia generale, mancava anche la volontà di cercare di dare più spazio a quelle voci che invece hanno fatto una comunicazione corretta, perché ci sono stati tanti divulgatori che si sono spesi tantissimo, però purtroppo noi viviamo in un mondo di comunicazione principalmente urlata, e se quindi tu sei una persona pacata che fa una comunicazione il più possibile corretta, che cerca di far capire le cose, non fare né allarmismo né minimizzare i reali pericoli, no, perché passa ovviamente quello che ti dice no, ci hanno fregato tutti, non dovevamo stare chiusi dentro casa perché è meno del raffreddore, oppure passa quell'altro e ti dice appunto moriremo tutti male.
Sì, effettivamente poi una situazione così eccezionale è anche impossibile trovare la sintesi, perché effettivamente non sappiamo a cosa stiamo andando incontro, e tra l'altro si lega a tanti argomenti, no? Che tanti libri di fantascienza, ma anche fantasy, hanno toccato. Qui mi piacerebbe ritrovare anche il punto di incontro tra scienza e fantascienza e fantasy, cioè il fatto che l'uomo la razza umana o chi per lei spesso va incontro all'ignoto, soprattutto sotto forma di sfruttamento di risorse naturali, no? E andare in territori dove non è mai stato, far sciogliere ghiacciai, abbattere foreste e arrivare laddove magari il singolo elemento che entra in contatto con l'uomo scatena una pandemia. Tu come la vedi questa cosa?
Sì, assolutamente. Questa era un'altra cosa che in parte è passata. Cioè, oddio, c'è qualcuno che cerca di farla passare, non so quanto sia passata generalmente. Sì, è sempre un problema di nostro rapporto con l'ambiente che continuiamo a interpretare solo in termini di rapina. Cioè, nonostante la scienza da questo punto di vista abbia fatto dei grandi passi avanti, perché tutto il cammino scientifico, se vogliamo, è stato un togliere sempre più l'uomo dal vertice della creazione e riassorbirlo all'interno della natura come un elemento di un complesso appunto di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, anche gli esseri inanimati che vivono su questo pianeta. Noi esseri umani continuiamo a percepirci come quelli che fanno le regole e dispongono del creato come gli pare. E purtroppo poi a un certo punto queste cose cominci a pagarle, e ancora non abbiamo cominciato a pagare seriamente, anche se si cominciano a vedere i segni, il cambiamento climatico, ma anche quello sarà un bel casino se insomma non cominciamo a darci una regolata. Questa sarebbe una cosa che mi piacerebbe molto che venisse fuori, appunto il nostro rapporto con l'ambiente e con gli animali in questo caso, no? È vero che questo è un problema che è data dal Neolitico sostanzialmente, cioè le zoonosi sono nate quando noi abbiamo cominciato a tenerci vicino la mucca e la pecora, però voglio dire, cioè, cominciamo a comprendere meglio che ogni volta che vai a toccare qualcosa poi ci sono delle conseguenze, si tratta di sistemi complessi, per cui una volta che tocchi una cosa non sei fisicamente in grado di capire quali sono poi le conseguenze che ci saranno dopo. Cioè, è vero che questa pandemia è un cigno nero, come si suol dire, no? Cioè, è una cosa che succede una volta ogni 8 anni, molto rara, bla bla bla, però guardate che cavolo ha combinato, per cui, cioè, insomma, forse essere un pochino più accorti e rendersi appunto conto che siamo parte di un sistema e quindi qualsiasi cosa facciamo ha delle conseguenze che molto spesso ci colpiscono. Pure per dire, la gente dice, cioè, in genere viene comunicato il cambiamento climatico dicendo stiamo distruggendo il pianeta, ma non è esattamente questo, cioè quello che stiamo facendo è che lo stiamo rendendo inabitabile per noi, perché poi ci saranno tantissimi altri esseri viventi che si adatteranno senza nessun problema, la vita troverà altre forme, come dicevano Ian in Jurassic Park, la vita trova sempre una via. Il problema è che forse non la troviamo noi questa via, per quello che stiamo facendo adesso rischiamo di non trovarla più.
Sì, ci mancano solo che tornino i dinosauri, e poi siamo così,
anche se
no?
qualcuno di noi un pochino se lo augura il ritorno dei dinosauri. Io sono sempre stata grande fan dei dinosauri.
No, però voglio dire, c'era, no? Anche questa, mi ricordo la serie dei fumetti Cadillac e dinosauri, no? Dove praticamente nel futuro tornavano i dinosauri e l'umanità si trovava a scappare con le auto
Infatti, voglio dire.
No, questo per dire che comunque, secondo te sarebbe possibile raccontare un caso del genere, un fatto del genere, o i grandi fatti che potrebbero coinvolgerci dovuti ai cambiamenti e agli sconvolgimenti che stiamo facendo al pianeta, anche in chiave fantasy? Secondo te sarebbe possibile fare qualcosa del genere?
Io un pochino ci ho provato in un paio di occasioni. Allora, uno era I Dannati di Malva, che era proprio un libro che avevo scritto per parlare di ecomafia, perché faceva parte di un progetto che parlava di ecomafia, e quindi in qualche modo ho cercato di parlare con un'ambientazione fantasy di quelli che sono i problemi dello smaltimento illegale dei rifiuti tossici e di cambiamento climatico, anche se in termini un po' diversi, ho parlato nei Regni di Nashira. Quindi secondo me sì, anche perché io ho sempre interpretato il genere, qualsiasi genere, come una quinta, una scenografia sulla quale poi tu in realtà puoi andare a tessere le storie che vuoi, e anzi probabilmente hai delle capacità più ampie rispetto alla narrativa, diciamo mainstream, diciamo quella ambientata nel nostro mondo, perché sei molto più in controllo del mondo, te lo puoi inventare e quindi puoi decidere quali elementi mettere in evidenza in maniera tale da poter parlare in modo più approfondito di un determinato problema. Quindi tu ti puoi creare un mondo in cui già siamo alle estreme conseguenze del cambiamento climatico e quindi mostrare quello che potrebbe succedere, per dire.
Assolutamente sì. E senti, invece sotto il profilo invece professionale, ora permettimi questa domanda, visto che parliamo di mondi che collidono fra loro, se tu non avessi fatto la scrittrice, quale scoperta scientifica degli ultimi 100 anni ti sarebbe piaciuto fare?
Le onde gravitazionali, assolutamente. Anche se io non facevo quello, è la mia vita, perché nella mia vita di ricercatrice studiavo le galassie nane e gli ammassi globulari, che sono delle strutture, insiemi di stelle non molto grandi, che contano tra qualche centinaio di migliaia o qualche milione di stelle. Quindi facevo una cosa completamente diversa. Però quella per me è stata veramente la scoperta di questo secolo, e ho avuto anche la fortuna di vederla realizzarsi, perché mio marito faceva parte della collaborazione che cercava le cosiddette controparti delle onde gravitazionali, cioè quando noi captiamo un segnale di onde gravitazionali andiamo sempre a guardare in cielo per vedere se è successo qualcosa nelle onde luminose, nei raggi X, nei raggi gamma, che possono essere in qualche modo connessi al segnale di onda gravitazionale, in maniera tale da vedere se quella sorgente che ha prodotto le onde gravitazionali ha fatto ad esempio anche una grande esplosione, ha prodotto tanti raggi X e tanti raggi gamma, e quindi poterla studiare nelle varie emissioni. Lui faceva parte di quelli che si occupano della ricerca delle controparti ottiche, quindi alla luce visibile, e quindi a lui è arrivata la famosa mail a settembre del 2015 che diceva: abbiamo visto un segnale di onde gravitazionali, dovevamo stare tutti zitti, perché la collaborazione poi c'era proprio scritto, diciamo, nel contratto, tra virgolette, con il quale tu partecipavi alla collaborazione, che non potevi dire in giro le cose che succedevano, perché ovviamente, essendo una grandissima scoperta, la collaborazione voleva darla con una conferenza stampa e voleva anche essere sicura della solidità della scoperta, e quindi infatti sono passati circa meno di 6 mesi, però svariati mesi tra quando è stata fatta la scoperta e no, proprio 6 mesi, sì, e quando poi è stata data al pubblico nel febbraio del 2016. Però quello è stato, anche se io l'ho vissuto dall'esterno, è stato uno dei momenti più emozionanti della mia vita. Durante la conferenza stampa, quando ho visto i dati, mi stavo commuovendo, perché erano veramente impressionanti.
No, è vero, ci credo. Cioè, poi sono eventi talmente incredibili, anche lì, che poi vanno spiegati bene, no? Poi alle persone che non hanno dimestichezza con l'argomento, per fargli capire quanta bellezza si riesce a fare quando... esatto, si entra in campo in queste meraviglie. Allora, mi dicono dalla regia che abbiamo un paio di domandine, io quindi voglio lasciare anche un po' di spazio prima della chiusura del nostro intervento, che comunque mi sa che ci siamo più o meno quasi addirittura. Facciamocele passare su schermo. Allora, fra i tuoi libri, questo è in inglese, ci stanno seguendo,
okay,
ve lo ricordo che Campus Party ci stanno seguendo da tutto il mondo, quindi...
in Brasile.
Allora, fra i tuoi libri, quale sarebbe carino da leggere in classi di ragazzi e adolescenti? Questa ragazza
lavora nella
lavora...
scuola pubblica a Brasilia.
Perfetto, sì.
Sa che i ragazzi amano i temi fantasy. Allora, dunque, se sono tra i 10 e i 13 anni, probabilmente La ragazza drago, che so essere pubblicata in Brasile, quindi ok. Altrimenti le cronache del mondo emerso, secondo me, vanno benissimo. Anche quelle sono pubblicate in Brasile, quindi.
Ottimo. Poi abbiamo un'altra domanda. Hai parlato di blocco creativo in un certo senso in una società votata alla performance. Questo viene visto come un male. Cosa ne pensi? Bella domanda, bellissima. Apre degli scenari.
Allora, sicuramente è una cosa che a me mette ansia, perché scrivere oramai io lo considero una parte del mio carattere, mi definisce come persona, insieme a altre cose, non è l'unica cosa che mi definisce, però è una parte importante di ciò che sono, quindi mi fa paura per questa ragione. Però proprio per questo è una cosa che succede e la devi accettare e basta, fa parte dei rischi del lavoro creativo. Infatti io in tutto quel periodo, che è stato il primo mese della quarantena, io non mi sono in nessun modo forzata, ho fatto quello che riuscivo a fare. Sono anche fortunata perché intorno a me avevo persone, a parte mi trovavo in un momento particolare della mia vita in cui avevo già scritto 2 libri che ancora dovevano essere pubblicati, quindi non mi preoccupavo particolarmente, ma avevo anche persone intorno a me che si trovavano più o meno nella mia stessa situazione e mi capivano. Quindi ho fatto quello che riuscivo a fare e mi sono data il mio tempo. Sì, è vero, è un problema perché noi siamo molto indirizzati alla performance, però devo dire che io mi abituo sempre di più a cercare, non tanto a cercare di ottenere il meglio in generale, ma cercare di ottenere il meglio da me stessa, e quindi raggiungere un certo grado di soddisfazione in quello che faccio, per me stessa, quindi godere delle storie che scrivo, appassionarmi alle storie che scrivo, più che cercare poi un riscontro verso l'esterno, che secondo me potrebbe un po' essere un modo per scardinare soprattutto l'aspetto competitivo. Io non è che sono in generale contro la competitività, però quando è espressa a dei livelli eccessivi, secondo me è indubbiamente una cosa negativa, e soprattutto non tutte le persone, non tutti i talenti delle persone si esprimono al meglio all'interno di un ambiente competitivo. E quindi secondo me, io una cosa che dico sempre a mia figlia: cerca di fare il meglio che tu puoi fare, cerca di dare il meglio di te senza stare necessariamente a confrontarti con gli altri. Questo secondo me può essere un modo per cercare di superare questa cosa della performance. È anche vero che purtroppo siamo immersi in una società che funziona secondo quei meccanismi, quindi ti puoi sottrarre fino a un certo punto, però puoi cercare di fare un po' la quinta colonna e cambiare le cose dall'interno.
Benissimo, bene, mi piace questa cosa. Anche perché va detto, poi ne parlavo anche l'altro giorno in un'intervista con Roberto Recchioni, che sicuramente
Sì.
conosce, no? Cioè, quanto il mondo, sì, esatto, per usare un eufemismo, vi conoscete? No, dicevo, quanto poi in realtà il lockdown, il Covid, ha impattato sul mondo dell'editoria, no? E lui mi diceva, guarda, stiamo zitti, che tutto sommato probabilmente è uno dei settori che ha risentito meno. Poi lui parlava anche del fumetto, quindi delle edicole, che in realtà sono stati l'ultimo baluardo dell'umanità.
Sì, cioè, potevi uscire per fare la spesa, portare in giro il cane e andare in edicola. Cioè.
Esatto, cioè è stato un po' tipo, è proprio una cosa fantascientifica, cioè l'ultimo baluardo per le edicole come incontro delle persone. Ecco, tu come vedi messa l'editoria dopo questo periodo molto turbolento?
Non lo so che mi pare ci sia stato un aumento della vendita dei libri, perché d'altronde la gente era chiusa dentro casa, qualcosa doveva fare. Secondo me l'editoria, tra tutti quanti gli altri elementi del settore culturale, è quella che ha degli strumenti più facili per superare questa crisi. Innanzitutto, vabbè, il lavoro dello scrittore si fa a casa principalmente, per cui questo ovviamente non viene mai colpito. È vero che se stai chiuso dentro casa per 2 mesi poi farti venire le idee non è banalissimo, però ci sono tante connessioni col mondo esterno e quindi qualcosa si può fare. Il fatto che si possano fare eventi in questo modo, per dire anche, no? Quindi è infatti uno dei primi che ha cercato di trovare dei modi per aggirare le difficoltà che avevamo. Quindi sì, probabilmente è quello che forse più rapidamente può cercare di trovare un'altra via e cercare di riprendersi. Certo, il problema è che ce ne sono tanti altri, ne discutevo proprio oggi su Facebook, il teatro, la musica dal vivo, dove invece le soluzioni io veramente ho difficoltà anche solo a immaginarle, però qualcuno se le dovrà immaginare, perché non è che possiamo rimanere bloccati con interi settori culturali, perché la situazione è quella che è.
Bene. Ok, allora mi dicono dalla regia che abbiamo esaurito il tempo, quindi siamo stati comunque bravissimi perché abbiamo chiuso allo scadere del tempo con una domanda. Io poi me ne venivano già in mente altre 3 o 4, le faremo
la prossima volta.
Le faremo la prossima volta, tanto gli argomenti mi sa che non mancheranno mai. Allora, io ringrazio tantissimo Licia Troisi che è stata qui con noi.
Grazie tantissimo a te, è stato veramente veramente un piacere.
Bene, sicuramente un piacere mio e nostro da tutto Campus Party, grazie all'organizzazione, grazie alla nostra regia e ci vediamo prossimamente. Ciao!
Ciao!
Buongiorno, bentrovati. Oggi vorrei raccontarvi, per iniziare questa nostra conversazione, una piccola storia di qualche anno fa. Un giovane di 28 anni, che si chiama Edgar Madison Welch, un giorno saluta la sua famiglia, siamo negli Stati Uniti, lui abita nel North Carolina, prende il suo fucile mitragliatore, come molti americani hanno in casa, le sue pistole, prende l'auto e si fa centinaia di chilometri per arrivare a Washington, perché a Washington trova una pizzeria che cercava e nella quale voleva andare, però entra in questa pizzeria armato con queste armi, con il fucile, con le pistole e inizia a sparare, terrorizzando ovviamente i clienti e tutte le persone che sono in quel luogo, e pretende di vedere i sotterranei della pizzeria. Cercano di spiegargli che è un prefabbricato, non ci sono sotterranei, no? Non c'è nemmeno la cantina, non c'è nulla, e allora lui spara comunque perché deve trovare questi sotterranei terribili, sfonda le porte, scopre che c'è una porta chiusa, la sfonda e trova che ci sono gli impasti per fare la pizza, ne sfonda un'altra, trova un cameriere che sta mettendo in ordine i piatti. E insomma, dopo 40 minuti, intanto la polizia ha circondato tutto quanto il locale, dopo 40 minuti di perquisizione, di cui questo giovane, insomma, armato, cerca a tutti i costi di capire dove siano questi dannati sotterranei, si arrende alla polizia, esce, viene disarmato e viene arrestato. Quando gli si chiederà che cosa diavolo cercava in questa pizzeria e perché mai è entrato armato terrorizzando bambini che stavano giocando, famiglie che erano lì a passare del tempo insieme, lui spiega che era arrivato per salvare tutti i bambini che erano tenuti prigionieri nei sotterranei della pizza per un traffico di schiavitù, insomma, minorile. Un traffico minorile gestito niente meno che dal proprietario della pizzeria e da Hillary Clinton. Almeno questo è quello che credeva questo ragazzo. Perché? Perché lo aveva letto in una chat su internet dove si dava credito a questa idea, cioè che esisteva un traffico di bambini gestito dal Partito Democratico americano, in particolare da Hillary Clinton, che nel 2016 era appunto candidata alla presidenza degli Stati Uniti, e che quindi bisognava fare qualcosa. Ecco, questo giovane aveva preso sul serio tutte queste farneticazioni ed era andato nella pizzeria per cercare di liberare i bambini che non c'era assolutamente niente, non c'erano sotterranei, non c'era nulla. Tutto questo era tutto falso, però questo ragazzo si è preso 4 anni di carcere, naturalmente, ma ancora oggi, se gli si parla, vi dirà che lui è convinto che fosse tutto vero, che davvero esiste questo traffico minorile gestito dal Partito Democratico. Ed è una teoria questa che è ancora oggi in piedi e che non vi stupirà scoprire, vede come eroe dei buoni, diciamo così, contro questo gruppo malvagio, cioè tutto il Partito Democratico e quindi oggi anche il nuovo candidato Joe Biden del Partito Democratico, ma naturalmente anche l'ex presidente Obama, insomma tutti quelli che non sono repubblicani, anche se ci sono alcuni repubblicani. L'eroe dei buoni in questa visione del mondo, in questa teoria, è niente meno che Donald Trump. Donald Trump, presidente degli Stati Uniti, che starebbe combattendo una battaglia invisibile contro le forze del male. Ora, questa è una bufala colossale che però ha preso piede e ha in qualche modo coinvolto tante persone che sono davvero convinte che ci sia una battaglia epocale tra il bene e il male è rappresentato da tutti quelli che sono nemici di Donald Trump. Donald Trump, eroe del bene, sta per fare piazza pulita e sta per arrestare tutti questi cattivi, sta per farlo in maniera imminente, ormai mancano pochi giorni, mancano poche ore, e questo viene ripetuto dal 2016, da quando è stato eletto. Ogni settimana, ogni mese, ogni anno che passa, questa rivelazione del complotto segreto sta per essere diffusa e ormai il mandato presidenziale di Trump sta per scadere. Probabilmente in molti si augurano che non sia rieletto, visti i danni fatti, soprattutto per quel che riguarda la situazione scientifica nel suo paese e non solo. Non è successo assolutamente nulla. Però questa che cos'è? È una teoria del complotto moderna che ricalca tantissime altre teorie del complotto passato, teorie che non hanno nessun fondamento autentico, che si basano su ricostruzioni fantasiose, che cercano di interpretare fatti anche complessi, dandogli una cornice più semplice e più immediata di comprensione. Allora, molto spesso quando si parla di questi argomenti, lo sapete, quando si parla di, che ne so, quelli che credono che non siamo mai stati sulla Luna, quelli che dicono che il coronavirus è un complotto, il virus stesso, no? Sarebbe stato creato in laboratorio, no, sarebbe stato diffuso per errore dai laboratori americani, no, da quelli cinesi, no, sarebbe stato messo in circolazione da Bill Gates, che adesso è visto come il cattivo supremo delle teorie del complotto. In tutti questi casi noi vediamo qualcosa che non è nuovo, non è qualcosa che è nato adesso, anche se ne parla tantissimo di tutte queste teorie, delle bufale, diciamo così. Le bufale sono qualcosa che ci accompagna da sempre, da quando esiste l'uomo, si può dire, e soprattutto da quando esiste la comunicazione. Le bufale vengono diffuse per i motivi più diversi, per fare propaganda, per denigrare qualcuno, per screditare qualcun altro, per accreditarsi come eroi, come personaggi in qualche modo che stanno facendo il bene della comunità, mentre in realtà fanno i propri interessi. Insomma, ci sono tanti motivi per cui qualcuno inventa le bufale, ultimamente anche per arricchirsi, insomma, sono tanti i motivi. Ma come dicevo, non è qualcosa di nuovo. Già ai tempi dell'impero romano c'erano bufale di vario tipo. L'imperatore Nerone, all'indomani dell'incendio che distrusse gran parte di Roma nel 64 d.C., vedendosi indicare come possibile colpevole di questo incendio, visto che era interessato a occupare gran parte della città per costruire la sua villa faraonica, ha pensato bene di mettere in circolazione una bufala indicando quelli che secondo lui potevano essere ritenuti come i capri espiatori perfetti, cioè una setta vista molto male nella Roma imperiale del tempo, nata da pochi anni, insomma, e che aveva questa bizzarria di voler sostenere e credere in un solo Dio, cioè erano i cristiani in sostanza, e per i politeisti romani, insomma, sembravano davvero una follia voler credere in un solo Dio, e anzi veniva descritto come ateismo, e quindi erano un bersaglio perfetto per accreditarli come coloro che volevano distruggere Roma. Quindi già Nerone faceva circolare delle bufale per togliersi d'impiccio, per trovare un comodo capro espiatorio. Quello che cambia con il passare del tempo e quindi con la nascita di nuovi mezzi di comunicazione sono proprio gli strumenti che le persone usano per diffondere quelle che sono delle fandonie. Allora, quando è arrivata la stampa, si è cominciato non solo a diffondere libri e a stampare documenti che potevano avere un'utilità per tutti, ma anche a diffondere davvero libercoli e opuscoli che servivano a denigrare altri personaggi, nemici, per esempio, rivali politici. Oppure quando è arrivata la radio, si è fatto lo stesso, il cinema, la televisione. Oggi con il web ci troviamo esattamente nella stessa situazione. Sentite questa frase: la credulità è oggi un male più grande di quanto lo fosse un tempo, perché oggi è molto più facile diffondere informazioni false. E naturalmente ci verrebbe da pensare che è una frase coniata di recente, insomma, relativamente a quello che sta succedendo. Invece l'ha pronunciata Bertrand Russell nel 1922, più 100 anni fa, insomma, quando era la radio che si stava diffondendo moltissimo. Però è esattamente una fotografia, descrive molto bene quello che sta accadendo ora con il web. Il web, internet, insomma, è uno strumento di comunicazione, non è colpa, no, del web se ci sono così tante bufale, così tante fandonie che circolano. È uno strumento e come tale può essere utilizzato per diffondere conoscenza, e se noi sappiamo, insomma, fare qualche ricerca, condurre una ricerca, andare a trovare fonti attendibili, possiamo davvero risalire a fonti e a elementi e a documenti storici che altrimenti sarebbero irraggiungibili, introvabili. Pensiamo ai manoscritti medievali che non si possono consultare, ma nella forma digitalizzata invece sono accessibili. Pensiamo a testi che si trovano solamente in alcune località remote, nel Tibet o in Australia, quindi uno dovrebbe farsi un viaggio enorme, andare fin là, spendere un sacco di soldi per poter consultare documenti, per fare una ricerca, per fare uno studio. Oggi se li può consultare comodamente da casa, quindi è un grandissimo vantaggio quello che ci dà il web, che ci dà internet. Però allo stesso modo, come può essere usata per qualcosa di meraviglioso, può essere usata anche per diffondere fesserie, e purtroppo in tanti lo fanno. E il fatto è che questo strumento, quindi il web, permette di diffondere informazioni istantaneamente in qualunque parte del globo, e questo avviene appunto con una velocità tale che smentire quelle che sono falsità purtroppo richiede del tempo, perché bisogna andare a verificare, bisogna andare a mettere a confronto i fatti, bisogna risalire alle fonti originali. Quando si scopre che la notizia che è stata diffusa era in realtà una bufala, molto spesso è troppo tardi, molto spesso il danno è già stato fatto perché qualcuno ha agito in conseguenza a quello che ha letto. Pensiamo al ragazzo, no, che è arrivato col mitragliatore. Per fortuna in quel caso non è morto nessuno, ma cosa sarebbe successo se avesse iniziato a sparare ai proprietari o a chissà chi, pensando davvero di uccidere dei criminali o dei colpevoli? Sarebbe stata l'ennesima prova che purtroppo le persone non hanno gli strumenti critici per rendersi conto da soli se qualcosa è affidabile oppure no. Noi abbiamo citato questo caso in apertura di una vicenda che ancora oggi, se voi andate a cercarla, è nota come Pizzagate, cioè una bufala che vuole in qualche modo scimmiottare il Watergate, che era quello sì un vero complotto, no? In cui il presidente Nixon aveva autorizzato, il presidente americano Richard Nixon all'inizio degli anni 70, aveva autorizzato lo spionaggio dei suoi rivali, dei democratici, autorizzando anche come dire, uno scassinaggio del quartier generale. Infatti erano entrati come dei ladri nel quartiere ed erano stati sorpresi, arrestati questi individui, e questo aveva poi portato e costretto alle dimissioni il presidente Nixon. Quindi quello, il Watergate, era stato un vero complotto. Il Pizzagate è una bufala moderna, non c'è nessun complotto, non c'è nulla, non c'è nessuna prova, ed è per questo che chi ci crede racconta che in realtà sarebbe una battaglia segreta, nascosta, no? Quando non ci sono prove bisogna trovare il modo per giustificare questa assenza di prove, anche se questo modo che si trova è del tutto irrazionale. Ma questo è semplicemente il riflesso di quello che stavo dicendo prima, cioè che le persone mediamente non hanno la capacità critica di discernere quelli che possono essere fatti attendibili da quelli che non lo sono. E questo, da un lato, è un problema che deriva dalla poca formazione e informazione, nel senso che a scuola purtroppo non sempre riusciamo ad acquisire quegli strumenti critici che sarebbero fondamentali crescendo, no? Negli Stati Uniti probabilmente in molti non riescono nemmeno a seguire il percorso di studi, o se ci riescono poi abbracciano lo stesso certe teorie perché sembrano dare una spiegazione alla loro visione del mondo, che tante volte per chi crede alle teorie del complotto è quella di chi si sente messo da parte, di chi si sente in qualche modo ai confini di quella che è l'informazione principale e, diciamo così, fondata sui fatti. Allora è necessario trovare una via di fuga, una spiegazione alternativa che renda conto di quelle che sono le convinzioni personali. Ma in tutto questo ci sono anche dei bias, chiamiamoli degli errori, ecco, cognitivi, che il nostro cervello fa e che ci porta a giungere a conclusioni errate. Questo avviene abitualmente. Perché il nostro cervello, no, se voi avete la possibilità di cercare e di recuperare un ottimo libro scritto da Daniel Kahneman, premio Nobel per l'economia, ma in realtà uno psicologo molto famoso, che insieme al suo collega Montversky ha proprio approfondito i meccanismi di ragionamento che tutti noi utilizziamo, che tutti noi applichiamo e che ci portano a giungere a conclusioni. E questo libro si intitola Pensieri lenti e pensieri veloci, proprio perché noi abbiamo questi due tipi di pensieri, no, nella mente quando ci troviamo ad affrontare situazioni nuove, quando ci troviamo a dover prendere delle decisioni. Pensieri lenti sono quelli che richiedono un impegno, una fatica, no? Sono lenti perché devono darci la possibilità di ragionare, di mettere a confronto fatti diversi, di risalire alle fonti, come dicevamo prima, sono faticosi. I pensieri veloci sono quelli che, dal punto di vista evolutivo, hanno avuto più tempo per sedimentarsi nel nostro cervello, perché per i nostri antenati era molto importante avere delle reazioni istantanee di fronte a qualunque tipo di possibile minaccia. Quando vivevi nella savana non avevi tanta scelta, o ti muovevi a decidere, a scappare se vedevi un'ombra in lontananza e quindi magari ti salvavi la vita, oppure se tentennavi o se ti fermavi a pensarci un po', a osservare l'ombra, poteva saltare fuori un predatore, sbranarti e quindi la tua discendenza si estingueva. Ed ecco perché insomma i pensieri veloci, quelli istintivi, hanno avuto la meglio. Poi con l'evoluzione, ma è una questione che appunto riguarda gli ultimissimi tempi dell'evoluzione, sulla nostra superficie cerebrale, sulla corteccia, insomma, hanno iniziato a prendere forma, diciamo così, le capacità razionali, le capacità di ragionamento, ma sono un'acquisizione recentissima. Prima che il cervello e prima che le capacità, insomma, dei pensieri lenti, diciamo così, abbiano la meglio, chissà quante decine, se non centinaia di migliaia di anni dovranno passare. Noi oggi abbiamo ancora in larga parte un cervello che funziona come quello dei nostri antenati che vivevano nelle savane, anche se noi oggi non ci viviamo più. Ed ecco perché quindi noi tutti siamo molto spesso portati ad accettare quelle risposte, quelle conclusioni, quelle ipotesi che ci danno una soddisfazione immediata, cioè, per dirla con uno slogan, tutti noi siamo portati ad accettare le bugie perché sembrano rassicuranti, perché ci confermano in un pregiudizio, perché ci confermano quello che già pensiamo e che già crediamo, mentre rifiutiamo quelle verità scomode. Perché sono scomode? Perché invece ci impongono di ragionare, magari di eliminare quelle che erano idee sedimentate, quelle che erano convinzioni che si dimostrano false. Noi preferiamo tenerci queste convinzioni, anche se sono false e non vogliamo ammetterlo, preferiamo tenerci le bugie rassicuranti. Insomma, il discorso sarebbe molto ampio e sarebbe molto, molto complesso e ci sono tanti meccanismi anche nel web che facilitano questa forma di pregiudizio, no? A partire dalle cosiddette bolle in cui ci troviamo a vivere. Noi navigando sui social o facendo delle ricerche con Google, per esempio, ci ritroviamo a vederci riproporre tutte cose che vanno d'accordo con le nostre scelte, con le nostre idee, perché tutte le volte che noi facciamo delle ricerche su Google, pian piano stiamo istruendo la macchina a imparare quali sono le cose che crediamo e che pensiamo. E quindi ogni volta che facciamo una domanda e che andiamo alla ricerca di qualcosa, ecco che la macchina ci restituisce informazioni che vanno d'accordo con ciò che già crediamo. E quindi non avremo mai un'informazione davvero oggettiva che ci fa vedere anche punti di vista diversi, a meno che non li andiamo a cercare appositamente. E lo stesso succede sui social, dove ci vengono proposte persone e idee che già la pensano come noi e non persone che magari la pensano in maniera contraria. Quando succede, anche per sbaglio, che qualcuno che la pensa diversamente da noi si fa avanti e ci dice ma guardate che non è così, guardate che i fatti sono diversi, ecco che quella persona ci sembra qualcuno fuori dal mondo, qualcuno che sta mentendo, che dice delle bugie, che quindi magari qualcuno lo paga per dire queste bugie e lo emarginiamo. Questo non è il modo, diciamo così, di vivere che ci può permettere di aprire la mente. Questo è il modo di chiudere la mente e di impedirci di ragionare. Ecco perché invece nel mondo che verrà noi tutti ci auguriamo che aumentino le capacità critiche delle persone, che tutti quanti, insomma, impariamo ad avere una maggiore consapevolezza del mondo in cui viviamo. 3 piccoli suggerimenti, no, per iniziare magari a imparare a ragionare in una maniera più critica. Il primo è quello di cercare di capire se la fonte che ci dà una notizia è attendibile, perché non necessariamente, rendiamocene conto, tutto quello che viene pubblicato sul web è vero. Noi siamo portati a pensare che le cose che ci dicono siano vere, ma non è così. Dobbiamo sempre farci delle domande. Non vuol dire dubitare di tutto in assoluto, perché altrimenti si diventa cinici che non credono assolutamente a niente. Però bisogna chiedere le prove, bisogna chiedere delle verifiche. È come quando noi prepariamo la cena, andiamo al ristorante. Ecco, noi vogliamo sapere da dove arriva quel cibo, se è stato conservato bene, se è avariato, perché non vogliamo mangiare della schifezza. Allo stesso modo, perché mai dovremmo accettare di mettere nel nostro cervello delle informazioni che si rivelano spazzatura? Facciamoci delle domande ogni volta che qualcuno ci racconta qualcosa e mettiamolo in dubbio o comunque cerchiamo di risalire alle fonti. Secondo elemento da tenere presente è che dobbiamo tutti quanti riconoscere i nostri limiti, cioè come dicevamo prima, no? Il nostro cervello è una macchina straordinaria, ma ogni tanto ci trae in errore perché ci sono proprio dei limiti di ragionamento, di decisione e essere consapevoli di questi limiti, uno dei tanti, come dicevamo, il pregiudizio di conferma, cioè il fatto che noi andiamo sempre alla ricerca di conferma alle cose in cui già crediamo e non vogliamo ascoltare opinioni contrastanti. Ecco, esserne consapevoli non è che ci fa evitare questi errori, ma è già un passo avanti. E il terzo suggerimento che mi sento di dare è quello di imparare a capire come funziona la scienza, perché la scienza è davvero uno strumento che ha permesso all'uomo di fare passi avanti nella conoscenza, ma la scienza si basa non sull'autorità di qualcuno, non sull'ipse dixit, non ha nessuna importanza che un premio Nobel faccia delle affermazioni dicendo le cose stanno così perché ve lo dico io, non vale niente la sua dichiarazione, anche se ha vinto il premio Nobel. L'unica cosa che vale nella scienza sono le prove, gli esperimenti che si portano, soprattutto quando queste prove sono documentate e rese comuni a tutti gli altri scienziati e gli altri ricercatori, perché questo è l'unico modo in cui altri studiosi hanno la possibilità di verificarle. E questa è la democrazia che c'è nella scienza, cioè dare la possibilità a tutti di verificare le affermazioni scientifiche. Non fare queste, quindi pretendere di essere creduti semplicemente sulla base di quello che dice qualcuno perché è famoso, allora vuol dire abbandonare qualunque capacità critica e lasciarsi abbindolare da chi le racconta in una maniera più avvincente. Ecco, io non vorrei togliere altro tempo, anche perché so che forse c'è qualche domanda e il nostro tempo è limitato, però insomma il mio consiglio finale, prima di passare alle vostre domande che adesso andrò a leggere, è quello di ricordarsi che di fronte ad affermazioni straordinarie è importante sì mantenere la mente aperta, no? Cioè essere pronti a raccogliere nuove informazioni sulla base di prove accertate, come dicevamo. Però per fare una battuta, no? Per dire come spesso diciamo anche con Piero Angela, va bene quindi avere la mente aperta, ma non così aperta che il cervello caschi per terra. Ecco, insomma, questa era per fare una battuta, ma insomma, questi sono anche un po' davvero i fatti. Allora, vediamo un po' se ci sono delle vostre domande. Io vedo tanti ringraziamenti, vedo tanti complimenti, vi ringrazio davvero. Non trovo particolari domande, se non persone che mi chiedono di salutarli. Saluto a tutti. Bene, se non ci sono domande, io, come dicevo, resto a vostra disposizione, ma credo che siamo alle 15:59, quindi il nostro tempo si è concluso. Vi ringrazio per l'attenzione che avete prestato al mio intervento. Vi invito a seguire il lavoro mio, ma anche quello del CICAP, che è l'associazione di cui sono segretario e che fa esattamente questo lavoro, no? Quello che vi ho raccontato oggi, di andare a verificare le notizie e cercare di diffondere un po' di spirito critico nel mondo e soprattutto tra i ragazzi. E perché no, magari se vi va di approfondire, noi vi aspettiamo, ci sarà davvero da divertirsi. Arrivederci a tutti.
Hello to everybody. This is Davide Strozzi. I'm the CTO of Campus Party. I'm really honored to be here in this wonderful stage at this first great edition of Campus Party Digital in the world. So it's an honor for me to be here today because we reach out for one of the most important moments of our main stage program. So I want to introduce immediately this fantastic person that you are going to meet together with us. So for me, it's a pleasure to introduce a worldwide famous person that is a cybersecurity expert, a whistleblower that we will have the honor to listen to his vision about how to share, how to reboot the world. So please give a great welcome, a virtual one, to Edward Snowden.
So I would say this is sort of an unusual event. It's funny, we're all spread all over the world in different rooms. Everybody's locked up. But for me, this is how I've always lived. You know, so much of my life, as I think is increasingly the case for you, wherever you are, is intermediated by these screens. We spend less time outside and more time staring into glass or through glass to connect with that larger world, with something beyond ourselves. And so that's why it's particularly important, I think, as we see the world happening through these screens. And increasingly it feels like something distinct from us, something apart from us, something that we are witnessing rather than participating in. That you look at it. I want you to think about the world as you see it now and what you see happening in it. And ask yourself, is this your will? Is this what you wanted? Did you agree to this? Is this consistent with the vision of the future that you want to see? It's interesting to me that we seem to be living in this moment that feels much closer to what I think is the standard of history, rather than our ideal of modernity, in that the institutional powers of our day, you know, when you think about the structures that actually affect the world, organized groups of people who have assumed for themselves some mandate, whether it's to conduct business, whether it's to govern the lives of others, whether it's to make war. These institutional powers, they don't seem to particularly care about your answer to that question. Is this what you wanted? Is this okay? Did you agree to it? And I think when we look at those institutions and their responses to that question, or rather ask for their feelings about our answer to that question, it's informative, because legislators would say that it doesn't matter. They control the law. Police would say that you don't have a choice as to whether or not you agree to this, because they have the gun, they have the baton. And Facebook would say, you know, click OK to continue. And if you don't, you can't do anything, because they control the policy. And through the policy, they control the platform. And through the platform, they control the public. They control all of us and aggregate our lives, or at least exercise some great level of influence over it by gating us off, separating us from the things that we need to do to connect and engage in just what is considered today a normal life. And so there's this presumption amongst all of them that merely by existing, merely by, you know, click OK to continue, merely by continuing, they say that you agreed to this. But I don't think that you did, and I bet you don't think so either. The reality is these institutions, all of them, they pretend that we consent to their actions. They pretend that we agree because of where we were born, or where we have no choice but to live, or lead a life to which we have no alternative because of economic insecurity, or political barriers, or barriers to movement. And I think it can be something as simple as, you know, you opened a website, you turned on your phone. All of these things today have consequences which we are not informed about, even if you read the 600 pages of legalese, because one of the very first terms in these terms of use that are applied to our lives is that these terms can change at any time. A statement that's as true for government as it is for corporations. And it's time that we recognize these are forced choices. If we don't have an alternative but to click OK, if there's no other option but to say no thanks, I would rather have my privacy, no thanks, but I would rather not have you collect this data, no thanks, but I would rather not have you apply violence to minorities, to people who are unlike me, or even to people who are like me. I would like to be treated fairly. I would like to see a more equitable world. I would like to see a better world, and I would like to make that happen. I would like to see politicians who are reasonable rather than extremist. I would like to see police that are worried about public safety rather than state security. And I think the fact that so many of our interactions in modern life, so many of the activities that we have to engage in are intermediated as our lives are by this glass. They are separated from us by this gate of a forced choice. We need to recognize that that is not consent, and the law needs to recognize that that is not consent. The companies need to recognize that is not consent, and the only way that that happens is if we recognize that that is not consent, not in any way that really matters. And I think that is what's happening today. I think that's what we see around the world. I think that's, for a large part, what is responsible for the rising tide of anger that we feel in so many ways. People don't feel a sense of agency. They recognize that things in the world are not going in the right direction, but, and they don't agree with it. And they do care about it, despite what people say to the contrary. But they don't feel that they have the ability to change it. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about consent. We need to realize that that lack of consent matters. We need to realize that we matter. And the only way that this changes, right, because what we're seeing is a divorce between the individual and the institutional in terms of power and accountability. We have the institutions that wield the greatest influence over society, whether we're talking about presidents, people like Donald Trump, whether we're talking about people in Hungary, whether we're talking about people in Brazil, whether we're talking about people in Russia or China, new presidents for life. We need to recognize that there seems to be nothing they can do that results in them facing a serious consequence, whereas the smallest infractions of our lives, that can even be civil rather than criminal, are instantly crystallized and memorialized at the moment of mistake and captured into a permanent record that's held and controlled by these groups, again, whether they are commercial or whether they are governmental. And we have no influence to change them. But that's what we need. We need things to change. And, so many people are asking for change. They're basically complaining. They're writing articles. They're going, Facebook, you need to do this. They're going, government, please do this for us. But the sad truth of history, when you look at it, they are actually better than the problems we had in the past, as hard as it is to say. The world is getting better. But we are at a moment of regression. And the only way we make things get better again is through struggle and sacrifice, because change is never something that is granted. Concessions are not given to us by power. Our rights are not gifts. They are prizes that are won. And that won't happen without you. That won't happen simply because you believe in something. That won't happen simply because you care about something. That will only happen when you stand for something and you actively make a change happen. And that starts with you. I guess if you can hear me, let's go to questions.
Yes. Thank you very much, Edward, because your words are really inspiring us. And we need more transparency. We need to know that effectively our rights are in a word, a prize that we have to win. We have to struggle. And that's for sure is something that we have to remind always. So it's time for the question. We have very great question from all over the world. So we will have for journalists to place this question. So we start with Christopher Reynolds from the Canadian Press from Canada. And so please, Chris, enter into the meeting.
Thank you very much, Edward, for taking time to chat with us today. It sounds like not just consent, but an empowered and an informed consent are all the more necessary in the time of much increased reliance on virtual communication and virtual consumption, which we're in now in the era of COVID-19. But before getting back to what you were saying, I just wanted to touch on that subject that's dominated headlines for the past 4 months. We know COVID-19 has upended the lives of so many people. Folks have lost their jobs. They've been homeschooling their children, and they've just been isolated from friends and family. But as you were saying, you've been effectively stranded in Moscow since 2013, and you've been video conferencing and getting virtual sit-downs and chats and working remotely for the past 7 years. So I know you've described yourself as more of an indoor cat, but just to make it personal for a second, I'm wondering how COVID-19 has affected your own life, and basically how are you doing?
I mean, it's been tougher, I think, for everybody. The isolation, even for somebody who is normally quite driven to keep to themselves, it's an interesting thing. The difference between when you choose to do something and when you have no alternative but to do something. Mandatory isolation is a very different thing than a voluntary isolation. But I think I've kept up quite well. I think all of us understand, or at least not all of us, many of us understand why we do this. I do think there is a mistake in a lot of mandatory restrictions on behavior. I do think the best way to win public participation is through persuasion. And I think that is effective and can be effective. I am very worried by the rising tide of anti-intellectual sentiment around the world. I am very concerned by how we have seen things like scientific advice be derided. But we also need to recognize and I think act with real compassion in realizing that experts have been wrong. Institutions have been wrong in many cases. And if we do not acknowledge that, and we simply continue to rely on these kind of mandates, coming from authorities, what we are doing is we're moving towards an authoritarian society. We can hope that it will be a benevolent kind of authoritarianism, but I think if we look around at the leadership of the world today, that is a faint hope.
I just wanted to turn to the subject of that political, thorny subject of 5G. Many Western countries continue to grapple with whether to bar Huawei from their networks. Germany, France, and other EU members have decided to let the telecommunications giant into their networks. Australia and the US are not, citing security concerns. Meanwhile, Canada and the UK are still mulling which path to take. Here in Canada, our public safety minister is actually leading a security review on this subject. I wanted to ask you, what are the risks of allowing Huawei, with its strong ties to Beijing and the Communist Party, into a 5G-enabled network that undergirds the so-called Internet of Things? Are the dangers overblown, or are they under the radar of most citizens?
Well, 5G underpins a lot more than just the Internet of Things. I mean, this is the new mobile standard that's going to be used for connection and data transmission. And this is something it's interesting that this has now become a point of concern. And it's really only because Chinese industry has been the market leader on pushing this stuff forward. They had things that were cheaper and they were functionally better than the Western alternatives. Now, how that came to be, is another thing, whether it's industrial espionage, whether it's legitimate innovation, whether it's different regulatory regimes. There's a zillion different explanations, and the answer is probably all apply in different measures. But then when we look at this from the security context, it's interesting as someone who formerly worked for the NSA and who remembers quite well in 2013 the revelations of mass surveillance. When you look at this from the perspective of the Intel community, there's a lot of things that are used in public messaging that are simply false and misleading. There is this sort of presumption that like Huawei has baked a backdoor into their network switches that like the intelligence community knows about, but it's not publishing out there. If that were true, Canada and Germany would not just be studying this. They would not be founding reviews. They would have simply gone, this is true. We've seen the intelligence. We've seen the evidence. It's not happening. The reality is it's not anything quite so black and white. When you look at how the intelligence community of the Western world, and we could say the United States here, it doesn't really matter because when we look back at 2013, the reality is the U.S. intelligence community is really the Anglo intelligence community. It's called the Five Eyes Surveillance Network. The United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And they all sort of pool their ingestion, their intake in many different forms of what they get from surveillance. And they put this in this common bucket that their analysts can sift through, they can task, they can look at these different things. They've been doing this for a long time, right? This happened on 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and now we have this on 5G. So when you look back at the Cold War, in the intelligence community, when you work at the CIA, when you work at the NSA, you're not allowed to take your cell phone into the building. You have to leave it in your car. You can't take it in the office. You walk through metal detectors. If I brought my cell phone to my desk, it was what's called a security violation. You have to get walked out to the car with a security guard, like people write a report. It's a real problem. The reason why is they were concerned the adversary, which at the time was the Soviets, just in the early days of the standards, and then now as it becomes increasingly global, as everybody, they were worried that they could turn your devices, electronic devices, whatever they were, personal that you brought in the office, into a spying device. And the reason they were worried that the Soviets could do this is because we were doing it. And there is always this presumption that if we can do it, they can do it. Because from the counterintelligence perspective, you have to presume that if you're smart enough to do it, they are too. And so the reality is when we talk about Facebook, when we talk about, any of these major national telecommunications companies collecting records about the movements of phones, about the connections between them, the social graph, who you call when, how long the call existed, you have an intensely detailed picture of everyone's life, right? Where does that come from? That comes from operating the network. We use that every day in the Western intelligence community to extraordinary effect. And we know they do too. So this is not really so much a question of, I think, of there being some sinister like kill switch or backdoor. It's more a question of if a foreign company controls the software that runs the critical infrastructure that every life in your country has to pass through in its daily means, how do you enforce and regulate and monitor the way that's controlled? And it fundamentally comes down to trust. And this is really a question about, do they trust China not to abuse this privileged position in their system? And the answer for some countries is no. The answer for other countries is they go, well, we've already trusted US companies or Norwegian companies or Swedish companies to manufacture similar equipment and place it in a place like Germany, right? So we have some exposure here. What's the difference if it's another country? And it's, I think, a much more nuanced and complex conversation than is publicly represented. The reality is, if you are not domestically producing your telecommunications equipment, if you are not domestically controlling your telecommunications equipment and routing, you are exposed to some level of vulnerability. And that increases the more people outside of your domestic supply chain you introduce. But even in the case where it is domestically introduced, there's a question of how is that company using it? You know, do you trust a Canadian telecommunications provider to respect your privacy as a Canadian? I would hope the answer is actually no. Because if you thought otherwise, it's wrong. Like legally, they will do everything within the law to avoid being sanctioned. But as far as being good stewards of private information, nobody in the world is meeting that standard on a mass scale. However, that is not to say the threats here are equivalent. There is a distinction between domestic and international abuse. There's a difference between country A and country B. But I think when the core takeaway here is the public conversation happening around do we let Huawei sell switches into our core network or do we borrow them from it is not being honestly represented for what it really is. This is less about public safety, I think, than it is about power and which institutions and which companies have that power. One of the core things here comes also to legal wiretapping. If the Canadian Secret Service wants to monitor somebody on a Huawei switch, what happens if that switch is too secure? They have to go to the company and they have to ask for help getting it in and applying a wiretap. They might be a lot more comfortable leveling that task to a Western telecommunications services company that's cooperated with them for the last 60 years than they would with a Chinese company that's going to talk to the MSS the next day.
Thanks very much, Edward. I'll let my colleagues ask some more questions. Thank you
Another
again.
colleague from Italy. So I'm glad to invite on this virtual stage Bruno Ruffilli from La Stampa, Italy. So Bruno, please go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Hi there, hi Ed, and thank you for my question. So we have been told that contact tracing apps can help fight the pandemic. And Apple and Google, as you are aware, of course, teamed to build a common platform, which has been adopted by many countries, including Italy. And so they say they have no access to data produced from these apps, and all governments say the same thing. But the platform will remain on our smartphones even after the pandemic has gone. So how can we be sure that this is not another way to collect people's data?
This is a great question, and I think the answer to it is baked into the question itself. This idea of, okay, you know, we build these extraordinary capabilities into our devices. How do we make sure they're not used for an ulterior purpose the day after the pandemic is over? And what we are missing from a lot of these platforms and programs is a drop-dead date, something that's baked into the software, a kind of expiration date that goes in 3 months. If this is not renewed, if there's not, you know, a ruling by whichever group is trusted, that these things will phase out, that they'll be shuttered, that they'll be mothballed. Now, I have read the technical white papers for Apple and Google's joint proposal for baking this stuff into the operating system. And I have to tell you, it's actually a lot better than the national alternatives in terms of being designed with privacy in mind. When you look at things like the Australian COVID tracking app, it was an absolute privacy nightmare. They were just turning on basically every geolocation, contact tracing kind of capability on the phone to create a perfect record of your movements to the best of their capability, and then sending that out to all of these outside databases where then it's up to them to control. Whereas the Google Apple one, the information is more held on the phone, which is kind of similar, to how your fingerprint is held when you enroll in like biometrics. It's not sort of sent elsewhere, it's on the device. And then later you have an option, if you're diagnosed or whatever, to share this information by voluntarily uploading it to international or national databases. And these kind of things where the idea is around the individual consent, the user consent, you have control of your data and then you voluntarily share it. This is a better model than we have seen in the past. The question is it good enough? Can we trust it? I think the danger in doing this, even though I think it's well-intentioned, they are playing a sort of a careful game of chicken, these companies. I think they are trying to get a capability out that they can go is good enough to provide what governments are asking for and perform the legitimate public health role in the least privacy impactful way for their industry, so that they avoid getting a law passed, a government mandate that says you guys must do this, you must build a more intrusive system because we're really worried about this public health emergency. And I think that is a real concern, but this is also the other side of the problem. Like we talked about with fingerprints. Okay, let's say your fingerprint is on your device, it's not used elsewhere, but now you have devices that can scan fingerprints that are all over the place. Great, you know, it's not been applied and abused on a mass scale yet. But then it moves to things like facial unlocking. All right, now we've got huge investments in facial recognition. And we go, okay, well, we're only going to do the same thing. We're just going to put your face print on your phone. It's not going to be shared out in the cloud, anything like that. But now there's 10 zillion companies out there who are building facial recognition technology. And guess what? There are countries like China that don't care so much about these privacy requirements. And so now you go to the market and somebody else's phone running a special app that's not mediated by the operating system, not mediated by Apple or Google, it's just some homegrown thing, takes a picture of everybody who enters the marketplace, everybody who enters the workplace. And now that's uploaded and held wherever they want, right? We have a proliferation problem in this space. So I want to be clear here. When we talk about these proposals by Apple and Google to bake things in the operating system, there's a real question of, should it be done at all? Is it strictly necessary? It could be better, I think. It could also be a lot worse. But the reality here is, who should ultimately be making these decisions about voluntariness of participation in society? Should there be these mandatory requirements? You get on a bus, you're tracked everywhere you go. You get on a metro, you're tracked everywhere you go. You go to the market, you go to work, you go to McDonald's, you go home, you go to the hospital. Anywhere you go, there's a record being made about you, about your private activities, about your private lives that you do not control. I don't think that is consistent or compatible with the idea of an open and free society. Once we go down that road and we begin compiling these records about people, perfect records of private lives in aggregate, and we go, they have no legal authority to influence them, their use, control them, and we start spreading the ownership and exploitation of this information about you to all of these different companies and then to all of these different governments and all of these different agencies, it becomes very hard to crawl back from that. These institutions, these agencies, these companies become accustomed to that as the normal way of doing business. We become accustomed to that. It's just the way things are. But we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, was it necessary in the first place? And this gets to the core question of contact tracing. Contact tracing can be very useful for a small and localized outbreak. When you've got 10 people in a city, 10 people in a country, 100 people in a nightclub who picked this up. But when it's 1,000 people, when it's 10,000 people, when it's 100,000 people, it's too late for contact tracing. And we are basically trying to solve a stage of the pandemic that happened 6 months ago.
So, speaking of personal data and information, a big problem that Facebook is trying to solve now is the quality of its content. So Facebook is full of hate speech, divisive opinions, fake news. And Zuckerberg says he wants to remove this kind of content from Facebook. But on the other hand, he relies precisely on them to fill the traffic on Facebook. So is there a way to get out of this dilemma, in your opinion? Basically, can we trust Mark Zuckerberg?
I'm going to take a little bit more of a controversial position here and say a lot of the problems we see on platforms like Facebook are problems we see in humanity. And Facebook is reflecting that. When we see things like extreme speech, when we see things like violence, terrorism, when we see things like hate speech, when we see simple ignorance, when we see lying on these platforms, that's because that's what people do. When you look at them at scale, in aggregate, there are good people and there are bad people. There are bad parts of good people. And when you see what everyone in the world is saying all at the same time, you see a lot of stupid stuff. And I would say it's, in fact, because we should not trust Mark Zuckerberg, that we should not try to turn platforms into the free speech police. When we decide that Facebook and Google and Twitter and YouTube should be in charge of deciding what can and cannot be said, we are on the wrong path. This is not to say there are no problems with what's being said on these platforms. There absolutely are. And what's new here is the scale that they reach, and that is a concern, and I think we need to contend with better ways of handling that. However, we need to think about who is it that should have the responsibility for handling these things. What we see right now is governments going, well, we don't want to handle this criminally. We don't want to see someone who literally blackmailed somebody on the internet, or somebody who made an assassination threat or targeted violence or something else that actually is criminal under the statutory code of whatever the jurisdiction is. And they don't want to handle the burden of policing that and investigating that. Instead, they go, well, companies, you do it. And companies on the other side are going, well, we don't want to do that. Governments, you should do that. But the reality is what we're seeing is the immaturity of our species. You have people who have never in their lives been listened to. In some cases, it's just because they're small, they're isolated, they're a normal person. In other cases, it's because they're ignorant or racist or they don't have anything worth saying. But now suddenly, for the first time in their lives, they can be heard. And so we are going through what I think of as the surly adolescent phase of the internet. I remember a younger internet when it was more childish. It was cooperative and creative. Everybody was just excited about the potential and possibilities of this thing. And we all worked together to help it grow. Now it's conflict-oriented. It doesn't want to listen to anybody. It knows best. And this is what we're struggling with. It's new, and the algorithms that sort of control our lives in terms of what you see on like YouTube thumbnails and whatnot are always oriented to novelty. They're oriented to emotional response. We see things that's, somebody going, because it's shock, right? We see outrage, little angry emojis and things like that, because they're trying to drive an emotional response because that's what's getting paid attention to. But I like to think just as children mature, our species matures and our relationships to technologies mature. And these same techniques that seem like they're the biggest problem in the world right now, because we are going through such a difficult and vulnerable period, these techniques will stop being effective on us in time because we'll simply be worn out. We've been shocked too many times. We've been outraged too many times. And we're seeing this being exploited by fascist and authoritarian movements around the world in a very real way today. They're trying to numb us into a non-response. But I think we will also get to the other side of that as well. We will begin reasoning. We will begin looking at things logically, and we will begin distancing ourselves from the emotional and looking at what the ultimate results and consequences of our participation in these platforms, in these relationships, and in our readership will become, is my hope.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very optimistic point of view, but
yeah. Well,
we have to struggle for
no
this.
one is
We have to
arguing
struggle
these days. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you, Bruno. And so we are going to get in contact with another colleague, that is Rafa Pandero from Prisa Radio in Spain. Please, Rafa, here you are.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? It's okay.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for your work. Very interesting message, really. And thanks for having my questions too.
My pleasure.
First, you have mentioned Donald Trump in your speech. We all know that there's a new presidential election in USA in November. It's easy to imagine that under the Trump administration, you, Mr. Snowden, will be judged as a traitor and probably go to jail. But what if that's not the case? I mean, would you expect some kind of change in your personal situation in case of Joe Biden wins? Or it'll be exactly the same then under Trump administration, or even the same that it was under Obama administration? We remember how it was. And following this, if you can give us a personal point of view, do you feel that in some time would you ever be allowed to go back to the USA?
Yeah, so when we think about this idea of sort of Trump versus Biden as it relates to my personal circumstance, you have to understand that Biden was the vice president of Obama. He was in place without complaint as this revelation of mass surveillance in 2013 spread across the world. This is the same kind of policy, the same kind of politics that was responsible for these abuses in the first place. Trump is no reformist. Trump has not made any effective changes in terms of curtailing these abuses of mass surveillance. Instead, he has tried to politicize the issue for personal and political advantage. We have seen some interesting sort of defections from the public positions of the Obama administration once those people left the White House. For example, Obama's attorney general, Joe Biden was there for that, Eric Holder, said after he left the position of attorney general, remember, this is the guy who's saying I should go to prison for the rest of my life when he's in the White House. Once he's out of the White House, says he believed what I did was a public service. So there is, I think, shall we say, more of a historical perspective, an awareness once these people are out of power. But I think that revolving door, when these people re-enter power, they go back and they adopt their old positions. I don't expect any kind of evolution or improvement under a Biden White House that's any different from an Obama White House or a Trump White House. The reality is the mass surveillance of Americans and people around the world has bipartisan support in the elite circles of the United States government. It's a sad thing, but that's the basic reality of it. In the longer term, the fact that we see people like the man who's in charge of indicting me with crimes once he leaves power going, oh, yes, what he did, as much as I complained about it and said it was, the crime of the century when I was in power, eventually saying, no, this was a public service, indicates that with time, as this generation leaves power, things may be different. And the benefit that I have is I'm a very young man. And the people who are responsible for these crimes against the public are very old men. So we'll see what the future holds.
Okay, let's see what the future will give us. I want to ask you about the past. Let's go back to 2013. I think that the impact that your revelations as a whistleblower initially had seems to have faded out in some way. 7 years have passed since then. And now we can see that many people, and especially young people, have no problems in sharing their personal data and their personal information if they can stay connected. So, from your personal point of view, have you ever asked yourself, was it worth it? And have you ever regret of what you did?
And no, this is a good question. I've actually been getting the same question for the whole 7 years. As to regrets, I don't regret anything beyond not coming forward sooner. If I had known sooner, if I had been able to prove what was happening sooner, there's a chance that our response would have been more effective in reducing how far the epidemic of mass surveillance spread, how many countries it spread to before it was recognized for what it was, and it could be halted before it was a fait accompli, right? Because the reality is mass surveillance was rolled out around the world under cover of darkness. The public wasn't allowed to know it was happening because these governments were afraid that they would object, quite rightly, as we saw when the public did learn about it. But once it's already been done, there's this question of what do you do about it? And this brings up the second part of the question, which is the idea that sort of young people, they participate in these systems because they don't care about it. They don't have a problem with it. And I've been talking to audiences young and old for a long time now, since 2013. And the funny thing that I see is actually young people care more about privacy, digital privacy, than a lot of older audiences. And that's counterintuitive at first glance, because you think, well, they're on Instagram or WhatsApp or Facebook, you know, they're putting up pictures of whatever they had for lunch. Surely they can't care about this. But look, you guys that are on the stream right now, you know, probably balling your fist and shaking it. You know, the reality is, that's life. There is no alternative. You don't do this because you don't care about privacy. It's because you don't see a way to engage meaningfully in a standard public life, to be a part of your community, to share your friends, to get a job, you know, to make rent, to make payments, to engage in the economy, to engage politically, to live a life without being surveilled and exploited. I mean, look, economically, you're exploited. Politically, you are exploited. Of course, it stands to reason that your personal and private data will be exploited. But don't distinguish or don't mistake people's engagement with a system that exploits them with their consent to the same. And this is what brings us into the initial talk. They have to click OK to continue. The alternative is not to own a mobile phone. Who can survive without a mobile phone in the modern economy? Because even if you don't install a Facebook app, even if you don't ever open the Facebook app website, right? If it's an Android phone, you have to click OK to continue with Google. If it's an iPhone, you have to click OK to continue with Apple. And that's just to turn the damn thing on, right? We are being gated from interaction with the modern economy by these devices that are actively exploiting us. That does not mean we, young or old, don't care about privacy. That means we are denied a choice. And that may feel like it's the only way things are, the only way things can be, but that will change. You said things have faded. And I would actually argue against that as well. It is true that the common memory of, you know, what was in the particular newspaper stories in 2013 has faded. But the idea that the government and companies are collecting everything that you do online that they can get their hands on, everyone knows. Rather, that idea has penetrated further. It is a topic of debate to an even greater extent, I think, today, and a greater awareness today now than it was even back in 2013. Because in 2013, a lot of the conversation was about what governments were doing. Now it's about what private entities and corporations are doing. International relationships, covenants and laws in Europe, things like the GDPR, that couldn't be imagined pre-2013. In fact, those proposals were up for the chopping block. They were going to be axed. Now, GDPR is not enough. GDPR is not even effective but it is better than nothing. And what I'm trying to illustrate for you under my beliefs is what we are doing right now is climbing stairs. The first stair that we climbed was a really painful one because we didn't know we were going to be climbing upstairs. Nobody signed up to climb stairs. We didn't want to climb stairs, and it was a lot of work. Now we're up 10 stairs, right? And we're a little bit out of breath. We're like, I don't really want to do this anymore, but we're far enough out. We're far enough along now that we're actually closer to the top than the bottom. We're getting better at climbing stairs, and we've become so good at climbing stairs, we are no longer aware that we are still climbing, but we are.
Thank you very much, Rafa, for your question and for your answer, Edward. Again, really inspiring. And so it's a pleasure for me to introduce Pedro Doria from Brazil. So Pedro, welcome. So here you are.
Thank you, David. And Ed, thank you so much for taking these questions. I'm not sure you're familiar with that, but Brazil is intent on legislating over fake news. The new law will try to make platforms control disinformation. Do you believe the strategy could work, or better, what is the best strategy for democracies to deal with disinformation online?
I mean, it's difficult. I have not followed the details of the new law. It's a surprise to me in hearing this specifically happening in Brazil. It's not a surprise that it's happening. And the fact that it is happening in Brazil, I think, is a little bit sad. But given the state of democracy in Brazil, not entirely surprising. And I think anyone in Brazil knows these problems far better than I do. We often see these laws being used. We often see these claims being used. The problem of fake news being used for political effect. And I think that's really what this is about. It's about being able to control the public understanding of reality. That's really what it is. Democracy can only function if we can at least agree on what is happening. What are the facts? The point of democracy is that we disagree on how to respond to those facts. But if our ability to understand reality, to understand what's actually happening, if that can be frustrated, how can we hold a vote on what we should do if we can't have an agreement on what is happening in the first place? And that is the intentional strategy, I think. So no, I don't think this will be effective in any way advancing the public interest. The concept of making these platforms and providers, again, be whether it's the hate speech police, whether it's being the fake news police, is fundamentally mistaken. If an individual is engaged in demonstrably unlawful conduct that is not constitutionally protected, is not in accordance with rights or whatever, the police should go after these people as individuals. That's how things work in a free society. Someone goes beyond what their rights guarantee and begins infringing upon the rights of others. You investigate them, you indict them, you charge them, and if you can prove guilt, you punish them. But we see governments trying to break that loop, going, no, investigation's too hard, or it's too politically fractious, or we don't want to do this. And instead they go, well, why don't we make these companies do it instead? And we see this happening in the United States right now, exactly the same as in Brazil, just with a different explanation. Instead of using fake news, they go, oh, it's the protection of children. They go, we want to make sure major service providers, Facebook, Apple, Google, they don't provide encrypted messaging systems that the state cannot read. They don't want any private conversation to exist anywhere. They only want conversations that are nominally private, but the state also has an ear on it if they should choose to. And they're calling this the Earn It Act, going, you will get protection from liability as you already have under US laws, so long as you don't provide these spaces in which the state can't interfere with. If you do, because of terrorism, because of children, because of whatever, you'll lose that liability. And now you can get sued to death. You'll be responsible for any bad things that happen on your platform. And again, it's the same in Brazil. They go, oh, you let a story that we don't like, that we consider false to happen. You're responsible for it. You'll take some punishment for it. Instead of the person who created it, instead of the person who posted it, instead of the person who spread it. But you have to understand the nature of these companies. They will always go to what is the safest, most rewarding position for them. Not what's the most rewarding position for the public. And we might like to think that those positions are consistent. They're one and the same. What benefits the company is what benefits the public. But if you look back at the last decades of history, we all know that corporate interests are in a real way often fundamentally in conflict with the public interest.
Yeah, I like your metaphor about the internet having been the child and is now in its teenage years. Well, the internet did represent the promise of some sort of a digital utopia, a place where people would finally gather around in global conversation, in some sort of a digital global democracy. In reality, we are more tribal. We are immersed in bubbles with less contact with people who think differently than us. And you've been mentioning populists. I mean, here in Brazil, this problem is huge. Yeah. Populist leaders are elected all around the world in both mature and immature democracies. There are, of course, stress privacy, as constantly mentioned. How should we act to protect democracy? I mean, I understand democracy will naturally change, but what's the path?
I mean, this is the most difficult question, I think, of the day. In a time of universal conflict, how do we save democracy? I'm not sure I have the answer. And that's also kind of the point of democracy, is one of us does not have to be smart enough for all of us. All of us have to be smart enough for all of us, collectively, right? And this is what I think we've lost in the last decades. This is what has led to this surly internet phase. This is what has led to this surly global phase. What's happened in the span of my lifetime is a global awareness. We have moved from thinking locally in terms of towns and cities to thinking of what was in the reach of our radio broadcasts, to thinking what was in reach of our national news broadcasts, to now finally thinking internationally, now thinking globally, now thinking about everything. And the reality is, thinking about the world is terrifying. Because the world is a big place and the problems are great. People have become scared. They have felt small. They have felt frightened. They have looked at the challenges that we face, and they have become fearful. They have realized how unequal the world is. They have realized how unequal their communities are, their nations are, their economies are. And when they have entered a position of personal vulnerability, they have entered a position of political vulnerability. That has now been capitalized on by these, again, authoritarian populist leaders. And I want to be clear that we have had authoritarian leaders even before the rise of populism. Obama was an authoritarian leader. Bush was an authoritarian leader. You could say, in a way, even a Dilma was an authoritarian leader. But this is simply because when you are a national government, you start to see the law as a blunt instrument for shaping behavior. And that's simply how far we've progressed. We haven't come up with a better system yet. Now, when we look at the failings, when we look at the vulnerabilities, when we look at how to move beyond that, I think what we have lost, again, is the sense of the individual responsibility and the collective responsibility. We have become so frightened of the world that we have been willing to invest whatever small fraction of political power we hold through, for example, our vote, into whoever was willing to promise to solve our problems. In previous generations, in previous elections, that would be the person who promised hope. and change. And now it's going to the person who promises to vanquish our adversaries. But now we are beginning, I think, particularly in the countries that are suffering under these most authoritarian populist leaders, suffer the consequences of that rule, and seeing that they are not being led, they are being ruled. And I don't think people want to be ruled. I think they would prefer to be led. But that is not a lesson that really seems to endure in humanity beyond the living memory, right? This is, unfortunately, a lesson that we have to learn ourselves, and it is a painful lesson. But we are beginning to see, I think, the lived consequences of our poor political choices. And that means that as we move into these next cycles, as we see someone like a Bolsonaro who came to power through kinds of corruption, like through a Sergio Moro, you are looking at the imprisonment of the opposition and all of these things. And you're starting to get a glimpse of what a future of this perpetual policy of punishment would look like. And when you have that, you start to go, all right, maybe the institutions aren't going to fix things. And maybe the election cycle is not going to fix things. Maybe things have to start with me. Maybe things have to start with the conversations that I have. Maybe things that have to change with the communities that I'm engaged in. Maybe I need to persuade people. Maybe I need to participate. Maybe I need to make better choices. And basically, we start to reach the idea that makes democracy hold so much power in its initial form. Right now, none of us really have democracy. We have this idea of a representative democracy. Whether direct democracy is better or worse in a world that's awash with ignorance and we have no reliable sources of information, everything's in question, that's up for debate. But what we can say is this: the idea that people determine their own futures still holds promise. That is still attractive to people. When we see those who said they're going to solve all our problems once they take power, they actually made our power worse. And just as we are being educated about the nature of global communications through the internet and a larger conversation, I think we are being educated about the consequences of political decisions taken in a moment of fear. The only concern that I really have about the political future of our people, collectively, whatever country, whatever flag, whatever language you speak, is that we do not learn from our fear. I remember September 11th in the United States. I remember the Patriot Act that passed nearly unanimously, that shredded a generation's worth of rights. And I saw the decline that happened in consecutive presidencies following that. I saw the Bush, I saw the Obama, I saw the Trump. And the mistakes and the abuses of the presidencies were not corrected by the one that came after it. The fear did eventually begin to subside. The threat of terrorism, if you look around the world, nobody's really talking about that much anymore. We are beginning to create a more resilient understanding of the threat of terrorism, which is real, but it is a criminal threat. It is not a transnational, threat. This is not a peer. Terrorism is not going to destroy Brazil. Terrorism is not going to destroy the United States. It is a criminal threat that should be countered through smart policing and international cooperation. We see the same thing happening, I think, at the very beginning with the abuse of our rights digitally through the internet. We are beginning to see a growing understanding of the abuse of our rights through economic exploitation and inequality. And we are beginning to see, honestly, I hate to say it, but the harm of what are truly proto-fascist movements spreading around the world that are trying to enforce a common picture of facts that is not reflected in objective reality. But when we see the consequences and when we suffer those consequences, when we feel them, when our very comfortable lives become uncomfortable, when we're no longer worried about will we get home in time to watch our shows, but worry about will we have work tomorrow? Or will we have family tomorrow? That's when change begins to come, because that's when people become committed to the necessity of it. And it is the necessity of change that creates the reality of it. Because that's the basis. We have to agree that there is something wrong. We have to agree that we did not consent to this, that this is not the world we wanted, that this is not the world that we signed up for, and we are prepared to struggle and to sacrifice to see that world get better. That's what gives me hope in an increasingly hopeless world.
Quite insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Thank you a lot. We will stay hours, I think, to talk about this argument, and but time is running out. But I think we have room for the very last question that is coming from our people online. And so, if I'm not wrong, there's a question that is coming from a very old friend of Campus Party, that is John Medogal, that is the board chair of Linux Professional Institute. So, if it can be put online, but the question should be like that. Would democracy, socialism, or capitalism be a better economic model to reboot the economy?
You know, this is a question that's sort of beyond my expertise because I'm not a political theorist. But I was reading actually just today that there was a new sort of political ideology that's beginning to spread that they are calling libertarianism. I'd like to think they mean classic liberal there. And the idea is that the economy is allowed to function and spread in a largely I don't want to say unregulated, but the market is allowed to operate rather freely. But after the point of commercial transaction, the market is functioning healthily, taxes are applied, and sort of the economic output is redistributed in a more liberal tradition. The idea being you try to address inequality on the back end rather than the front end. And I'm not, again, an expert on any of this, so my opinion should probably be taken for what it's worth. But it seems to me that we have an inequality problem that must be addressed if we're going to avoid civil wars, very real civil wars, in the coming decades, because we are reaching a point, I think, of fracture. You cannot have the most powerful in society being held to the lowest standard of behavior when they have the most influence over the lives of everyone else in a society. At the same time, you have the lowest of society that has the least influence over the lives of everyone else that are held to the highest standards of accountability. You know, the smallest mistake they made is instantly detected and punished, whereas the people with all the lawyers, all the money, all of the connection, they can do whatever they want. We need to find a way to address the inequalities that are coming out of the way business is being centralized, business is exploiting people broadly and collectively. And ultimately, we need to look at, as more work is automated, as fewer people around the world are qualified to meaningfully advance human society. We no longer need people to put things in boxes. We no longer need people to move around boxes. We no longer need people to scan boxes and take cash, right? When unskilled labor becomes less viable as a means of ensuring a lifestyle for people, a general life of dignity and participation, just being able to survive and to provide for those that you love, how are we going to accommodate these people? One of the things that we've talked about today, and you know, people don't like to talk about this. They don't like to think about this, as the spread of misinformation online. And a lot of people think of these as knowing lies, and there are knowing, willful lies out there. But look, I've got 4 million followers on Twitter. I see insane things from the internet every day. I've been on the internet since I'm a young man. I know all of you have been on the internet for who knows how long, because you're watching this now, and you wouldn't even have seen this if you weren't, a digital native. There's crazy people out there, and there's a lot of people out there who aren't very bright. They aren't very capable, and they honestly believe the things that they're saying, even if they're, to us, to others, obviously painfully untrue. If they are harmfully untrue, we need to recognize that some people are honestly ignorant. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way. I mean, they are honestly ignorant. But they also deserve to live. They also deserve to be able to take care of the people that they love. They also deserve to be able to live a fulfilling life. How do we help them? How do we make sure they are able to educate themselves to reach the maximum of their potential, whatever it may be, high or low as it may be? And in a world where things that were available for honestly ignorant people are no longer available, we have to either get rid of human anger, which is not going to happen. We have to become okay with people starving to death, which is not going to happen. Or we have to create a more fair, more equal, more equitable world. And I think, as hard as it is to imagine right now, in the midst of all these threats that we've discussed today, it actually will happen. And it'll happen because, unlike what we believe, people do care, and people are becoming uncomfortable. And when we become uncomfortable, things change.
Thank you. But just to close, if you have to concentrate in one thing, or basically one action that we can do, that it can be the very root just to reboot the world, what would you say? One thing.
Stand for something. It's not enough to believe in something. It's not enough to say all the right things. It's not enough to just put out a tweet out there. If you want things to change, you have to make things change, and that change begins with you. It's a small thing. It's one conversation at a time. It's not looking away. It's not walking past someone who does the wrong thing. It's saying that you don't agree. It's trying to change the outcome, even in small ways, but recognizing that you have power. I don't care how small you are. I don't care how isolated you are. I don't care how little you are. To the people near you, to the world around you, in your workplace, in your community, in your country, in your own personal space, you can make a difference. But the only time you make a difference is when you actively make that difference, when you make a choice to change things. Again, like we said at the beginning of this talk, look around the world, look around what's happening. Everyone says this is okay by you. Everyone says, you agree with this. The world is asking you right now, history is asking you right now, click OK to continue. And for me, I'm done clicking.
Thank you very much, Ed. So we in Campus Party believe strongly that we can do something to reboot the world. So for all campus heroes all around, let's try it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Great talk. Thank you very much. See you next. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Let's talk about music. We have seen in recent months a new phenomenon. Live music pressed the pause button. Festivals around the world were suspended. How will we see the concerts in the near future? To answer this question, to talk about how the live concert industry will survive, we have Pino Salioco with us. He is one of the key people at one of the largest TV company in the world, Live Nation. Good afternoon, Pino. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Well, the million-dollar question: when will the concerts come back, and in what kind of conditions?
I believe the concert will come back soon, very soon, and with the same condition as before, because I cannot conceive the music without the live music. We can listen to music, we can broadcast music, we can see in streaming, but the live is the one that most people want to see, want to experience, and is something which I hope with the scientific people will be very helpful soon, will be able to enjoy the concert as we always have done in the past. And I believe people are really waiting for, looking forwards, and they're really excited about the opportunity to come back and see the live music very soon.
Mm-hmm. Could you share with us some disruptive or something original ideas of events you have seen in the last months in that quarantine? Some relevant ideas for the future. Something interesting that you have seen.
Well, more than interest I have seen, I've been part of. We've been creating a group which is called the Risorgimento, which is like first time ever in Spain, in the history of Spain. Through the pandemic, we understood sometime we really have never got together. Always it's been the competition, it's been always really pretending socially to be together, but really we never really been together. So I've been starting from March, and we decided due to circumstance, we also were believing it was a time the live music in Spain, particularly, we need a voice, because we never really had a voice. We had not even really listened the way we should have been listening from everybody, especially also from governments and from everyone, because you know, the music is, we have 300,000 people in Spain, which is working and is given a lot. And only the 300,000 people who are working directly is the money, the concerts and the festivals bring it to the city as a contents for every city and for people move around from one city to another. So we believe it will be one of the really livable force and also very powerful force for the economy, for everybody. And so during the pandemic, we decided what's wrong with us? Why we have not been able to sit together and to be able to find an umbrella which protects us when things like this happen, like the pandemic, and not to be alone. We try to fight alone. We try to look for our roads alone. And actually, I'm very proud, and I'm very proud with the group. We are all together. We started, and been able is the president of Universal, the president of Sony, the president of Warner, has been Luis Cobo from the president of the IAA, the major managers, King from S Music. Then we done a transversal with Miguel Ángel Gil, which is from the president of Atlético de Madrid, Javier Hidalgo, which is one of the one in tourism. So we believe that tourism, music, and the sport are great containers for cities. So we all together decided to really have a voice and try to find the best way through to overcome the situation. And also try to express in front of governments and people to give us some sort of guideline to understand when we are able to really to be able to work again and be able to be in a position to really start again with normality. And we've been very, 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 very happy so far because we have achieved this. We're doing something, for example, on the 18th of December, we want to do an event, which this event is basically to try to help to overcome what is coming next, because we are through the pandemic, but the next coming really is the big economic crash. And through the big economic crash, we need leadership. We need people in order to build a bridge of concordia, bridge of understanding, bridge of solidarity, because otherwise, by the crispation, the fight, the hate, unfortunately, the society is going through is something which we have been able, because of that, to really unite our force in the best possible way to try to be an alternative to that things. I think we need to be positive. We are positive, but we need to build bridges. We need to get out of this. We are all in this together, and we're only going to get out of this together.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So this kind of think tank that you have promote, it's talking about you manage some ideas of
yes.
of that new reality that you can share with us.
Yes, and the new reality is basically to share like a free people with the free minds to understand. Only with sharing and only with solidarity we are able to overcome this situation. And the only way we can do is to really bring platforms and events which are sharing that kind of vision, and also to inspire the people, to give them some hope and to lift them up. Because as I said, what is coming next is really even more worse, is worse than what we're going through so far. Because when the economical situation hit the people, I think people really need we need to be close to each other. We need to get together. We need to be more solidary. We need to really share more and more and more, because the only way we can overcome this situation is to learn from what we had from the pandemic. The pandemic, what gave it to us? The pandemic made each one of us in one way to realize we are nobody if we don't have someone next to us. And it doesn't matter, we believe many things were important. Sadly, we realize not many things were important. There are certain things are more important than others. We've been able to reset a little bit, to look back, look at the situation more into real, what really things matter. And you realize the family, you have really had the time to share with the family and to connect with your family people, with your son, with your wife, or with your brother, with the people around you, even when the one has not been in quarantine with you, through the Zoom, through the connectivity, we've been able to connect each other, and also with many friends. So I think if we learn out of this, has been a big warning to everyone to really wake up and try not to screw up again, because the world needs now more than ever a future of people who are willing to work and to bring the best of us, to share the best way to preserve the planet, not to screw up more than it was, to try to really share more value towards ourselves, to find the time and the momentum, even to say thank you to when we need to say thank you, or sorry when we need to say sorry. You understand? Can I help? I mean, little things, because if you realize in many buildings, people will be living in buildings before the pandemic, they don't even know who was the guy from the 3rd floor or 1st floor or the 5th floor. Sadly, they realized they were together. So don't let now go back again where we were and try to disconnect. Let's keep connected, because only through that community work, to that community connection, we will be able to overcome the disaster is coming next. But through all of this, I believe strongly, and the music has been a great power of force for the people. Because if you think the music, even not being supported or even the support it deserves, the music is being there, to even from the balcony or through the singing from everywhere, to give people hope, to share with people some love, and things which the music always been very generously on that. And through all the society, always the music is being the light track of the overcome, or of inspiring, or to come through difficult time. And I believe this time more than ever, the music is stand up for it, and I will believe the music always will. But the music cannot be seen in streaming or in there. I agree the streaming helps us to the opportunity, but I believe in a world where we get together. I want to hug. I want to love. I want people to say, I want to kiss. I want to enjoy together. I want to dance together. I want to do this. I want to do all that together. You cannot get people out of that. People need to get out. You need to go to the bar to get a beer. We need to go to concert. It's an experience of life to share with your friend, to share with your people. That is something I think all the world and the people are really looking forward, and they are dreaming for the moment to go back again and to feel that kind of emotion, which we all really miss very much.
Well, this is a key question that I can I would like to ask to you, because well, we have recently seen concerts, for example, in video games, Fortnite, or Instagram, and well, honestly, do you think that people will pay in the near future for that kind of virtual concerts? Well, it's not. It's probably the antithesis of a hack, but I don't know. The people is. What do you think? Is available to pay?
I don't believe. Unfortunately, but it's like, as I say, I wish we can have the vaccine, so we were not been talking about this, because people don't want that. People want to be out of home. They want to go out. They want to see their friend. They want to see their boyfriend. They want to see their friend. They want to go there. They want to spray and they want to laugh. They want to jump. They want to start. What are you doing? If you have no choice, you have to sit in the front of television and you're a lover of music, of course you watch on television. But you watch on television with a big sadness in your heart, because while you're watching it, you realize what you were missing. And so I do believe strongly that no way you can have a streaming, because when there is people cannot reach to a live concert, and streaming is a way to open up and to give an opportunity from home to see if they have not been able to purchase the ticket, or maybe because they're far away from a different part. I get that. But in the end of the day, I believe nobody wants to see concerts on television sitting at home in the front of a small screen or a big screen or whatever it is, and enjoy the experience. They will love it, love music. They will love to see their star, of course, but they will love to see their star live with their friends.
Well, one of the ideas of the live events for the future is obviously the streaming, but I have the same opinion like you. I think it's better to go to a concert with your friends. Nothing is compared with that. There are some ideas about the virtual stages. For example, some years ago, some people say that probably in the future we can see Michael Jackson, for example, as an hologram, or revive some events like Live Aid or something like that in some kind of hologram or virtual stage. Do you feel that this is one of the probably future experiences for the live events?
Definitely not. Definitely, absolutely not. I refuse categorically that there will be any chance of future. If that's going to be the future, then we're really going to be a bad future. A bad future for everybody, because that means that the world is really, really, really scary. I want to believe we're gonna get out of this strongly. I want to believe we're gonna get strong as a better person, as more solidarity person, and I think when we're gonna get into a festival or to a concert and the things we're really gonna be enjoying, laughing, screaming, and we're really gonna realize what a beautiful world and what a beautiful life, because music has been the connectivity for the world. The music is also been an harmonizer of difference, and that's what I believe what we should be done. In television, the message of music, what I believe now is more than ever stronger, because it's as a contents of to harmonize difference, because we need that kind of harmony to harmonize our differences. And I believe a politician and people, they need to bring the hate aside And they need to bring the best of themselves out. And we needed to bring love to people. We need to share love. We need to share hope. Because only to that we can overcome this situation. Anything else, to stay home or try to fulfill your life through streaming or through television, it's like being in jail. I don't want to be part of that. And I don't believe the world is going to be part of that. But I do believe the stream is a great reach, like now, to be able to connect with people, to share ideas, to share things. That is a great thing. And I think if we would do a good use of that, that is a good way to connect and to bring people this different way of see life. I believe the streaming needed to bring to people the message of love, the message of hope, the message of sharing. Sharing doesn't matter what religion you are, doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter what party you are. We are all in this together. And only we get out of this together. We don't need hate. We need to build a bridge of understanding. Bridge, we don't need to bring wall down. We need to bring we don't need to build the wall. We need to build a bridge. If we build bridge, more bridge we build, better world we'll have. And I think now, more than ever, we need all these free mind people, artists, the philosopher, whatever who has something, a worker, an engineer, lawyer, whatever they are. I think all together, we need to bring the best out of us. And we really need to be the best out of us to bring that kind of sharing, that kind of perspective of love, and trying to know, to fight all, unfortunately, the crispation, the stress we are going through, especially to divide, like through this hate we're going through the society. No, we need to build. I know sound very, very romantic, very idealist, but I do believe in that strongly. And one of the things we're doing in December, which that's on Tuesday, we're going to talk about it as well, is like in December we try to make this event. It's called the Music Harmonized Difference and Risorgimento. We need to rebuild ourselves again to that. And we're going to try to make it alive. And we're going to try to make it alive, to give a tribute to all the people who have done during the pandemic, like the heroes, the nurse, the doctor, the fire worker, all those people who's been there for us in this moment of difficulty. Also, we want to give a tribute to the old people, which they have left us without the opportunity to tell them goodbye, which is very sad, not to be able to say goodbye to an old man in the society. We need to build things, but those things never happens again. We need to give a tribute to the family, which they've been staying in the lockdown with the great empathy, with the try to hold it together. Through all this, they need to be a tribute. We make a tribute to our friends, which even stayed alone with us. They still have given us that sort of friend support, and we have supported each other, which have helped us to overcome. And we need to give a big tribute to each of one of us for what we're going to go through and for the difficulty time we are having, because only through that, with the great anthem of hope, we can get out of it. And that's what we're going to do in the 18th of December in Madrid. We're trying to put together that, which is songs, no artists singing their song, songs of hope, which many artists can sing together. And in the end, all together, with all the people, that's the kind of image the world need to see. And that's what we need to do. We need embrace, we need act, we need love. And we're going to get there, because we're not going to let, no way we're going to let people to divide us. No way we're going to get everyone to bring a hate to our things. I want to see my kids to live in a good world, in a good environment, and in a healthy way. I don't want them to be afraid. I want them to be worried. I don't want them to hate anybody.
Mm-hmm. You are talking about December. And are you sure that in December we can be together outside and make that event?
No. Well, look, I believe if there is not in a 16,000 capacity, maybe there will be 10,000 people, good enough. 2,000, whatever we're able to do, still good enough. But what are we trying to do? Basically, what I'm saying, December or January or tomorrow, whatever events you do, is a way to restart, and it's a way to start sharing together. So, but it's the most important of all, as I say, is to find the connectivity which brings us together. Breed the village, because when I go out there and I saw people speaking, and we look what happened in America with the black community, look what happened to the government who tried to divide in your post. Whenever we are all the same in the same place, we are all human beings. We only can live better if we live in peace and in harmony and the sharing. Why we need aid? What does bring it to us, the aid? But unfortunately, as I say, the leadership that we had, unfortunately, in this world today is not the best. And also sometimes internet and is not used on the way it used to do. So let's use this, the streaming, let's use internet, let's use the way to connect, but to connect with the true value, to connect with the true messages, and to give it the true vision, with the true opportunity of helps us to become a better person. I believe on that, but don't let's go to fake news and the fake message and everyone get it and hate goes down. We have to clean. I think we have a chance to clean our palate and to restart again. And let's learn from the bad things. And let's see if we can really learn. And let's try to build this bridge to bring us in a better world. We have an opportunity. We learn. We know better than before. We've been through something which is totally unexpected. Let's learn out of that. And let's really get together. And let's make sure that will never happen again. And then let's make sure now we learn to have a little bit more to reset. Let's restart without hate. Let's restart to really with the solidarity which helps us to make a better way through this.
Well, very passionate words of Pino, and well, you're a big promoter in Spain, and one of the things that I feel that you have is that skin. Is because you feel the skin, you feel the people. This is one of the keys of the success in your field, in the field of the promoters. Is one of the keys of the success. This the feel of the music, because we have seen in the last years some people that are businessmen that are investing on live concert, but they don't feel the music, they don't feel the artist. What opinion do you have about that new reality of the promoters?
Well, that's just, I believe the music is a passion. I mean, of course, I've been in music all my life. Since I remember, I've been passionate about music, and more music is part of my life, will be until I die, part of my life. But I think it's whatever is the music today is also for everyone have the opportunity to reset ourselves, to really share in a better. Unfortunately, as I say, there is many people in the business which they don't see the music with the love many other people do. But I believe in our company, we do have that kind of love, because I've seen a lot of warning, a lot of concern, and a lot of love towards to try to bring to every place in the planet the opportunity for people to see things which they would never been able to do it if a company like a Live Nation would not have given the opportunity. And the many people probably for the rest of their life would not have been able to really be able to see great star in their home or near their home. They've been able to go. So there's always the two sides of it. And I believe the company who have been able to make you expand, they do need to bring the people with the passion, the people with the vision, and the people which are passionate about to create the new contents, because the content is the music is universal. There's no language. It connects to everybody and every place in the world. So in terms of incorporating the music is a good side of it, because bringing the opportunity really, which never was able to do before, to really bring the world together in terms of making it to the fans an opportunity that would never been able to do it if it was not because of that kind of corporation. But the music is passion, and without passion, I don't believe that what level will be music. So whatever is people work in this business, I believe the bookers or the promoters, and I mean, they drive with passion, because the only way you can succeed through years and get through it, because you're passionate, that you reinvent yourself, whatever is a problem, and you can overcome again because your passion for music is there. Is in you, and no one can beat that down, for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's well, passion and probably intuition or something like that, because always when I talk with you in our meetings, always you have a big new idea, or you are sharing your next big idea about the big event about that global crisis that you have, that we are going out. But you have, do you have another big idea, but not about COVID or something like that? It's a big new big idea, big production for the next year, for the, I don't know, in 2 years. You are imagining, because you are imagining constantly about new productions. What is your new big idea?
Well, there's a big idea. There's a lot of big ideas. The big idea, you have to put it into perspective and emotion. You'll be very surprised, but next year we're working on something very big in Barcelona in Madrid this year, and in Barcelona next year. And I believe that's, as I say, it's to connect the people, to connect the people of the world, and to connect the world. That we're working on something with the World Mobile, but that's something which, when it comes, there's a lot of ideas on the plate, but all those ideas are going towards to bring the most incredible people together to really make the most incredible events like the one we're doing in Madrid, because all together we can really make it happen. And as I say, the biggest idea I see now is the idea of to get the free mind people to understand that really we are all in this together, and only we can get out of this together. So the biggest idea, my biggest hope is I will do everything, anything, and I will be in every forum or any platform in which we are embracing together and in transversal with the sport and with the tourism, to make sure everything gonna get out there is a big hope for the people, and share with them their concern, and we want to stick with them to believe, don't let's give up, let's stick together, we're going to get out of this, and if we're clever enough, we'll make a better world than before. I believe on this. I'm not saying this because I'm just saying, I believe on this, and that's what I say. I've been working on this, what we have in Spain. You will see, it will be a great opportunity, and I hope this year, through the event that we're going to do, we're going to be able to have the voice which people really listening to us in the way they should listening to us, because we are generously in that way. And the music has always been in that way, the connectivity into transform, develop, and go forward to make the music go forward. And I believe every message we're going to go now is the message of together, and tribute and say thank you for the people who deserves our big thank you. And thank you to all of us as well, which we deserve, because we've been stayed in a lockdown. We told humble, stay there in most part of the world. And we really believe now we have to do the same, stick together, and let's overcome to the situation. So any big idea has to go towards whatever art, music, cinema, things, whatever comes out has to go toward that direction. And I believe they will. If we get everyone, but it doesn't matter, even the one who work on the office everywhere, all the people has to work towards that direction. If we really, one of the manifesto we created on the group is, we call each other now the Carboneros, which are it's a society which on the times on 1800, there was a free thinker. Doesn't matter what, from working class, philosopher, artist, the other one, they works against the oppressors on that time to create a free world, to create the Risorgimento, that was called, to bring a world together of a better world for everyone. And they fought, they fight, and they did. And there was an inspiration which still until today inspired us. And so let's keep back to the Risorgimento, and let's all together build back this new world that we can do it. So wherever art, sport, movie, artist, photographer, dancer, whatever it is, let's all bring that kind of, let's start building bridge, and let's stick for it, and let's fight for it, and let's make sure very shortly we're all going to be celebrating this together live, and of course with live music, which that's what I'm missing very much so far, because this year, when I think every show had been canceled, every show had been postponed, and it's a sad time, but I try to overcome, as I say, to stick all of us fast together. So at least out of this, we are on the right way to create for once a great group, and to have a representation of the live music, the record company, the artist, the scaffolders, the technician, the venue, to stick together as one group and to create an umbrella, which in the future, whatever happens, something like that, we will have a stronger voice for people to listen to us. And that's what I really believe that's is the most exciting things I've been through this pandemic. Not to be crying, because this is not time for crying. This is a time for fight. And this is a time for fight for the good and for sharing for the good. So I'm here. I'm here. I will continue. I'm not giving up. And very shortly, I believe we're going to be celebrating live music together.
And I'm sure probably that one of the most important debates on that carbon area, it's about the impact of the live shows in the cities. For example, in Spain is very important. The tourism and the concerts moves a lot of people in Spain. How you are facing that reality, or how you are supporting to the governments or the institutions, or what is the paper that they have to play to reboot the live concert? Are you working with them?
As I say, that's, of course we're working, and we're discussing about it. That's what I say. We are all in this together. I cannot conceive a city without doing sport. You know how much people bring Real Madrid, when it plays in Real Madrid, the people from all over the world, and the continuity that bring to the city. You know how much Atletico de Madrid, or the Mad Cool, or the festival, or a concert. You know how much is good that for the hotels, for the bars, for the restaurant, for everything. We are the motor. We are the contenders of the economy. Of course, we're together. And government understand that. They need to understand that. Everybody needs to understand that. We are all in this together, and only together we're going to get out of this. This is not one-person job. This is all together, and the leadership, in this case, the politician, need to guide us, or to support us, or to listen to us, to be able and to be in a position very shortly we come back to the normality. Whatever needs to be done, we are part of this. So altogether, I believe very soon everyone will understand that. As I say, in the future, let's learn out of this. Let's make sure in the future we are more prepared, everyone, so we don't going to be in that dramatic situation we'll be now. But let's learn, and let's move forwards, and let's make sure the future overcome, and let's even believe, and I want to be a dreamer, we can even make it better. God will.
I hope that. Well, let me to talk about medias, because well, you are a promoter, but you have a long experience about making content for televisions like MTV or other channels. Well, we are seeing like Netflix, Amazon, HBO are growing year by year, but we don't have music content like live music shows, for example. Years ago, MTV Unplugged or something like that. The death of MTV as a music television is the death of that kind of music video programming. What do you think about it?
People want to see live music. People want to see live music, and that time, when you now to get it to now, you make your own playlist, and you go to each one make his own playlist. Each one see the video they want to see. They will see the concert when they want to see. They will see that all that is available to any time, and people are reachable to that. But people really want to see the live music. people want to go see live. Before, when we used to do the concert like MTV, that is a big event, but still a social happening is alive. Will never happen if you put that in a studio and give it to the people. What is the happening when MTV do, or when you do Madrid, the show in Madrid? What do you bring together? You bring all these artists together, performing together. You bring all this audience live to cheer up with them. And then you bring it to the city, the happening in the city. Then you promote that city to the world or to the rest of the country, so the people get attracted to come to the city. It's all of connectivity, but still not the music video and the thing is the other one. No, MTV was clever to maintain the things like you done with 40 TV to still maintain, because you've been able once a year to connect the live audience with the live streaming, which that is a different thing, because the event itself is live, and what you promote is a live event with a lot of artists, with a lot of young people there, celebrating together, and then you share to the people who has not been able to go there to see it. So still we go around, live music is always been the answer. Many years ago I was in Cannes, in Midem, when I used to do all the television show. When I had Ibiza 92, when I did the Lanit in Barcelona, I used to go a lot there. And I remember one of the panel, they put me on, they say, we believe live music is dead, because with the virtual reality will overcome everything, and the people from home will enjoy to go to connect with the artists that play with him on stage, the guitar. Bullshit. I mean, now there is people for that. No way. People never, and I say that bullshit. Never since then the live business is grow like I never been seen before. Live music is stronger than ever been before, because that's what people want. People want to connect. People want to share time. They want to share experience. They want to share the happiness. They want to share even the sadness, whatever, but they want to be together. They want to sit home and each one from each other to be watching shows on television. No way. Live music is forever.
And when we talk about genres, for example, rock or reggaeton, recently very successful genre in the world, do you feel some differences about the teenagers 20 years ago and the teenagers today in that experience to see concerts? Because, well, for example, phenomena like reggaeton, some people say that it doesn't matter anything. It doesn't about the live music or let's talk about rock and the paper of the rock as a genre as a live show. There are some differences. The teenagers today has the same necessity to.
No, the rock has been always the #1 star, and the pop as well. But I remember the time when I was young, I used to listen to an album 10 times, and over again, and I was singing every single song, and I was passionate about it. I was even here when the soul of the guitar, when the things get out there, and the other one. Now people as a playlist, they don't even listen one album. They pick a song from this and the other one. They make their own venue, they make their own beat, which is very legitimate to it. And so that says you find artists that they have 2 billion streaming. Doesn't mean they're going to go sell 1,000 tickets. Then you have artists, maybe has not that billion streaming, and they will set up a stadium. Connectivity also is with the music. The connection the music has is a sharing of passion, and also a sharing of visions and connect. The rock music probably has been the most longevity on the music because they have connected, because they have connected in one way through the transformation of the society. Most of the music is poetry. Music is a book of life which we learn through those people. There is many artists who has been writing the great songs, which has been the life track and the still continuing life track of my life. And the new generation, if you think about it, why the rock music has been so strong, because the new generation they call the oldies, they've been discovered. My son, 13 years old, means he's totally in rock and roll. He's listening Bob Marley, listening Bob Dylan, listening Joe Cocker, listening those. When he has, what connection he has with that? He has no connection. Queen, totally crazy about Queen. Michael Jackson, he has no connection with that. But music is forever. It's timeless. And the rock is the most timeless music. And the pop, of course, because Michael Jackson will be there forever. George Michael will be there forever. Reggaeton and all that, it's very legitimate. It's a society today. You know, like they have a legitimate place to be there. And they connect more than anyone else in the world. But
as an experience of life is very is not the same. I don't know if the teenagers.
There is maybe in a few years' time, because you needed to create an army of people who loves you, not because he's listening to your music, because he connects with you, and then he becomes your loyal fan. And then your loyal fan grows, and eventually, if you stick in there, it goes. Probably in a few years' time, you will see reggaeton selling stadium without any problem, because already the fan base is grown. But the moment, the rock world is the one who still remain the strongest. And when you can go to a festival, you can see, for example, a reggaeton star like J Balvin. He kills because people love it. Because that moment is getting there, but it's not connected directly with him. It's connected to true. He can get it. So why the festival, in the diversity of music, brought the opportunity also to many artists to reach an audience, which individually probably many of them were not being able to do so.
The key is the connection, definitely. So well, we are finishing. I don't know what would you ask, or what would you talk to the people who are afraid to go to the next concert? What is your?
Don't be afraid. Take the precaution. If we are still in the tongues, take all your precaution and make sure the distancing, whatever we need to do, because we don't need to make things in the frivolity. We need to understand this is a serious matter. And we need to protect each other. In order to protect each other, be able to protect the one next to us. So if we go to the concert, until we don't have a vacuum, until we don't have a vaccine, let's respect the rules, whatever is being. But let's start, rule again, with respect, and with not forget where we are and what situation we are in. But, repeat, don't miss any hope. Soon, don't be afraid, because sooner or later we're going to overcome this, and we're going to be celebrating again, big time, better than before, and with more, in a better world, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Pino.
Pleasure.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye.